Sport.
On ABC Sport, this is the AFL.
Room to steady and finish.
It's close to the goal line and might have got there. Another one.
Sit back, relax, witness the greatest. It don't get better than this.
Rampy from 55 and right on the way home. Huge fend off and kicks the goal. The skipper off a step finishes.
Take a seat, 'cause it don't get better than this.
Right foot strike. He's got it. Oh, the home fans like that. Takes a bounce. Unguarded. Goal square. He's got it. Reed's going to go for goal. Oh, my goodness. That truly is remarkable.
This is the 2025 AFL Premiership season on ABC Sport.
Take a seat, 'cause it don't get better than this.
On radio, on digital, and on the ABC Listen app.
You take a seat, 'cause it don't get better than this.
The Dog season enters must-win territory if they're to feature in September, starting with the Demons off the back of the sacking of Premiership coach Simon Goodwin during the week. Hello and welcome to the MCG for Melbourne and the Western Bulldogs. For 21 years, the Melbourne Football Club has partnered with the BCNA, and 21,000 people diagnosed with breast cancer each year. So a chance today to either sit in the Pink Lady Bay or show your support by buying a virtual Pink Lady. Matt Clinch with you for ABC Sport. It's the Western Bulldogs and Melbourne for round 22 of the AFL. Ben Cameron to call the action alongside me. Welcome to you, Benny.
Hello, Clinchy. Great to be here, and very simple for the Dogs, as you mentioned. Win and in. But one of the concerns for them is that the last 3 times they've come up against the Demons, they've lost all of them by an average of 40 points. And there is a very big difference between the Dogs at Docklands and the Dogs at the MCG. They've lost 3 of their last 4 at this venue, 6 of their last 8. An average score at the MCG in that time of 76. At Docklands this year, through 11 games, an average score of 116. So it hasn't translated for whatever reason.
We're about to head inside the Melbourne camp. Daniel Harford is with you for a Sunday afternoon, former Hawk and Blue, coach of the Blues in the AFLW. Welcome to you, Harf.
Welcome to you and to all. Looking forward to this game. What a glorious day in Melbourne town on a Sunday afternoon. It's becoming my favourite day of footy, Sunday, the way it's all set up and the way they've scheduled things of recent times. So I'm looking forward to this. Obviously been a dramatic week at the D's. See how they respond. That's the storyline probably today. We know to a degree what we'll get from the Western Bulldogs, but what will we get from Melbourne is probably what I'm after today.
And alongside Harf, the Western Bulldogs legend, former captain, 300 gamer, part of their legends of the club. Welcome to you, Bob Murphy.
Good afternoon, gentlemen, and everyone else who's listening. Yeah, glorious day at the MCG. Where would you rather be at a time like this? And a mysterious game of football that we have on offer this afternoon. You've painted the picture beautifully already. The Bulldogs, the mission is pretty simple, and their state of mind you would think would be fairly uncomplicated, and we love to play amateur psychology from these seats. The Melbourne Demons are a total mystery to us this afternoon, so we'll wait and see what produces there. But can't wait to do it with you 3 fine gentlemen.
It's the perfect note to start with. The Giants lead North Melbourne 7-3-45 to the Kangaroos 2-3-15 in Canberra. It's second quarter action there. But given so much of the week is focused on Melbourne, a chance to head straight inside their camp. A very warm welcome to Lauren Borden, who joins us down on the boundary.
Thanks, Clinchy. You're right. It has been all eyes on Melbourne this week in particular. So it's great to be joined by the General Manager of Football at the Demons, Alan Richardson. Thank you for your time pre-match. Can you just step us through the week, I guess, from Simon Goodwin's departure to then still having to be needed to prepare for a game today against the Western Bulldogs?
Look, I'm not sure about needed to be ready. I mean, the boys, that's part of what they do. They're footballers and they need to represent their footy club and their fans with enormous energy and passion. And obviously a bit of a challenge emotionally early in the week. At this playing group, I think all playing groups are really strongly connected to their coach, and it's a challenging time. But so they had the as soon as Goody had spoken to the players and Brad Green had spoken to the players went and did their own thing. That was a little bit different to what was planned, but that was the common sense thing to do. And then they got back on the track on the Wednesday, and it's been with a new coach, obviously Troy Chaplin. It's been pretty similar. The guys have trained, they've reviewed, they've had a look obviously at the Dogs and what an enormous challenge that is, and they seem like they're up for the fight. There's a little bit of how they're going to go from our end as well, but we're really looking forward to it.
You've been in this position before, the same as Simon back at St Kilda. Did you say anything to him when the news broke during the week?
Oh, well, Australia, and look, I don't want to exclude myself from part of this process. I mean, I'm part of this decision, so straight round board meeting, straight round to Goody's house to work through what the situation was and what the decision was, and that he wasn't going to coach anymore, and then quickly into what the next day need to look for. And that's bloody challenging, to get the news, and then you got to, compose yourself and speak to your manager and speak to people around you and get yourself up to speak to the playing group, and then get a press conference done, and the president who's sitting right next to you at the press conference is telling you why, we love him, but it's time for a change. That's really difficult. There's no doubt about that. I think the club did as good a job as they could do in the circumstances, and he was I thought the coach did a really good job. I thought Goody was fantastic, and and he'll end up coaching again at some stage. He'll probably have a break, I presume, and get back in. He's a quality coach and a quality person.
I'm sure there's some more questions that'll be coming from upstairs. Daniel Harford and Bob Murphy are experts on ABC Sport.
Richo, good afternoon. Daniel Harford, mate. It's nice to have you with us. It is a challenging week in many respects. Emotionally is probably the layer that is something you can't tap into and you can't really understand. But if you've got a vibe of since that day on Wednesday when the press conference was of how they have responded as a group, because it is different. You've been through it, I've been through it on both sides of it. What's it been like for the vibe emotionally?
Look, it really needed to be led. It's one thing for the head of footy to go up and say, right, boys, let's move on and let's get going. It needed to be led by the playing group. As soon as I'd left Goodies, I went round to Gorney's house, got Jack Finey to pop round with David Chippendale, the CEO, and just talk about what it needed to look for. That we wanted the leaders to own what that was going to look for, so that they know best what's going to work for the group. As I went through what they did, but more importantly, how are they going to conduct themselves and how are they going to show up? And it was a real balance. It was a balance of we've done enormous things with Goody. We've got enormous respect for him, but this is the decision this club's made, and we've got to get cracking. We've got to make sure we deliver on our end of the bargain. So I think they've done a really good job from that point of view. I think we're blessed to have Gorn and Viney, other leaders as well, but those two in particular lead things, and they've done it amazingly well this week in the circumstances, and I'd expect us to perform strongly today.
So the build-up to the decision I'm interested in from an administration and conversation perspective from your angle, and how long the conversation about whether or not he was the right man to take you forward or be that voice continually was happening. Like, it's not just you rock up on Tuesday night or Monday night board meeting saying it's all over. Clearly there's been conversations about this. How long has this been going on?
Look, I think, Greeny alluded to the fact that it's 4 or 5 weeks, and that's probably about right. And you're right, I'm heavily involved in that as the head of footy, so there was real alignment there in terms of the heads of footy and the board and aligned with the decision was made. It's a challenging thing to do, but we thought it was the right thing to do. In terms of time frames and meetings, I couldn't tell you exactly half in terms of meetings, but it was probably about the last month that it really started to get serious in terms of those sort of conversations.
So was it KPIs? We heard Brad the other day talking about it's just time for a change of voice. It can't be that simple, can it?
No, it's not. I mean, it is in some ways. It's the performance has been inconsistent for a couple of years. When you look at the fact that the coach is coaching very well and his energy's up there. Once again, these are Greeny's words, but we just weren't getting the output. It wasn't transferring to the consistent performance on the game, and to some extent, a significant extent, that is the coach's responsibility, and Simon is aware of that. Frustrated by the fact that we weren't able to get the response on the field, and I don't really want to go into too much detail, but it's a little bit more than just the vibe of the thing. It was all about the role of all of us in terms of what was happening in terms of our on-field performance, and it was decided that we needed to change.
Caroline Wilson said on Tuesday night on Agenda Setters that, speaking of you and Simon Goodwin, communication between those two men had completely broken down. Simon Goodwin thought they were joined at the hip, but there were conversations Goodwin was not aware of. How do you respond to that?
Look, I don't know the context in which, what Caroline was talking about, but the reality is that my job is to support and guide Goody as the senior coach. My job is also to report to the board in terms of performance. It's a challenging role, but every GM of footy has to do that.
Have you spoken to him since that first night?
I have, yes.
How were those conversations?
Those conversations were fine. I know where you're going with this. It's a difficult time for everybody. It's a difficult time for Goody in terms of what you're alluding to. But no, those conversations have been fine.
Goodwin said that he felt like the team was closer to contending than people believe. Do you?
Yeah, I do. In terms of, I don't know about contending. There's a fair bit of water to go under the bridge there, but I know the narrative has been around the fact that it's time to rebuild. No, I don't believe in that. I think our senior players have still got some really strong footy left in them and will play a really important role, not unlike, we've seen from our next door neighbours in Collingwood, and we're really excited by the youth that comes. And we're not just talking about Langford and Lindsay. They're going to take a while to have an impact on the game of footy, even though they've been so impressive. But it's more the 22, 23-year-olds like Bowie and Turner and some forwards that are still working on their craft, albeit VFL level. Van Ruin, etc. Jefferson, young Adams walks past me now. He's not going to have a big influence in the immediate future. This is his first game, but he's been in the system for 3 years, and so no, we're really, Pickett's only 22 years of age. We're really confident about what's coming through.
I am trying to ask these as respectfully as possible while asking what we need to. You are contracted for next year. Do you still expect to be in the same role you're in now next year at Melbourne?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Richo, Troy Chaplin is the stand-in coach today. Often what we see with these interim coaches is we see them come in and sort of loosen the shackles on their players because it's been a run of losses, or the players have fallen out with the coach. We don't really have either of that today. Have you given any specific instruction to Troy, or have you got a sense of him, of how he will approach today?
No, my only instruction was he's the coach, and I'm here to support him. Early on we had to have a conversation about the fact that in terms of what it looked like at the end of this year, that we clearly need a different voice, and Troy wasn't going to be a part of that process. We certainly want him to stay at the footy club as a coach, but these next 3 weeks are about him being the footy coach, and he needs to own that. And I reckon it's almost been the opposite to loosen the shackles, particularly if you're referencing to offence. His messaging about is to get after the Dogs today from an intensity and a pressure perspective. That's really what he's looking for. And other than that, there hasn't been too much else. You can imagine, there's a potential. There's a little bit, going on. It's a bit abnormal for the players. So for them, we want them to go out and play on instinct. So the message has been really simple.
Alan Richardson, the GM of footy from the Demons, is with you on ABC Sport. Just a couple of quick ones, Alan, and then we'll let you go. In terms of appointing the next coach, when do you imagine you'll have a committee assembled and be able to share with us publicly who will be on that?
I'll look reasonably quickly, although the fact that we've made the decision with 3 weeks to go gives us a little bit more time, and we'll take as much time as we need to make the right decision. And in terms of who that person is, once again, it'll be the person that we think helps us win our next premiership. So there's been a lot of commentary around experienced players. It could be that there's some really high quality first-time coaches, or coaches that have had extensive experience that haven't coached their own team yet. So we'll be looking at everything, really.
Do you have an individual view, and I'm just asking your personal opinion about what this group needs? Does it need a fresh voice? Does it need an experienced coach in terms of what would allow Melbourne to get back to that finals contention?
Oh no, I'm really open-minded. I'm looking forward to the process, and our as a committee, we'll be wanting to find the coach that we think can get us back contending as quickly as possible, irrespective of whether they've been in the chair before or whether they haven't.
And would you hope to have that announcement for the next senior coach done before the end of the season, given the fact that the season moves into draft and free agency relatively quickly? Is there a timeline you're trying to meet?
Oh yeah, October 3 is the start of the trade period, but we'd all have to be a bit naive to think those things aren't happening prior to that. So no, we'd want to get it done, in the week prior to, or perhaps even the week before prelim week potentially. But as I said, we won't put a timeline. We'll just make sure we get the right person.
And have you or anyone at Melbourne spoken to Nathan Buckley this week?
No, we have not.
And are you expecting a process for the next coach?
Sorry, what was the last one?
Are you expecting there will be a coaching process in which you'll go through to appoint the next coach?
Oh, most definitely.
Alan, as always, we really appreciate your time. I know it's tough circumstances, but always appreciate you being so transparent, and good luck this afternoon.
Good on you guys. Thanks for that.
Alan Richardson, the GM of footy at the Melbourne Footy Club, joining you on Sunday Footy on ABC Sport. Matt Clinch and Ben Cameron to call the action. Lauren Borden down on the boundary. Bob Murphy and Daniel Harford are your experts. There's no late changes. Riley Garcia, the sub for the Western Bulldogs, and Howes, the sub for the Demons. Half and Bob, your insights as to the week that has been for Melbourne and what we take out of that interview with Alan Richardson.
Well, the thing that I took out was no KPIs, but then all of a sudden there's KPIs. That was interesting, that revelation there from Richard. Look, it's a tough week, and I'm sure there's been conversations that have been had for a long time, and all the corridors of all the powers at the Melbourne Footy Club for the last however many months, let alone the last 4 or 5 weeks, as Brad Green alluded to the other day. It's clearly been a challenging space for the last couple of years in Melbourne Footy Club, hasn't it? On and off field. So whether or not that component is a factor, whether or not it's players and their potential future decisions resting on these decisions from the footy club, who knows? It's been a challenging place.
But isn't that it? Like, it's
for the culture side of the
club. It's always surprising, and then you can be not shocked at the same time. You know, Melbourne 4 years ago, premiers, they looked like they were on the edge of, a dynasty. Then it falls away.
Won the first 11 games. What was it, 2 seasons ago? We all thought they were nigh on unstoppable.
Yeah, and it's been a little bit of a tease ever since, and then just a straight up disappointment in more recent times. So it hasn't come out of nowhere.
Yeah.
So in some ways, it's kind of typical. Right now, this week it's explosive, and we have the press conference, and there's emotions and drama. And then when you look back at it from afar, you think, well, it's kind of typical in a sense of the history of the game, except for the timing. 3 weeks to go. Why now?
Yeah, well, seemingly it's just to get the jump.
Yeah.
To get the jump, to get the access to the best candidates first.
Yes, so I agree with you totally. Alan answers the question there, and he's quite within his rights to be ambiguous around, and open to fresh voices, a new coach. Yeah, that to me doesn't chime with truth. I feel like they know who they've got in their sights, and they've had a favourable response already.
Well, the interesting thing is...
That would be my take on it.
Yep.
It was reported by Gerard Whaley yesterday that John Longmire has ruled himself out.
Yes.
So if he was the one they wanted, it seemingly won't be him.
That would be problematic.
Yeah.
If they
jumped for John and then he said no...
Well, you would say that would be part of your due diligence, wouldn't you? Except that there are a few sort of moving plates at the moment in terms of Melbourne. They have a CEO which will start next month, Paul Guerra, given that he hasn't been able to leave his current post. And then there's questions around Brad Green and a handing over of the presidency to Stephen Smith. So this is where I'm fascinated about your view, Bob, from the outset, from the outside, having a changing CEO, a changing president, a changing coach. I mean, are we looking for someone to coach the team or someone to coach the club?
Well, there's leaders of a team and then there's leaders of the club. Player retention is seemingly a major factor in part of this. We're being told that the players love Goodwin. Now, I believe that to be true, but it's more complex than that.
Yep.
It's far more complex than that.
They don't all love him equally.
Well, they don't. You know what that players don't love? They don't love losing.
Yeah.
Or not playing.
No, yeah, they don't. Well, they don't like. Yeah, of course they don't like not playing. But a player like Christian Petrarca, he is the kind of archetype of the modern superstar. They're savvy and they get involved. If they feel like the club's not heading in the right direction, they start to make moves. And I'm not suggesting he is, but it wouldn't shock me that a player of his calibre says, "What are we doing? Where are we headed?"
Huff, you've obviously gone through this as a coach.
Why would you bring that up?
I tried to ask these questions as respectfully of Alan Richardson as possible.
Yeah, well, you've been pretty spicy with him, and now you've turned to heart.
I didn't get that preamble.
Turned internal.
You've sort of sweetened up the dogs with a bit of stats around why they'll get rolled today. You're getting everyone offside today.
Neville No Mates here today. Communication between those two men had completely broken down. Simon Goodwin thought they were joined at the hip, but there were conversations Goodwin was not aware of. So this unique relationship you have with your footy boss, you feel like you're almost lockstep and in it together, yet they're a conduit to the CEO and to the board as well, and possibly running a different agenda to yours. How does that play out?
Well, that's the role. Richard touched on it pretty well. That's the role. Like, you've got to be absolutely tight with your coach. If you're the Richo role, the general manager of footy, or the footy manager, you have to be that one that's on the shoulder, sitting there with him all day, every day. How are we doing? What's good? What's bad? What do you need? How can we help? What's everything? All that question. But you will be having conversations with those above your pay grade, the president, the board, the CEO, about the game, about your club, about the list, about coaching all the way through. So You've got to be able to compartmentalise those relationships.
I'm really tight with my kids, really, really tight with them. I'll also have conversations with their mum, my wife, around their school reports.
Yeah,
those two things can be...
That's a great analogy.
It's a good analogy.
Great analogy.
Thank you.
You love them and you want to do everything you best can for them in those footy manager roles, but you are responsible for other people as well, to other people.
I think what we're hearing there, though, is that Bob is neither the board nor the CEO of his household. He's the footy boss.
It's more disconcerting when I heard in the kitchen last night that I've got the full support of the family. It didn't land too well. I didn't feel good when I heard it,
No. Well, if you're saying it, it's okay. If they're saying it, that's when you're in trouble.
I've got to flip the script on this.
That's the beauty of it, isn't it? Footy clubs are tough, but there's nothing like the direct family giving you feedback between the eyes. Bob Murphy, Daniel Harford, Matt Clinch and Ben Cameron with you. So I guess the follow-up question to that, Bob and Harf, is do you think Melbourne have a list that can contend in finals next season, and how does that shape the next coach they bring in?
My personal view, Bob, is that they can bounce pretty quickly.
Yes.
I think there is more to this group than what we're seeing. So to your point before about being sort of shocked but not surprised, that's where I've sat this week because of the output we've seen from this team this year and last year. I think personally they're better and they should be better out there on the park. So I have high hopes of a fairly significant bounce for whoever gets the role.
It's a knife's edge for me.
Yep.
I'm with you. I'm totally with you. If I had to toss a coin and put a bet one way, I would say that they're good enough to bounce, and if they get the coach right, it could happen quickly.
Yep.
If it doesn't, it could get pretty ugly.
It
could be a pretty sharp fall for a while.
Well, it's been a sharpish fall in the last couple of years, and it's going to come on the back of...
With stars.
Of those players. That
and ageing stars.
Yep.
To some degree, that they could find themselves in a pretty dark spot.
Did the game style that seems to be carrying the day in the game change right in front of them? So contest and clearance and what they were able to do defensively won them the flag in 21. Carlton even had their run valuing those things. Now it feels like it's all about speed, whether it's fleet of foot or ball movement. That seems to be carrying the day at the moment, or, has the game moved right in front of them?
Yeah, probably. Yep. Yeah, that speed of ball is clearly critical. If you can't play in that mode successfully and consistently, you aren't going to be able to compete. That's what modern footy's telling me. Still going to have phases.
There's people who've watched a lot more of Melbourne than what I have, but I have seen them when they play well. They can move the ball. They do have players who can use the ball quite beautifully. When they, to me, look like they're not aligned or there's complications in their thinking, that's the relationship between coaches and players. When they start to look complicated, they start to rush and then they start to bomb the footy, and their connection with their forwards just completely falls away. So that's where I hold a bit of hope that if they can get some clearer alignment, and that's the huge challenge for whoever the new coach is, I actually think they can move the ball and kick the ball better than what they do.
As we sit here on the 10th of August, do you imagine Clayton Oliver, Christian Petrarca will be at the Demons next season? I mean, these are possible questions to try and answer, so it's just a gut feel as to whether they will feel invested in the club if there is a different voice.
I think the club has made this decision knowing that if they didn't, the likelihood of one of those, two of those, three of those players would disappear was real.
That feels the writing between the lines, doesn't it?
I think they pulled the trigger here because it gives the players an understanding that the club's prepared to do whatever it needs to do to succeed.
Do you think they're all lumped into that, or is it just Petrarca? Because for me, it's just him.
Well, Oliver and Petrarca both wanted an exit last year. Did they miss the chance last year as well? That felt like when most of them, or when they both had the most capital.
Quite possibly. I don't think, from afar, I don't think the options for Oliver are there.
Yeah.
Whereas Petrarca, I think, has options and has more of an attitude of he's the modern day superstar. I want to go where it's a good situation.
Yep.
I think a lot of their concern is about that one player. Subjective. That's totally.
It's just an opinion.
It's an opinion, but that's just picking up the clues over recent seasons. I think he carries a fair bit of weight.
And your question before about the timing, and what Richo touched on, I think is really relevant, more so than ever in modern footy, is that the trade period, despite the fact all the conversations are happening, if you don't know who your leader is and you're a prospective player to come into the Melbourne Footy Club and you don't know by the end of the grand final who you're going to be.
An old list on the slide, got no coach. Do you want to go there?
But that's why they need to know, don't they?
Well,
that's why I was
exactly.
whether he
I'm happy with the timeline.
definitively come out and say this will be done by the start of October. We'll have our coach because we have so many decisions we have to make. It was sort of like, I would expect we'll be close to having a decision by then. So it wasn't sort of 100% will definitely be
that's why
in order
that's
by
why
then.
In some ways it's kind of typical. Like there's not that much remarkable about what's happened. It's always new.
Actually, also goes to the applicants and if they're going to be involved in September. So there's all these things that can influence when you can and can't go through this process with some of these guys.
Going out and getting a premiership coach hasn't been the proven road to success.
No.
So Lee Matthews and our very own Mick Malthouse are the only two previous premiership coaches that have gone to the next club and won a flag again. So Lee going from Collingwood to Brisbane, Mick from West Coast onto Collingwood and winning a flag.
Blighty as well from Geelong to Adelaide, but
they didn't win the flag under Blighty.
That's right.
No, they didn't. But he got them to that premiership at Adelaide.
Yeah, I'm talking about a premiership
successfully
coach.
Premiership,
Yeah, Blighty's had success. Made grand finals, then won the flag at Adelaide. But a previous premiership coach, those are the only two. So whether they do go through the process and find out if it's Hayden Skipworth, if it is Daniel Pratt, Brett Montgomery, whoever it is, that might be their best path.
What about him just pushing a mate there?
Yeah, just look after
pushing a mate there, Bulldogs mate there. With
we've all got Daniel Syracuse is one of my best mates. He'll be in the mix. Brett Montgomery.
You didn't shout him out.
Well, but that is what you saw. Like we've all got sort of connections to it. But Brett Montgomery is a sleeper.
Happy, highly rated assistant season to all that celebrate. And what you'll notice is everyone just pushes their mates in this period half.
Apparently, John Syracuse is not a mate.
So if Brad
Murphy and Daniel,
I lobbed it up for half to go. I heard Murphy's a champ.
It was coming.
Not mate.
All of the ABC contract is so appealing. You would be interested in that. So if Brad Green picked up the phone and said, "Right, Bob, half, who's at the top of your list? Who should we make sure we ring first? Is there an obvious candidate? Is Nathan Buckley the guy you'd be starting the process with, or is it very much open season for the Demons?"
I think it has to be open season. I'm not qualified enough to know the capabilities of the assistants that we don't hear much of through the weeks. Corey Enright's got a great reputation at the Saints. Everyone loves him.
It's still the biggest gap in our game, I think. For how much we know about the game and how much we see media personalities and the senior coaches and the tactics and the scientific analysis of the game, when it gets to who's the next coach, it's just a bunch of blokes sitting around the pub going, I reckon Montgomery, I reckon Gene Syracuse, I reckon him, Enright's apparently good. There's a lot of apparently.
Yeah.
Because I've heard. Oh, no, he's highly rated. Why?
Heard.
Oh, because his coach said it's such in the shadows. Far too much. We don't hear enough from the assistant coaches.
And we don't know the level of input they have into the games,
Get
weeks.
rid of the senior coaches doing the post-match press conference every week. Get the assistants there.
Well, we see that in pre-season, don't we? Assistant coaches often run the training sessions, run the summer programs, so we don't hear from them as much, and yet there's so much footy knowledge.
Because we are a league that is obsessed with the NFL. We're obsessed by it, rightly or wrongly. We're obsessed by it.
Their coach still does the post-match.
I know, but it's all there's the offensive coach, and we know about. We analyse that part of the game. In our game, it's still it's one of the more archaic parts of our game that I think hasn't quite caught up.
But I actually went to one of those post-match press conferences with Dan Campbell of the Detroit Lions, and Mitch Cleary asked him a question, and all that Mitch could say was basically, I would be so annoyed if an American was sitting in the back of one of our coaches' press conferences taking my question, and yet here he was. That story's really fallen flat.
What's happened there? Are we on air?
We are. It's Melbourne and the Western Bulldogs from the MCG. There's no late changes. Garcia and Howes are the subs for their respective sides. In Canberra... No, we can't. Going to keep going. The Giants 10-6-66 lead North Melbourne 4-4-28. So the Giants by 38 points at halftime in Canberra. There is an ABC call available via the ABC Listen app. Just click on the AFL Extra button, as there is cricket tonight. So the first of the T20s between Australia and South Africa. We'll bring you a little taste of that a little later with our commentary team, who will be bringing you all the action. So the T20s and the one-day internationals. Yep, cricket getting underway even earlier in the sporting calendar. A chance to head inside the Western Bulldogs camp. We've focused a lot on the Demons, and if you want to join us, 0437 774 774. Yes, Alan Jeans, David Parker. We're getting a few other coaches coming through on the SMS who had success at a couple of clubs, but a little earlier, Benny Cameron had the chance to head inside the Western Bulldogs camp and caught up with Jaron Geary about their challenger this afternoon.
Thanks, Clinchy. I do have Jaron Geary with me down here on the boundary line. It's virtually elimination finals for the Western Bulldogs in the run-in. We know that teams like to try and focus on the process, not get lost in outcomes. How difficult is that to do when you know you need to keep winning to play finals?
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's harder than it sounds to try and stay focused week on week, but the reality is we've got to continue to win, continue to perform well, and the boys would be sleeping under a rock if they didn't understand the importance of this game. So they're all important leading into finals, and today's another big challenge for us. Obviously, Melbourne have had a big week off the field, but we're expecting their best today, and hopefully we can perform to our best and get the job done.
How much do you have to guard against the old dead cat bounce for Melbourne today with the caretaker coach coming in?
Yeah, well, to be fair, they've actually been performing really strongly prior to this week anyway. So, we're under no illusion of where they're at. They've been intercepting the ball really well. Their midfield players are quite strong, one of the most combative midfields in the competition. So, even prior to this week, they've been performing really strongly. So, if they are going to bounce, it's going to be pretty impressive and pretty hard to stop. So, we're going to have to be on our game early and try and quell the enthusiasm they might bring into this week.
How difficult is it to prepare for a team under a new coach? I mean, we had Troy Chaplin on AFL Saturday yesterday, and he spoke about the fact that he believes they've got some halfbacks that can go through the midfield. I mean, we saw Windsor play on ball last week, but Salem, McVie, he spoke about them potentially going in there. So it might be a different look. All of those what-if meetings that assistant coaches love to hate. How do you prepare?
Yeah, well, to be fair, even before this week, they've been a little bit unpredictable with where their players have lined up. Like you said, some of the guys have spun through different areas of the ground, and we're not sure where they'll line up today. Piquet Petrarca's been forward the last few weeks. As you said, some of the younger players have been going through the midfield. So it's been hard to prepare and exactly know where they're going to be. But as I said before, the quality around the ball is important, and we'll need to quell their influence, and hopefully our mids can get on top through that area regardless of who's in there. But we know Big Max is going to be in there, and he's someone who's been in real good form and is a key pillar for them. He has been for a long time. So if we can try and limit his influence and the guys around there, hopefully for us we'll have a good day.
We know that Luke Beveridge is the master storyteller. The journey in 2016 from the bottom half of the 8 to the flag, again in 2021 going on a run. Has he cooked up anything special for this little period before the finals and potentially the run into the finals?
He is a great storyteller. He hasn't necessarily had a theme to roll out for the duration of this little period, but I'm sure he will. But yeah, like I said, we're trying to focus week on week. He comes up with a theme generally every week, and he's pretty good at it. Something that I'm quite impressed by, and I think the boys that have been around for a long time have had some interesting ones, but he's very good at it. So hopefully we can continue to roll on and continue to go for a long period of time throughout this year. We can see some of those themes come to life.
A little concern I have with the Dogs, I look at this team, 1-3 in your last 4 at the MCG. You can extend that out to 2-6 in your last 8 here, but an average score in that 8-game period of 76 at the home of footy, whereas at Docklands this year an average score of 116. Why do you think that is, and how differently do you have to play the grounds?
I mean, it's not too different. Obviously, there's a roof at Marvel, but obviously today it's pretty pristine, so hopefully that keeps us in good order. We're obviously used to playing a lot of footy at Marvel. We don't come here a lot, so haven't played a lot of footy. 8 games is not a lot of a sample size over the last few years, but hopefully in these perfect conditions, and we can emulate some of the stuff we've been able to do under the roof at Marvel this year. And obviously we've been a high-scoring team, and our focus over the last little period has been trying to limit the way that the team going the other way and team scoring against us, which we've been quite effective being able to do the last couple of weeks. So hopefully we can do that again today, be really positive with our scoring, and hopefully the ground doesn't play too much of a part in that.
This is actually one of the great games of the year, I believe. It's a really moving game, the BC-NA game for Melbourne, and one of your players, Oscar Baker, has a beautiful connection to this day. How much do you know about his story and his connection to breast cancer?
Yeah, obviously only been with Oscar the last couple of years, but certainly know his story. You know, his mum Trudy passed away in 2017 through cancer, and Oscar wears his heart on his sleeve with that, and is quite open in sharing his journey about his mum Trudy. So, we're grateful that he's able to do that. He's really vulnerable in that space, and throughout the week he did talk about that. He obviously wears the armband every game like he has for the last 8 years, and a couple of words on both his wrists. So it's a pretty significant day for him. It's great that he's been able to sort of fight his way back into the team over the last few weeks and started contributing really strongly, and I'm sure he's happy that he's able to time his run really well to play on this game against his old team as well. So hopefully he performs really strongly today, albeit a significant day for him, but really special occasion for Melbourne Footy Club and us to be a small part of.
Yeah, it's a great story. I'd love to see him kick a goal today, and what a moment that would be. Hey, best of luck, Jaron. Appreciate your time always here on the ABC.
No worries. Thanks, mate.
The summer of cricket has arrived early.
Lobs it straight down the ground for 6.
He's on the pull shot. Boy, did he get that!
White ball cricket takes centre stage in the top end as Australia take on South Africa.
Shout for leg before, finger goes on.
It all starts on Sunday on the ABC
Down
Listener.
the pitch, there we go. Bang!
Every ball live. Just click on the cricket button.
AFL.
On ABC Sport, you're listening to the 2025 AFL Premiership season.
On your radio,
Sport Digital,
and on the ABC Listen app.
The Western Bulldogs looking to keep their September dreams alive as they take on the Demons from the MCG on a beautiful Sunday afternoon with the sun beating down, and the temperature is just starting to heat up as teams fight for their spot in September. The Bulldogs are on the outside looking in. They need to be perfect from this point onwards and win their remaining 3 matches, starting with the Demons this afternoon, then the West Coast Eagles and the Fremantle Dockers in round 24, while the Demons are looking to bounce back. They had victory last week, but of course the sacking of coach Simon Goodwin, their premiership coach, throughout the week, meaning that Troy Chaplin will take the reins for the last 3 rounds of the home and away season. Matt Klitsch and Ben Cameron to call all the action this afternoon. Lauren Borden is down on the boundary. We are stacked in the back row with Bob Murphy and Daniel Harford as the Demons have made their way out onto the MCG. Ed Langdon is celebrating his 200th game, and the Bulldogs are unchanged once more. So 12 wins for the season, trying to mount their charge to be there come the business end of the season. So as the Demons go through their preparation, this is of course the Pink Lady match, the work in which the Melbourne Football Club has done with BCNA, and it's great to hear the story of course of Oscar Baker as Benny chatted there with Jaron Geary, who has been involved in both clubs. So what are we expecting, Half and Bob, this afternoon? Will the Demons players come out and show a spirited fighting response, or will the Bulldogs prove a class above?
It's one of the great dynamics that the team that has a coach removed comes out and really launches the next week, and you think, well, where have you blokes been? That's as a fan, I get incredibly annoyed when that happens. I expect
more than annoyed. It's a bit gross.
It is. It's disrespectful. It's gross. It's just rubbish.
It's not right, is it?
It annoys the hell out of me, that stuff. So I sort of hope I don't see that from Melbourne today. Now, Melbourne fans are sitting there going, you're an idiot, which is probably half true as well. But like just on that emotion itself, like I would hate to see them come out and be absolutely dominate, be crystal clear and everything. They have great connection all up and down the ground. Because you have to wonder what the hell has been happening to this point in time. Yeah. So part of me doesn't want to see it, part of me does want to see it. So we'll see. I want to see their experienced players really lead today. That's what I want to see from Melbourne, Bob. I want to see Max Gawn and Petrarca and Oliver and Viney and those sort of guys. I want to see them take charge of this group and take charge of this team. McDonald's another one. Plenty of experience out there. There are a lot of premiership players still on this team that haven't stood up. Melksham's another one who's been terrific in recent times. But that's what I'm looking for today. The Bulldogs are a fantastic team to watch, and I can't wait to see them on this big venue here at the MCG. They are very different here to what they are at Marvel Stadium, but they're a fantastic, dynamic football team. They do, though, have challenges that we're not sure we're going to see fixed until the end of the season, because they beat the also-rans and have troubles against the contenders, which is what we've seen through the season. So that element of the Bulldogs I'm really keen to see today. I want to see Darcy and Norton work together up close. But for me, the story is Melbourne and what their leaders do today on the back of what's been a really challenging week.
Yeah, the psychology of sport is always a fascination, not just to me, but to all of us, I suspect. And I think Melbourne is a complete mystery to us today, because I think Melbourne is a complete mystery to themselves today. I don't think the Melbourne players themselves, as they're warming up today and they're having some set shots and everything is as it has always been for recent times, there would be an element of doubt in their minds, thinking, well, what's going on in the thoughts and in the minds of my teammates next to me? And you can have mixed feelings. I'm sure there are a lot of Melbourne players and you get the sense that they're really not happy about the decision, but they're also footballers and their job is to perform and play for the jumper and play for each other. So if they can simplify it and just do that, they should be more than competitive today. They should, be able to challenge the Bulldogs. Having said that, the Bulldogs' best footy is pretty intimidating to a lot of teams in the competition, and you feel like with Darcy back in the side, there's what Sam Darcy does himself individually, and then there's the ripple effect of the effect that he has on those around him, Aaron Norton being the obvious one, and also Tim English being able to free him up a little bit. And when you're playing against Max Gawn, I'm sure Tim English would love a little bit of that respite, even if it's just an option there for him. So the Dogs are hungry. They've got a whole lot to play for. They've got a whole lot of talent, but they need to do it, and they haven't done it as often at the MCG. The Demons, well, it's a mystery box challenge with the D's today.
Yeah, so you've got to challenge the Dogs with your offence as the opposition. You've got to take it to them and really put pressure on them with speed. And we talked about modes of play with the Demons before and what they're capable of, what they're showing, or when they're at their best and when they're not. Otherwise, the transition stoppage game is going to go the Bulldogs' favour.
Yeah.
You would think, with what's set up there in personnel and structure of what we've seen so far. So they're going to have to get the ball back at some stage and really challenge and take it to the Bulldogs' defence, because they've leaked big scores, the Dogs. They've just kicked bigger scores. Now, not necessarily is that always going to be a viable option for them as a way to win games. So if I'm Troy Chaplin today leading this Melbourne team, when we get the footy, let's take it to them. Let's get forward really quickly. Let's push the game and advance the game really quickly and see what they do. Because they've got a lot of guys around the contest. If you can get outside that bubble and go, you'll have a lot of Bulldog players still stuck at where the ball was. So you're not going to have numbers have to get through. That's their best chance today, the Demons, I reckon.
One thing I'm curious to look at today, so I would expect, and Alan Richardson spoke about it, that the leaders of Melbourne are established and strong and passionate. Jack Viney and Max Gawn, these guys, Clayton Oliver, Christian Petrarca, they're extremely passionate, physical, verbose leaders. So yep. I would expect the contest itself to be fierce from the Demons. The thing that I'm really looking closely at, particularly early, is what the Dogs can do. When the Dogs get you, they win the footy and they keep it off you. They flick it around with handball and they find space. And what you do as an opposition is you spend your time, a lot of time, chasing and defending. And that is when if there's something in your gut that's not 100% committed, that's a bit harder.
Yep.
The 50-50 ball contest, that's the professional athlete competitor in you. Chasing for longer than what you usually would, that may drag up some of the emotion from the week. Now,
yep.
That's a bit of an unknown, but it is something that could be magnified against a team like the Dogs, who, when they win it in close, they do keep it off you with ease.
It's a really good point about professionalism, and we'll see that today from Melbourne, because you touched on this before. I thought it was a great point when you talked about the emotion of the week and how they respond, but they are professional. Actually, it doesn't matter how they feel. Their job's to go out there and play. Doesn't matter what that week's been for them. Today is where they earn their money. Today is what they are responsible for doing 23 times a year. So it actually doesn't matter how they feel about the decision, about the club. It's about what they do with their teammates today in the jumper and what that represents in terms of their fan base and their football club as a bigger part. So the professionalism of Melbourne will be tested today. We'll find out a lot about that against this challenging Bulldogs outfit.
I had a pretty, let's call it a prickly relationship with Jason Ackermanis over the years, over the entire journeys. But one thing he did say before most games, as a reflex, I would ask a player, how are you feeling? And he would say, good enough. And I always thought, you know what, there's something in that. How do you feel? It's a throwaway. How do you feel good enough? It's like, at this point, we've got our kit on. I'm playing.
No backwards
I'm okay
steps.
with that.
I'm playing.
Yeah.
So I feel good enough to represent, so off we go.
You and Acker are teammates again at the ABC, so it's...
Is that right?
Yeah.
Well, that's good. We need some prickly on-air sort of tension from time to time.
And you're pulling the boots on. You're going to feature in the Legends game as well.
That's right. Copped a bit of stick on the socials during the week from a fella called Neville, asking me if I define myself, refer to myself as a legend. And all I would say to Neville is, one Legends game, okay. I'm a two-time now, and I would even point out to Neville. I don't know his last name, Neville, but I had a look at the official AFL legends and Hall of Fame, but the legends themselves, quite a number of them haven't played an EJ Whitten Legends game. So I would call their status into question.
I would just say it's really good that you haven't let Neville's text bother you at all. You've just let it go.
Sometimes you've got to put people in their place. And Neville's been put firmly in his place, and I'm okay with it.
The beauty of the public broadcaster half is all feedback gets received. It's just whether you take it on board or not. Bob Murphy and Daniel Harford with you on a Sunday afternoon. Matt Clinch and Ben Cameron to call the action. Halftime in the match between in Canberra, the Giants taking on North Melbourne. And it's a 38-point lead there the way of the Giants after 5-2 in the second quarter. Lauren Borden, the final member of our team, is sitting in the front row this afternoon. Welcome once more to you, Loz.
Thank you, Clinchy. It's a beautiful day to be down here as well. It's about 17 degrees, crisp blue skies. It's just a wonderful day to be here. I wonder if it's encouraged a few more fans to come out here. I'm not sure. I'm just watching Jack Viney in the middle of the ground having a little push and shove with Ed Richards as well as they get set for the set of bounds. So they're expecting about 37,000 here today. I'm not sure we've reached that at the moment, but I'll keep an eye on it throughout the game.
So can the Demons ruin the Williston Bulldogs' finals chances as the Bulldogs look to try and win their way into September? Here's Ben Cameron to get us underway.
Gawn and English, up they go. Gawn wins the tap down, gathers it himself, loses it. Richards pinches it, twirls around, kicks the Dogs inside 50 towards Norton, hands to it, doesn't mark. McDonald there for the D's, gets a handball away off the shin of Rivers. It trickles out, thrown in the forward pocket for the Dogs.
Clayton Oliver just starting on the bench today, but just went down under the race. Not entirely sure for what reasons. Could be just the loo, but just worth pointing out.
Umpire flings it in. Bontempelli onto the footy. Handball away to Fraser. Flicks it back to Bailey-Dale. Dogs it half forward off to Bramble. Bramble chips inside 50. Turnover. Windsor marks in the back pocket for the D's.
As he looks for options out on the Shane Warne stand side, nothing really obvious initially presents, and then out wide for Cozzy Pickett, won't get to him. Bailey-Dale takes the intercepting mark for the Bulldogs. Between wing and half forward, he looks up inside 50. Norton and Darcy, the two deepest targets, as now he thinks about maybe something a little closer than that and close to the boundary line. He works it tight against the line, and the mark is taken by Bailey Williams. Sends it towards the teeth of goal. Up goes Darcy against two. Can't take the mark. Bowie for the Demons. Front and centre. Hand pass back to Rivers. He hurries a kick out of defence. Awkward bouncing balls. Lob slipped over. Bontempelli slaps it down to his good mate Liberatore. Hand pass to Cleary for the Bulldogs. Reloads inside 50. Darcy in front position. Getting back late. Turner made the spoil. Bowie once more onto it. The Demons out of defence. And here's Windsor once more.
Running across the paint of defensive 50. Kicks up the wing. Not a good kick. Nearly a turnover. It will be in the end. The mark taken by Cleary, or free kick paid.
Oliver's return from the toilet, fellas.
Cleary moves it out to Bramble. Wide out in front of the interchange bench where Oliver's returned to. Short to Vandermeer. So the more royal blue, red and white of the Western Bulldogs up against the navy blue and the red of the Demons as the kick goes inside attacking 50 for the Dogs. Off the hands of the pack. Darcy gets it. Off to Richards. Left foot snap. Doesn't get the bounce. Wrong side of the post. A minor score to begin for the Dogs. We played 2 minutes. That's the only score.
Usually snaffles those.
Yeah, it's
Ed
bad
Richards. Yeah, he had a fair bit of space for an inside 50 left foot snap for someone who his left foot snap is his native tongue, as they say. Or as I say.
What a phenomenal season he's had, Ed Richards. Scoring, gathering possessions. The Demons straight down the middle. Adams into the middle of the ground for Gawn. And then Van Rooyen streaming inside the forward 50. Takes the mark. And Petrarca telling him, just calm down. Have the shot on goal. As he's looking to give it off.
This is the next phase of his development. He's got to take charge of this forward line. I think he's a terrific talent. But we're just not seeing the output from Jacob Van Rooyen to this stage of his career. These are the moments he's got to own. Go back, kick this goal, set his team up for some real positivity.
22 years of age, 55 games, is right on the edge of what could be the launch time, couldn't it?
Yep.
And Jed Adams, the Western Australian on debut, just straight down the middle to Max Gawn. Nicely looking comfortable at AFL level. Can Van Rooyen make the most of the moment from directly in front? He misses offline to the right. So Richards at one end, Van Rooyen at the other, and scores a level. A behind a piece through 3 minutes. Sunday footy on ABC Sport.
I need half an hour with him just to fix up that kick.
Straighten it up a bit.
What do you want to fix up, half?
He's off balance when he kicks.
Hips.
Yeah, his hips are all over the
You
shop.
went into a bit of Chubbs Peterson there. You just had a bit of tilt in the hips.
Yep, it's all in the hips. As the kick from Bailey Dale goes to the logo. He gets it back here from Liberatore. Kicks the Dogs inside 50. Darcy juggling, not marking. Turner's there for the D's. Gives it off towards Gawn. Centre half back. Pickett cruising through. Kicks into the middle. Mark taken by Langdon. Game 200. Kicks up to half forward. Chopped off by Bontempelli. Might work out for Melksham. Has to go and gather inside 50. Bont gets back. Melksham paddles. Parries. Still tracks it. Wins it. Gives it back to Chandler. Half forward here for the D's. Back to Melksham. Kick inside 50. 3 Dogs. Raffle it. Kennedy, he marks.
He wants to try and move it in the middle of the ground. Bailey Williams had to wait a long time underneath it, and Turner floats the top and takes the mark for the Demons. So they take it back centre field. A behind a piece through the opening 4 minutes on ABC Sport. Short to Cozzy Pickett, always a good option. Trying to chip it over the top to Fraser. Got hands to it for the Dogs. Hand pass to Bailey Williams. Back to the runner, Johannesson. Up towards Riley West. They're on the break here, but no one in between he and the goalmouth now. So he has to push back and wait for Norton to stream inside 50. He just laces his pass to the run of Norton. Athletic at his best. And streaming into the left forward pocket. It's not a place that Tom McDonald wants to be, as he's chasing in tow but unable to keep up.
He powered then, didn't he, Norton? He came from a long way back. He was at half back as that ball came out to West, and he just rocketed into that forward pocket there for the Bulldogs. I don't think I've ever seen him work that hard, must admit. That was brilliant.
And that has been the area of his game in recent weeks where he has hit red-hot form. 50 goals so far for the season for Aaron Norton, leading the way for the Western Bulldogs. And Sam Darcy returning, looking for the first of the afternoon, as Norton from the left forward pocket gives the Bulldogs a positive start. They're 1-1-7 to the Demons, 1 behind. They've been inside 50 on 6 occasions to the Demons, 3. It's the Bulldogs who strike first. Daniel Hufford and Bob Murphy, your experts. Sunday footy on ABC Sport.
Yeah, Aaron Norton on the board with an early one there. He had to work extremely hard for it. Well pointed out by you, Half. The run came from half back, and it was just run with purpose. And we're a long way away from here. We're a few hundred metres away, but you could just see his jumper moving a lot faster and with real purpose. There was a lot of Melbourne players in the vicinity, and often in those situations, there's almost an assumption of, oh, well, someone will go and chase him. I even thought the man on the mark for the D's could have left that post and chased Norton. He was the only player who was in danger, but it was a beautiful pass by West and a lovely finish from Norton.
Been in great form of late, up to 51 goals on the season. There's a free kick at the restart. And Matt Kennedy to receive it. Chips it short for English. He's bundled over by a Sparrow. No 50-metre penalty. So the Dogs' ruckman assessing what's before him. Pokes it out wide for Bramble. Or Cleary, rather, who looks inside 50. Goes in the Darcy direction. Through his hands it slips. Follows up at ground level, gets a handball away. McDonald clears, dribbles it beyond the defensive arc. Picked up by Richards. Dogs back with it. Cleary chips inside 50. And Liberatore marks. 47 out. He likes the look of it. He fires on goal and just misses. Just nicks the post on the way through. So 1-2-8 plays one behind. The Dogs lead.
Just interested by the kick from Bramble to Sam Darcy there. Just the drop in class a little bit. Sam Darcy, don't kick the ball hard towards him. If you just kick that, it's almost like you kick alley-oops to him and he's almost unstoppable. Don't need to kick it so hard at him.
Salem into McVie for the Demons. He runs the worn wing and kicks up towards half forward. Petty's in the pack, brought down in the end by Langford. Passenger gets the clearance though for the Dogs into the middle of the ground. McNeil couldn't quite hang on to the mark. Little topo from Clayton Oliver onto the field, having started on the bench. He tries to knock it forward, but Richards is onto it for the Bulldogs. Hand pass to Vandermeer to the runner McNeil. It's a vacant 50. Poulter leads the foot race. Racing after him is Rivers. Poulter up against the right behind post, and eventually it goes out of play. Rivers is appealing whether it came off below the knee or above. The umpire says throw it in. Lauren Borton on the boundary.
Simon Goodwin was so often a mainstay on the Melbourne Demons bench. At the moment, it looks like Troy Chaplin still up coaching from the box, so not down on the bench at this stage.
Thanks, Loz.
Seen some transition in this game so far, haven't we? There's no stop-start. It's real flow into this from both teams.
Thoughts of Daniel Harford, throwing forward pocket here for the Dogs. Liberatore turning tackler on Viney. Two tough hombres going at it there.
We've got Jed Adams walks into the AFL and has to take Aaron Norton.
Good luck.
Good luck.
Straight into the deep end.
Gawn punches it away. Still inside 50 in the pocket here for the Dogs. Cleary off to Richards. Snaps towards goal. Darcy drops it. Norton gathers it. Gets it on the boot. Misses. From virtually the top of the goal square. His quick snap is a behind. So make that 3 minor scores for the Dogs. They're 1-3-9. Melbourne 1 behind. We've played 9 minutes.
9-3 inside 50. So it's a bit of a worry here for the D's at the minute.
It's because of that. That's an awful kick, but it's an awful decision with the skill error.
Rivers' kick is chopped off. An intercepting mark is taken. Bussinger drives the Bulldogs inside 50. Darcy caught behind, and Daniel Turner with an excellent mark in front as the pack converged around him and eventually crashed. He was able to hang on to the mark. The Demons try to clear the defensive 50. Up towards Petty, who was nudged underneath it by Johannesson. Non-officiating umpire said that was illegal. And the free kick going the way of the Demons on the wing. In Canberra, it's the Giants who lead by 45 points, 12-7-79. To the Kangaroos, 5-4-34. So the Giants looking to take care of business there. As the Demons through Rivers look to enter their forward 50. Out wide, the kick is from Melcham. Over the top goes O'Donnell and spoils it out of play under the sunshine bathing down at the Punt Road end here at the MCG. It's the Bulldogs leading by 8 points.
Who was your first opponent, Half, in your first game?
Andrew McKay.
Oh, the vet.
Yep. Clubbed me.
What about you, Merv?
Clubbed.
Skinny Lappin, Matthew Lappin.
Oh, was it?
Punched me in the stomach about 12 times.
Throw in half forward here for the D's. Petty doing the ruck work. Parries it back. Boundary side and out of play.
What was the scoreline at the end of the game, Bob?
We beat them by 2 points, but the fight, I lost. Emphatically. I think he liked having a bit of a weight advantage for the first time in his career.
Skinny. Yeah.
Throw in again. Petty palms it down. Bontempelli onto it. His kick ricochets off bodies. In goes Garcia. Petrarca too. Petrarca wins it. Rushes a kick inside 50 for the D's. Bustling it, can't take the mark. Out the back. Fritsch is there. He misses. Rushing onto it, close to the goal square. Just the wrong side of the post. Another behind for the D's.
Out.
Keep running.
As the Bulldogs look to quickly transition, Sanders brings it back in. And Vandermeer at the end couldn't find a transition as he went to the Bontempelli, who wanted to give it back to him, but he went to the bench. So West came on. He got the hand pass, sends it up to half forward. It's wide of Darcy. Tom McDonald over the footy, bumped off it by Kennedy. Hand pass too slick for Sam Darcy. McNeil was almost taken high by Oliver. Play on's the call. Hand pass out to Richards. He kicks out to the left forward pocket in plenty of space. Tim English leads up and marks on his chest. The Bulldogs just showing great patience and composure there. And as you heard from Bob Murphy, the kick to Tim English was beautifully placed out in front of him.
Well, that's what's on offer for the Bulldog midfielders when they go forward, when they connect with their forwards. They've got the height of when Tim English is down there, obviously Aaron Norton and, of course, Sam Darcy. When they kick it softly, almost sympathetically to the forwards, they're almost unstoppable. When they kick it hard and chaotically, it brings the Melbourne defenders into it.
2 goals, 3 last week for Tim English against the Giants as he comes in here from the left forward pocket and it's across the face and through for a minor score from around 35 metres out. The Bulldogs are doing all the attacking. They lead by 8 points. They've had 11-5 inside 50s and they lead the clearances 5-0.
Ed Richards had 6 disposals, all in the front half. That's not where you want him getting the ball if you're the opposition.
Salem with the kick in off the hands of the pack. The Dogs have it again. O'Donnell goes back to Bontempelli. High kick to full forward. Up they go. Poulter hands to it. Doesn't drag down the mark. Fraser roving the pack. Darcy coming through again. Picked up by Sparrow. Kick smothered. Live footy inside 50 here for the Dogs. Pickett soccers it away. Gets it to Chandler. Gets it back. Now he kicks into the middle of the ground for the D's. Unable to mark there is Melcham. Brings it down. Gets it off to Langford. He'll rush a kick inside 50. O'Donnell's back there. He doesn't mark. Coming across Bramble. Soccers to his own advantage. Across half-back the Dogs. Bramble goes and wins it. Does well.
Great block from Baker.
Yeah.
Sends the Bulldogs up the wing. Sliding in. Fraser keeps it alive. Hand pass to Sanders. Kicks up towards English. Gorn worked his way in front. Gathered it superbly. Hand pass was a little loose though. Looking for Salem. English knocks it on. Back to Sanders. Gets the hand pass to Bramble. Here go the Dogs. Oscar Baker receives the hand pass inside 50. Norton, in fact it's Darcy against 2. And Tom McDonald makes the spoil with good support from the debutant and seen out of play for a boundary throw in.
So McDonald is going to Darcy. That's the one-on-one matchup as best they can. And then it's Jed Adams has got Norton. And then English is pushing hard forward as often as possible as well to get Maxi
Try
going.
and stretch them, yeah.
Yeah.
Thoughts of Daniel Harford and Bob Murphy. Van Rooyen doing the ruck work. Taps it down to Cully. Cully rushes a kick. Back up towards the wing. Lobs onto it. Tackled quickly. Crocodile rolled there by Petty. And a ball up wide out on the wing as our man Ian Burrows zips past on the boundary line. ABC journalist. Boundary umpire extraordinaire.
How many games for the Buzz?
I think it's over 300 now. Dogs win it. Baker to Bontempelli to Richards. Richards rushes a kick. Juggling it. Turner.
Well done.
Marks 55 out for the D's from their defensive goal.
Looking to switch. The Bulldogs by 8 points. Loose kick. Missed Tommy Tom. Riley West onto it. Almost brought down, but gets the hand pass away to Darcy. Into the open goal. He bangs it up to the second tier. Jed Adams tried to offer chase, but once that turnover took place, Sam Darcy was streaming towards goal, and the Bulldogs make them pay the full toll. The Bulldogs by 14 points, 2-4-16 to Melbourne, 2 behinds. Sunday footy on ABC Sport with Bob Murphy and Daniel Harford.
Well, skill errors, you touched on it before, the decision-making, the execution, absolutely killing the Bulldogs, killing the D's at the moment. And the Dogs are so good at pouncing on anything that's not correct, that's not perfect. Their discipline to get back to the ball, to react first more often than not, is really highlighted here today at the MCG. Just a bad turnover.
You and I could have pounced on that one.
Yeah, it's true.
We don't pounce on much these days.
I'm not doing a lot of pouncing.
There's a text that's come in as well suggesting it's 400 plus for Buzz.
400?
So I might have undersold the great man.
He'll be flat about that.
Yep.
Fair enough too.
It's an email.
Disrespect.
Feedback.
Bounce back in the middle. Lob in the ruck opposed to Van Rooyen. Van Rooyen turns tackler and we'll do it again. Sunday footy on ABC Sport. Opening 2 goals of the game going the way of the Dogs. Van Rooyen palming it down. After it, Kennedy. Sparrow too. Sparrow beats him to it. Kennedy turns tackler, and Matt Kennedy put in one of the most abysmal performances on the handball comp in the Sunday footy show.
Shades of Ronnie Burns.
As Liberatore extracts the footy out to Bailey Dale, out wide to Oscar Baker. In this important game for him, gives it off to Johannesen, who kicks into the pocket, looking for Darcy. Buffeted off the footy, punched away by the D's, hits the deck. Here is Kennedy, getting on the right, snapping on goal, missing. Hooks it too far, misses to the left. Dogs only their inaccuracy keeping Melbourne in it. 2-5-17 plays 2 behinds, 16 played in the first.
He missed the board twice with his left hand.
Has he never handballed left-handed before?
Well, this highlights the skill level of the modern day player.
Did this come up at the club, Bob?
I'm not even sure if when he attempted that handball that his left fist made contact with it. It was a throw, rugby style.
Yeah. Well, that's what you're allowed to do these days.
Well, that's inflammatory.
Bowie into Clayton Oliver, kicks up towards the wing. The Demons turn it over. Bailey Dale takes it for the Bulldogs. 1-2 with Johannesen. They switch across half-back. Rory Lobb marks for the Dogs. Sends it out to Oscar Baker with that white headband. He looks to send it out the members' wing. Caleb Poulter is running into space. And the Bulldogs are looking to control the tempo. That kick inboard won't get to Bussinger, and the intercepting mark is taken by Fritsch. In the trademark long sleeves, hand pass to Cozzy Pickett, who puts some speed on the ball, pulls his kick looking for Petrarca, it missed him, and skids off the MCG turf. O'Donnell gathers for the Dogs, hand pass to Liberatore, he's able to link up with Cleary. Baker almost run down, got a hand pass away at the last moment. The D's take possession though. Windsor gets it to Langdon, hand pass back to Van Rooyen, long kick inside 50. Melcham set himself and juggles the mark over the top of O'Donnell. He maybe didn't get the height he used to. Maybe in the early stages of his career, Jake Melcham, but at 33 years of age, juggling the mark 20 metres out from goal is certainly no easy feat.
Well, he really had no right to mark it in the end. His first jump was into the opponent, into O'Donnell's back, and didn't go anywhere, which threw him totally off balance. But he was able to regather himself and get it as it came down. That was a terrific effort in the end.
29 goals for the season for Jake Melcham.
Been a shining light, hasn't he?
Yeah.
He's one who Simon Goodwin said would have a contract next season. He's looking to get the Demons going this afternoon for the moment. And he comes in from 25 metres out and gives them something to build on. Melbourne 1-2-8 to the Bulldogs 2-5-17. That was the Demons' 8th inside 50 in this opening quarter. The Bulldogs have had 15. Sunday footy on ABC Sport. Daniel Harford and Bob Murphy are your experts.
The Demons will need to make the most of those half chances, and that's what Jake Melksham did on that occasion. The high ball, he did have the sit, but he's also about 33 years of age, so maybe the elevation isn't quite there like it used to be, but he did the job. It was a little bit messy in the end, but it was a mark of industrial skill, if you like. But in terms of the possessions, we talked about it before the game. The Dogs currently 87, the D's 52. So if the Demons want to get back in this game over the four-quarter period, they need to stop the Dogs getting their hands on the ball and flicking it around.
Kicked 18 goals in his last 6 games coming into today, Melksham. So that good form continues. No one clear out of the middle yet. Petrarca goes in, manages to get a kick out to his great mate Sparrow. Sparrow's high kick towards half forward. Petty flies, clunks it. Learning to fly as he gives it off towards Windsor, running past Pickett. Pickett eyes the sticks. It's offline. Misses left. You'd expect him to finish from there. The Dogs lead by 8 points. A little bit of momentum for those in the red and blue at the moment.
Getting a bit of the footy, Cos. He's had 7 disposals, but he's not doing a hell of a lot with it at the minute.
Bailey Dale gets another disposal. He's up to 12 for the match, having done the kick in, the 1-2 as he sends it up the wing, and Sam Darcy takes the mark. As Tom McDonald so far this afternoon as he sends it around the wing. Baker marks for the Bulldogs. Releases Sanders with a hand pass, trying to leave it over the top to O'Neill. Pinched by Rivers of Melbourne. Good intercept. Hand pass to Langford. Kicks in the middle of the ground. Fritsch has it. He looks up. Has Pickett in the pocket. Can he get it to him? It clears Bailey Dale. Pickett drops the mark. Back onto his left. Click as a flash. And this time he misses again to the left-hand side.
It's off.
So 2 goals that could have been for Cozzy Pickett early. The Bulldogs leading by 8 points. Make that 7.
Bailey Fritsch go for the torpedo.
Yep. To get out the back, I reckon.
Do you think that was necessary?
Nope.
No, it's bizarre.
Bailey Dale goes in short to bustling up.
He didn't get onto the torpedo and it made the distance anyway, so why wouldn't you just kick a drop punt? That's a strange decision. It's a bad decision.
Jed Bustlinger goes out wide, gets it to Bramble, back to Bailey Dale. He'll kick up to the logo, Gawn in front. He takes the mark for the D's. Warn wing side of the ground.
They've been able to get the ball back through the middle a little bit here, the D's, which has caught the Bulldogs defenders napping a few times. Opened up some options before the bad decisions, as Bob was talking about before.
Dogs lead it by 7. Kicks to Langford, Gawn. Very wide out. Langford comes infield, back to Rivers.
Do you think that could be a part of the troubles the Dogs have at the MCG as opposed to Marvel, just that extra width?
Absolutely. Absolutely. I think history's shown us that teams that play really well at Marvel do often struggle here.
Yep.
The D's through Salem are struggling to go forward at the moment. Comes back into the middle of the ground where Rivers gathers some momentum. Inside 50, Van Rooyen leads up, and what a beautiful pass. The Western Bulldogs defenders all look around and wonder how he had so much space. And he takes the mark pretty much directly in front, 35 metres out, and a chance for the Demons to close it back to a 1-point margin.
That frustrates fans like nothing else. That a lot of players sitting back for the Bulldogs just guarding space. Fans are going, well, hang on, why can't you just pick up your opponents and then the free ones guard the space?
It's a bit of a trap, isn't it, when you've got so many numbers? Oh, well, it might be someone else's job.
Yep.
As the one behind so far this afternoon, Jacob Van Rooyen, 22 years of age, 12 goals for the season.
Just hips.
Melbourne
better
looking for someone to stand up, and Van Rooyen comes in. And this time with good body technique and a nice rhythm, which Daniel Harford was full of praise for. Kicks this one through the major opening. The Bulldogs lead cut to a point as Melbourne boot the last 2 goals of the match. 2-4-16 to the Doggies 2-5-17. Matt Clinch and Ben Cameron calling the action. Lauren Borton down on the boundary. Daniel Harford and Bob Murphy, your experts.
So what specifically do you mean with his hips and his balance, Harf?
Huey Lewis. Hip to be square.
Yes, hip to be square. So that first one, if you had a replay or get a chance to see his first one, you watch the point of impact with his foot. His hip will be on a 30-degree angle, square to goal.
Yeah, so you want them at right angles.
So you want to be flat to the goal, hip to goal ratio, even, Stephen, parallel. That's what you want, more often than not. Now, there's quirks to it, nuances to it, but his first one, he was through the ball by the time he made impact, so it was always going to go off centre. That one, he was flush on square, and he made absolute best of his opportunity. Well done.
So did Huey Lewis.
Did he ever?
Good hit.
Daniel Harford putting his name forward for the D's coaching gig as Richards drives the Dogs long inside 50. Norton can't mark. West down at ground level, twisting, turning, getting a handball out. Norton slaps it back. Bad bounce for Sanders. Vandermeer out after it. Gawn goes in, low down. He can't pick it up. Viney burrowing in as he always is, and we'll get a ball up. Dogs by a point. They've brought this right back, Melbourne, after the Dogs kicked the opening 2.
They do have a problem now at clearances. 8-2 in favour of the Dogs.
English taps it down. Bowie tries to crash through, loses possession. Sanders hand pass to Vandermeer, back to Richards, looking for Kennedy, all in tight confinement. The Demons bring the pressure now. Petrarca, Cully and Tom McDonald all lay the tackle and lock it up 40 metres out from the Western Bulldogs goal at the City end. It's the Dogs who lead by a point. They keep the first 2 goals of the match, Melbourne with the last 2. As Windsor tries to clear it from Melbourne, Petrarca failed to get a kick away. Tackle by Liberatore. The kick towards the goal mouth by Kennedy. It's offline, and in the end it's taken over the boundary line and a throw-in. Jed Adams happy to see a boundary throw-in the right forward pocket for the Doggies. In Canberra, it's the Giants who lead by 46 points over the Kangaroos late in the third quarter. There's an ABC call available on the ABC Listen app. Just click on the AFL Extra button.
Here is our man, Ian Burrows. Throw in right forward pocket for the Dogs. Tapping it down English. Onto Kennedy, to Sanders, to West. Snapping on goal across the goal mouth. And punched out by Salem. Up against Joel Frazier there, the baby Bont. And a throw in from the left forward pocket, opposite side, 2 metres around from the behind post.
Bailey Dales had 14 disposals.
Had 49 against Essendon earlier this year. On track again. Slapping it down Gawn, but Richards pinches it. Out to Oscar Baker. Handball away to Kennedy. He's caught holding the ball. Cully's got him. And the D's, they hold up defensively in their back pocket. They trail by a point, closing in on quarter time.
Jai Cully, after playing an impressive game against the West Coast Eagles last week, his former club, sends it up to the wing. Bussinger makes the spoil, out towards Baker, who races after it, but not before. It rolls out of play on the Shane Warne stand side of the MCG. Bulldogs by a point. Beautiful sunny day in Melbourne today, around 17 degrees. The floodlights will take effect a little later, but this is the 21st edition of the Pink Lady match. The Melbourne Footy Club working with the BCNA charity organisation, trying to raise awareness and funds for Breast Cancer Network. As Jack Viney tries to go to work, tackled by Baker. Hand pass to Judd McVie, gets it away to Cully. Hand pass away to Petrarca, they find an avenue out. Hand pass missed though. Chandler, who now becomes the tackler on Cleary. Got it back to Bontempelli for the Bulldogs, up the wing. Kick clears Norton. There's a shove there. And it is going the way of the Western Bulldogs, and Aaron Norton will take it centre wing.
Norton kicks infield. Bramble marks in stride, crosses the arc of 50, eyes the sticks, finishes. Lucky Bramble with a touch of class on the run from 45 out. And the Dogs lead by 7 again. 3-5-23 plays 2-4-16. Daniel Harford, Bob Murphy. Sunday footy on ABC Sport.
What a brilliant kick in board to the running Bramble, who came from the back of the square when they got the possession of the footy through the free kick. Brilliant vision to get it to the back of the pack there where Bramble was running into in the centre corridor. And a brilliant finish too. I reckon if I was Luke Beveridge, Bob, I reckon I'd be a bit annoyed with the scoreline at the moment.
Yeah.
We've dominated this quarter and haven't been able to maximise it. 7 points is not a reflection of the game at the moment. They really have controlled possession, controlled tempo, inside 50s, 17-11, clearances 10-4. Some really good looks inside their forward 50, but haven't been able to execute effectively. So I'd be annoyed, but happy with that one.
Daniel Harford with you on ABC Sport. Back in the middle of the ground. Gawn takes it out of the ruck against Tim English. Hand pass was over the head of the intended target, Windsor. Bontempelli for the Bulldogs. Tries to knock it on to Richards. Bramble tries to gather. Ran into Petrarca. Eventually got a hand pass clear, but the umpire had blown his whistle for a ball up.
And that Bont off the back of the square there.
Finally trialling him as a halfback flanker. The obvious next step for the champ.
Gawn wins down the tap, top of the 50 for the Demons. Richards gets a clearing kick in to the middle of the ground, along the ground. Vandermeer gathers, hand pass to Bailey Williams, sends the Dogs up towards half forward. West is underneath the high ball. He's better position though than Turner, and takes the mark. Hand pass inboard to Frazier, streaming inside the 50. Calm, composed, balanced as he fires it towards goal, and it just drifts from right to left into the left goal post. And a minor score. They've had 9 scoring shots to 6 so far in this opening term, and the Bulldogs lead by 8 points.
Bevo does spin the magnets like no others. Norton at full forward and Bontempelli in the middle, the only two that seemingly never move, and Bont's gone to half back.
Finally.
As the D's work it down the members' wing. Here's the run of Windsor. Chips it short outside of the boot to Viney. Viney moves it on to Salem. who waits a kick up for Melksham. He marks high half forward off to Van Rooyen. Kicks deep. Pickett's in the pocket. It goes beyond him, and doing well, Cleary punches it out. Throw in left forward pocket coming up for the D's. Dogs lead it by 8. 42 seconds away from quarter time.
On the SMS 0437 774 774. Rich from Geelong says, loving the call. Is it fair to say Bailey Fritsch represents the return of the old-fashioned forward, looking for the goals? He's in the old long sleeve as Cozzy Pickett's on the move, trying to break inside 50. Langdon's dragged down. Play on the call. Cully onto his left. Great finish from 25 metres out, making the most of his opportunities. And the Bulldogs lead is cut back to 2. Jai Cully, after their recent form last week of a couple of goals against the West Coast Eagles, has Melbourne's third of the afternoon. They're 3-4-22, trailing the Western Bulldogs 3-6-24. 29 minutes gone, opening term on ABC Sport with Bob Murphy and Daniel Harford.
Well, the effort's been there from the Demons. It hasn't been pretty. It's been really scrappy, to be fair. Their skill level has been pretty ordinary. They're kicking the ball at just 60%, which is 8% less than the Western Bulldogs, but they're challenging on the scoreboard. Just 2 points in it. They had to work hard for that one, but Cully, really nice finish on the left. Just found a bit of space amongst the chaos and keeps the D's within reach. Just the structure of the game, the raw data that we're seeing is heavily favoured to the Dogs, but the D's are hanging in there.
Back in the middle, English taps it out. Onto it quickly though, Cully starting on the wing here, gives it off to Viney. D's ball, turnover. Bramble for the Dogs, looks out wide for Bailey Williams. He looks to the bench, realises there's not long left, so sends it into the pocket. Gone, too big. He marks defensively, and that's what he does as well as anyone in the game.
In the history of the game.
In terms of the rucks anyway, as he kicks back to the wing. And the Dogs will lead by only 2 points, despite the fact they dominated that opening term. 118 disposals to 89, the inside 50s. 29, make that 19 to 13. I'm sure there's some more clear figures. The clearances 11 to 6. They certainly had the better of the numbers, but couldn't quite convert.
No, and credit to the Demons for the way they've fought. As Bob said, they've kept coming. I'm still trying to get my head around the fact that Jai Cully couldn't get a game at West Coast.
Yeah.
I don't quite get that, Bob, but it's sort of a sidebar for us. But they've stood up. They've come to play. They've come to play. I love that too. They've committed to the contest. They've been out. I think in the first 20 minutes of that quarter, they were outplayed significantly. But they found their groove later on at the back end of the quarter, and I think their work when the ball's been on the ground inside their forward 50, they've actually been pretty competent, and they've put a bit of pressure on the Bulldogs defenders. That's where they're seemingly getting looks at the moment, getting some numbers forward, representation forward of the footy, get the ball to ground inside their forward arc, and then go to work. That might be the way that they can get this done today.
That's a huge moment. In the last moment there, Max Gawn's pushed hard back into defensive 50, and his defenders were in good positions. They had a 2-on-2 against Norton and Darcy. They had their defenders there. So if ever there was a moment of, I probably don't have to push absolute red line it, but Max being the captain in a dead rubber when his coach has just been sacked a few days earlier, that's real leadership. Like, that's true heart. And I wonder if that has a ripple effect on his teammates of, okay, we're doing this today, are we? That's how hard we're going to go. If it's good enough for Max to red line it like that and put his body on the line and go that extra yard, well, I'll ask myself the same question. I wonder.
The thoughts of Bob Murphy and Daniel Harper. The Western Bulldogs lead by 2 points at quarter time. The Dogs booted the opening 2 goals of the match. The Demons finished with 3 of the last 4. Van Rooyen, Melksham and Cully, the goal kickers for the Demons. While for the Bulldogs, it's Darcy, Bramble and Norton. Great to have your company on Sunday Footy on ABC Sport.
Hello, Patrick Stack here. Do you like sport and good conversation? Then we've got a great podcast for you. One cracking story, in depth, every day, in under 15 minutes. It's called ABC Sport Daily, and you can find it on the ABC Listen app.
This is the 2025 AFL Premiership season on ABC Sport.
Up towards Riley West, they're on the break here. He just laces his pass to the run of Norton, athletic at his best, and streaming into the left forward pocket. It's not a place that Tom McDonald wants to be. Looking for the first of the afternoon as Norton from the left forward pocket gives the Bulldogs a positive start. Looking to switch, the Bulldogs by 8 points. Loose kick, missed Tom McDonald. Riley West onto it, almost brought down, but gets the half pass away to Darcy. Into the open goal, he bangs it up to the second tier.
Well, skill errors in the decision-making, the execution, absolutely killing the D's at the moment.
Hand pass back to Van Rooyen. Long kick inside 50. Melcham set himself and juggles the mark over the top of O'Donnell. He's right, Simon Goodwin said would have a contract next season. He's looking to get the Demons going this afternoon for the moment. And he comes in from 25 metres out and gives them something to build on. Posy Pickett's on the move, trying to break inside 50. Langdon's dragged down. Play on the call. Cully onto his left. Great finish from 25 metres out, making the most of his opportunities.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the AFL.
On your radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
Quarter time here at the MCG, and it's the Western Bulldogs who lead the Demons by 2 points, 3-6-24 to the Demons 3-4-22. Matt Clinch and Ben Cameron calling the action. Lauren Borden down on the boundary. Daniel Harford and Bob Murphy are your experts. In Canberra, it's the Giants who lead by 46 points, approaching three-quarter time there. 16-10, 106 to North Melbourne, 9-6-60. So Cal Brown leads the way with 4 goals for the Giants. Jake Stringer has 3. Cooper Harvey had a good start. He had 2 goals, and Trembath has managed to put through a couple. Cooper Trembath, so the 19-year-old for the Kangaroos, going forward and kicking 3 goals. Certainly learned something about him. So the Giants leading by 46 points there, approaching three-quarter time. The Dogs by 2 points. Some further thoughts from Bob Murphy and Daniel Harford.
Scrappy ball use from both sides, but pinball, particularly for the first half of that first quarter. A lot of mistakes, a lot of errors, and the Dogs, who were dominating clearances despite the hit-out dominance from Max Gawn, it looked ominous there. Just the statistical dominance of the Dogs looked like it could get ugly. They skipped away to a couple of goals, and the D's were able just to hang in there. It wasn't really through anything structurally or formulaic, but they were able just to scrap a couple of goals, get themselves back in it, and they've made it a contest. So they've been able, on a few occasions, as half you rightfully pointed out, on the bigger ground, the Dogs just look a little bit more vulnerable in their team defence through the middle of the ground. So the Demons were able to create some opportunities. Cozzy Pickett in particular, who had 4 inside 50s for the quarter but didn't hurt them with it.
Yep.
Some decisions from Bailey Fritsch, particularly the torpedo from the wing that was just completely unnecessary, in all seriousness. That's another missed opportunity. The Dogs had plenty of the footy. They had plenty of inside 50s. I think they ended up with 19 as opposed to the Demons 13, but even that number was more lopsided at various times. But I just love the way Max Gawn, late in that quarter, pushed deep into the defensive end to save his teammates and mark really strongly in front of the tall Bulldog forwards. But you would think that the Dogs, they've matched that intensity. If they keep dominating the footy, they've had enough of the ball. They've had 118 disposals to 89. That's a worry for the D's.
Yeah, too much ground ball stuff. 27-20 in favour of the Bulldogs. Uncontested marks, 29-20. A couple of key metrics that Melbourne don't want to see continue if they want to stay in this game.
Thoughts of Bob Murphy and Daniel Harford. Second quarter underway. D's come away with it. Dogs lead by 2 points. Salem kicks into the pocket. Van Rooyen goes up. Lob spoils. Follows up. At ground level, Oliver arrives. Cuffs it up. Back to O'Donnell. His kick smothered by Oliver. 3 efforts in that chain. And a throw-in coming 55 around from the attacking goal. Here for the D's. Attacking the city end in their second term. Lauren Borden.
You just mentioned Rory Lobb there. He was down in the rooms at quarter time. Looked like he was hobbling a little bit on his ankle, doing some run-throughs, but back out styling on the field in the second.
Thanks, Oz. Thrown back in. Max Gawn tries to work his way to the front against English. Bontempelli robed it superbly. Kicks the Bulldogs into the middle of the ground. Darcy underneath it. Tom McDonald made the spoil. Hand pass came out from Adams into the middle of the ground, where it's kicked out towards Ed Langdon at half forward. Couldn't quite, at half back, can't quite, half forward I should say, can't quite hang on to the mark, and off hands it goes out of play.
Just want to be careful with that push there, Max.
Yes.
Agree.
2/3 of the Duckhook Golf boys are on fire early. Bailey Dale and Oscar Baker breaking up the disposals. The little YouTube, shouldn't say little, the YouTube golf channel that the boys have from the Western Bulldogs.
It's a sensation, it is.
Yeah, it's taking over at the moment. Darcy fighting after it on the wing. Bontempelli scrapping and a throwing coming on the wing.
You're a golf enthusiast, aren't you, Half?
Love it.
Yep.
Just don't play enough.
Yep.
One of those guys.
How do you feel about the outfits, though?
The modern outfit?
Oh, just the golf outfits in general.
Well, I do love a collar.
Problematic for a rock and roller like me.
Yeah, no good for you.
Yeah, denim's not allowed on the course, unfortunately, Bob. Certainly not double denim. Richards comes away with it for the Dogs. Off to Bontempelli. Kick to half forward. Punched away by Bowie. And the D's have it through Sparrow to Cully. Handball knocked down. Liberatore scrapping after it. Here is Baileydale. Shovels back a handball to Bramble. Gets it on the boot. High kick to half forward. Norton fighting after it. Back there, Darcy. He's dispossessed momentarily. Goes again at full forward here.
Dragged it in.
Caught, holding the ball. And the D's to get it at fullback. Dogs lead by 2 points.
I know that wasn't his contest, really, Sam Darcy, but he's just dropped a few marks today, just bouncing off the hands a bit. Trampoline style at the minute.
Tom McDonald out to defence. Cully takes an impressive mark over the top of Baileydale, who's led the way with 15 disposals so far. The Demons work it around the Shane Warne stand side. Chandler takes the mark for the Demons, up towards half forward. Hetty in the pack, spoiled down by Cleary, and he runs onto the footy. Hand pass to Johannison. He wants to feed it back to O'Donnell across half back, and now to Bramble. He looks to try and switch onto the members' side.
English is out.
Baker running that wing, takes the mark and then sends it to Tim English, who's in space. Where's Max Gawn? He's in the middle of the ground as English looking to try and run him off his legs. Kicks up towards Richards at half forward. He waits for Norton to lead in the pocket. Pokes it in that direction. Beautiful pass. If you could pick any player in the AFL to be kicking the ball to you inside 50, I'm imagining Ed Richards would be somewhere towards the top of that list. He has had such a great season, and Aaron Norton leading out takes the mark.
He's on the podium. Brian Myers is the one that jumps to mind straight away, but Richards is having a fair impact. And a lot of his possessions at the moment are in the forward half. That's the kicker for the Bulldogs. That's where you want him getting the ball.
Aaron Norton, after 5 goals last week against the Giants, looking for his second from the left forward pocket. Superb kick. Finger into the air in celebration, and the Bulldogs are enjoying it in the forward pocket. The Dogs strike first in the second quarter to make it an 8-point lead. 4-6-30 to the Demons 3-4-22. Aaron Norton with his second. Bob Murphy and Daniel Harford, your experts on ABC Sport.
Yeah, nothing scrappy about the build-up there from the Dogs. A nice big switch to make this big MCG ground even bigger. Tim English, the most mobile ruckman. Well, he's close to the most mobile ruckman in the league. He loves getting out, and he found that space. And then once it got in Ed Richards' hands, under zero pressure with all of that space forward, he chose Aaron Norton. He probably had a couple more options, and Norton from a tight angle is feeling good about himself because that was a kick of authority, which hasn't always been the case.
Looked like a new man the second half of this year, Aaron Norton. Back in the middle. English and also Gawn. Gawn takes it out of the ruck. Here's Oliver streaming out of the middle. Thumps it to full forward. Up they go. Fritsch juggles it. Petty knocks it back to him. Fritsch snaps, misses.
Oh, goodness.
You'd expect him to swallow that. Certainly snapped the goal.
He's had some moments today, Bailey Fritsch, that would suggest that the week has maybe gotten to him a bit more than others.
Bulldogs lead by 7 points.
5-time leading goal kicker for the Demons. He is contracted for next season, Bailey Fritsch, but his name has been speculated about potentially leaving the Demons at season's end. Rivers takes it back for the Demons at half forward, inside 50. Pickett worked underneath it by Bramble. Used his body legally to take the mark. Chips it out to Liberatore. Takes the mark in the right back pocket. The Dogs by 7 points. It's through the middle of the ground. They centre it to Lockie McNeil. Gets a hand pass away to Fraser. In rhythm now as it's up to English at right half forward. Hand pass around the side to Bailey Williams, who looks close to the boundary line, and down low for Vandermeer. The Dogs just patient there in their build-up, and eventually Latham Vandermeer marks in the right forward pocket.
So open side transition is seemingly on the menu for the Bulldogs in this quarter, and the D's haven't adjusted, and both times we've seen them have any width in their play from coming out of defensive half or defensive third, and the D's haven't been able to get a hand on them.
Just that appetite to defend outside that inner circle.
Yep.
They're being asked the question at the moment. Demons are being challenged.
Vandermeer in the right forward pocket, 45 metres out from goals across the face, and Max Gawn takes another towering mark, and now we'll get 50 as Sam Darcy didn't come back on the mark. So despite Norton and Darcy both being there, that shows the strength and size of Max Gawn to take another contested mark.
A lot of players still don't understand that they have to come back to their 7 metres.
He
when
had no idea.
Marked inside that, or that close to the line, do they?
And there's a shaved grass region which highlights the line you need to come back to as well. It's pretty straightforward.
He's chipping it around across halfback. McDonald.
He's never looked more like his dad there, Sam, when he got frustrated. Luke gave away a couple of 100-metre penalties over the journey.
Hundreds?
Yeah, he gave a couple of doubles.
Rivers running down the members' wing, out wide and too wide. Out of bounds on the full. Free kick will go to the Dogs. And Bailey Dale. I think Buslinger will have to come back and take it as the closest man. They tried to get it into the dangerous Dale's hands. There was a 100-metre penalty last night in the Sydney-Brisbane game. Hadn't seen one for a while.
How did Rocket go with that?
Indifferent.
Can't imagine. Well, Dogs by 7.7 into the second.
I'd imagine the response would be different depending on the individual you asked. English sends it up towards half forward. Bailey Williams takes the mark. He's 55 metres out from home. Into the pocket. Vandermeer on the move once more. He marks, hemmed in against the boundary line. Bowie could do little to cut off the angle.
Is that movement again, though? Left back pocket into the right forward pocket. All the way across the other side of the ground. That's where they're getting them at the moment. Now, I know he's on the boundary line here, but they're still finding space.
He ignored a few options to centre it. Vandermeer takes the responsibility. Tight angle across the face. Clips into the left goalpost on the way through. And a minor score. The Dogs doing all the attacking to start this second quarter. They lead by 8 points, 8 minutes in. Sunday footy on ABC Sport.
If you need help with the equation today, if the D's were to get the dead cap bounce and win today, would end the season of the Western Bulldogs. Long kick to the wing. Van Rooyen hands to it. Down in front, Oliver Robes. Left foot snap through the logo. Bouncing ball for Fritsch. Gathers it. Stripped of it. Gets it again. Handball back towards the logo. Arriving Williams for the Dogs. Taken high. Free kick. So that would mean the likes of GWS and the Dockers would be there.
Just try and stay neutral today, Benny.
Well, I've got a question for you, Bob. As Norton leads out and marks. 55 out.
Big Max is in the goal square, sitting on top of the goal square, so he can't go long.
Norton chips towards full forward. Sport away there by Gawn. Ricochets down onto it. Sparrow. Salem. Drops it. Caught holding the ball. And the baby Bont, Joel Frazier, got him. Nearly ducked him in the process as well. 45 out. Slight angle to the right. Last round, Bob. Dogs and Dockers. Winner in. Loser misses out. Who do you want to win?
Gee whiz, what a disrespectful question.
Fantastic question.
If you want to ask that question, ask Daniel Bandy. Stephen Coops. There's a few options.
Joel Frazier laces through it from 50. Tugs it left.
Did Bendy go Dockers to Dogs or Dogs to Dockers?
Dockers to Dogs.
Dockers to Dogs.
Dogs lead by 9 points here. 9 minutes played in the second term. Didn't get an answer in amongst all of that from Bob Murphy either.
Bowie into the pocket for Turner.
Won't be dignifying that with an answer.
Centres it to Salem.
Is noted.
Langford at half-back. He's not in the Dockers' best 25 of the last 25 years. McVee into the middle of the ground along the turf. Gorn can't gather.
Ever, thank you. Not 20 to 25 years. Ever.
Pickett streaming up the members' wing. He had, in the end, the option to go to Melcham in the pocket. Goes longer than that. And Bailey Fritsch takes the mark in the right forward pocket. Bounces into the fence where the fans are leaning over. And he's tight in the right forward pocket. But having had a couple of shots on goal for a couple of behinds, here's a chance to try and thread the needle.
It's a good transition from the D's. A lovely kick from Pickett too. That's better from him. He's a high-class player. That's what we expect.
Fritsch looks to open up the angle on the left boot. Curls it around the corner. Superb finish. Having missed his previous chances in front of goal, the tougher the better for Bailey Fritsch as he's able to curl it around corners. And the Bulldogs lead is cut to 3 points despite having 3 times inside 50. The Demons have gone inside 50 on 4 occasions so far in this second quarter. The Bulldogs 5. The Dogs lead by 3 points. 4-8-32 to Melbourne 4-5-29. Bob Murphy and Daniel Harford with you on ABC Sport.
Yeah, that's a much better sign from the Melbourne Footy Club. Cozzy Pickett, who's had a fair bit of the footy, that's his 10th disposal and crucially his 5th inside 50. That's the one that has hurt them the most in terms of the Bulldogs. Bailey Fritsch, who's had a disappointing day up until this point. He's such a classy player when he's at his best. Doesn't need much to hurt the opposition, but he's looked really scratchy today. Has made some unusual decisions, but that was classic Bailey Fritsch, where from a tight angle he just makes the difficult look quite easy.
Goal for goal the last 5 in this match. Van Rooyen rising high in the middle, taps it down to Pickett. He snaps towards half forward, bouncing ball, lob, punches it away. Baker arrives, gets a handball away. Right there with him, Jai Cully at ground level. Oliver picks it up, half forward for the D's. Melksham goes long, Fritsch brushes his hair out of his face, goes up for the mark, doesn't take it, spoiled away. Richards follows up at ground level, and Dogs are out. Through the middle they go. Sanders to Bontempelli.
He looks up towards the worn wing. Poulter's in space. He'll take the mark. He swings onto his left-hand side. Fraser's all on his own at centre half forward. Oliver trying to race back. He takes the mark just inside 50. Joel Fraser has Riley West as the deepest target. Norton's trying to race back as well.
Bontempelli's on his own. No, now he's been tidied up.
Did you ever wipe the hair out of your eyes when you were going for a mark?
No, I've gone for the Noel Gallagher mod look, so never a problem.
Fraser long to the goal square, clears the hands of Norton. McNeil down low, gathers, snaps over his shoulder and puts through his first of the afternoon. Aaron Norton did all the hard work, crashing the pack. And Lockie McNeil, where good small forward should be, was able to finish the rest of the work. The Bulldogs back in front by 9 points. 5-8-38 to the Demons, 4-5-29. 13 minutes gone, second quarter. Sunday footy on ABC Sport with Bob Murphy and Daniel Harford.
It's a beautiful kick back into Fraser, was set that up for the Bulldogs. Love to see a big power forward crunch a pack and bring the ball to ground. That's what your job is most of the time, because it's not going to be long balls that aren't going to be marked too often. I mean, Norton and Darcy probably are exceptions to that rule often, but your job is to get it to ground and make sure that your ground level players can have an influence in those situations, and particularly when you're close to goal, because there's so many opportunities that can eventuate very, very quickly. And it wasn't McNeil's finest moment, the little fresh air beforehand. Yeah, but ended up clearing it up and putting it in for a nice goal for the Doggies.
If at first you don't succeed, try again, and McNeil does that there. Richards out to Baker, Dogs with it to Bontempelli, slips over, runs into Rivers.
Yeah, he's a bit stiff, Rivers. He did slip. A lot of slipping going on in that section of the ground too, just by the way. Left half forward to the punt road end.
Tends to be the dry side, doesn't it, this members wing, with the way the sun sets and the shadows as Bontempelli goes to the pocket, trying to find Norton, comes down for English, roving back to Norton, sweeping handball. Punched back into the pocket, now to play. And a throw-in. Dogs by 9 points, nearing the quarter-hour mark, second term Sunday footy on ABC Sport.
In Canberra, it's the Giants who are looking to take care of business. They lead by 33 points in the final term there over the Kangaroos. Thrown back in. English in front position against Van Rooyen doing the ruck work. Van Rooyen eventually works his way to the front, wins down the tap. Baker got it on to Fraser, knocks it on to Cleary. Gets a high kick inside 50. English has gone forward. Poulter the crummer across his body, just can't get it through. Missing to the right-hand side and a minor score. The Doggies leading by 10 points.
Ben Cameron, Matt Clinch, Daniel Harford, the former Blue and Hawk, and Bob Murphy, the former Dogs captain. Lauren Borden between the benches. Bowie with the kick in. High ball up towards the wing. Pack forms, Petty reaching for it. Doesn't mark on this occasion. Viney gets it out to Sparrow, to McVie, to Petty. Chaining handballs the D's. Now Van Rooyen tumbles a punt up towards the wing. Bouncing ball. Bustlinger gets back, gathers, spins out of trouble. Handball to Fraser. Dogs ball. Handball a turnover. D's ball through Pickett. He gets it out to Langdon. Langdon crosses 50. Kicks out wide for Fritsch. In the pocket. Bouncing ball. Gathers. Steadies. Fires towards the goal square. Bustlinger punches it away. And out of play for a throw-in. Left forward pocket for the D's. Dogs by 10 points. 15 and a half played in the second.
Interesting observation from Greg and Bendigo at the SMS. Christian Petrarca's having no influence. Too early to be reading anything into it? Question mark.
It's about to ask you that. So 4 disposals. Hasn't attended any centre bounces, as was the trend last week. Thrown in, Petty gets it down to Langdon. Hand pass to Viney, back to Langdon. Hemmed in the left forward pocket, fires on goal. And this is everything out of bounds on the full. So the Bulldogs to take the free kick. The Doggies 5 goals, 9-39 to Melbourne 4-5-29. 16 minutes gone, second quarter.
I've been watching him since I saw that message come in about 5 minutes ago. Petrarca, his effort around the ball's still really good. I think it's
the spread.
His off-ball stuff, yeah, he's a bit off today. Doesn't seem to have that level of intent
Just going to keep an eye on the matchup also between James O'Donnell and Bailey Fritsch. Just in that one-on-one contest on a loose ball, Bailey Fritsch put a gap of 2 or 3 metres on O'Donnell really, really quickly. Just not sure if he's got the speed to go with Fritsch.
Baker kicks down the wing for the Dogs. Darcy goes up. Off the hands of the pack, it spills out to Liberatore, who chooses to kick inside 50 towards the pocket, tracking it back McVie, bouncing ball. Out of play, it tumbles. And Oscar Baker may be having a career day today, which he might feel like there's someone out there with him today. His mum passed away in 2017 from breast cancer. This is a special game for him. Wears a black armband every game he plays for his mum. Writes the nickname she used to call him on his wristband and mum on the other. So great to see Oscar Baker having a day today.
Shallow throw in. Gawn trying to take it to the ruck. Stripped in the process. Liberatore. He's brought down by Judd McVie, and the umpire will ball it up. Just 25 metres out from the Western Bulldogs goal. They lead by 10 points. Sunday footy on ABC Sport. English comes into Gawn, trying to slap it down, but Sparrow gets a clearing kick for Melbourne. Up towards Chandler. Bramble works him underneath, and Petty leads up. Takes the mark at half back.
Petty on the back flank. Doggies by 10. Waits a kick for Pickett, who goes up and gets it over Sanders. No, bites off the kick. Down the wing, good for Langdon. Langdon plays on, runs away from Fraser, looks inside 50 for the D's. Fritsch is down there, beaten by O'Donnell. He marks it. Fritsch coming back to stand the mark, knocks it out of his hands. 50. Didn't like it, gents.
No, I'm just looking at the replay. He did sort of drop the shoulder a bit as he made contact.
So the
silly thing to do.
Son of Simon, former Saint and international cricketer, James O'Donnell kicks inside 50. Petty brings it to ground. Gawn Rose tackled. Bracketed by a couple of Dogs and a ball up. Just 25 out from the Dogs' goal.
Just going to keep a little score on odd things that Bailey Fritsch is doing today. That's number 3 by my count.
I'm looking forward to the list already. Gawn wins down the tap against Darcy. Windsor can't take it. McVie just hurries a kick into the middle of the ground. Fritsch can't mark. Rory Lobb streaming through from 50. Just hits the left goalpost. We also had a message that came through half. Make sure you let us know your name and where you're listening. 0437 774 774. This time it was from Cal in Kensington. Are the Dogs at 4 or 5 posts hit before half time?
Yeah.
Up to an 11-point lead here. I haven't been keeping a tally of that.
It's been a high number.
I will tell you. Give me 2 seconds.
Is that in champion data?
You betcha it is, baby.
Been dudded for over 100 years, the Dogs, so what would another day add that to the list?
Windsor short to the pocket for McDonald.
Thicker posts up that end.
It's 4 for the Bulldogs, 3 to the left goal post, 1 to the right.
Here is Petrarca juggling. Takes the mark, sweeps a handball forward. Bailey Dale does well to win it, gets a handball away to Vandermeer. He stops prop, kick smothered. Well done, Langford. Comes back to Johannesson, though, who kicks to the wing. Williams in space for the Dogs. Warren wing side. Kicks towards half forward. McNeil tracking it, bouncing ball. McDonald comes out, hurries it down, wins it. Off to Turner. And then socket on by the D's up towards the wing. Pickett sticking a boot out and kicking it just in play. Bounces out, throw in.
Pickett just let Garcia run to that. I love watching Cozzy Pickett play. He's electric. He's so skillful. Can do what most players would only dream of being able to do. But he didn't want to defend then whatsoever. Nearly cost him a goal.
Daniel Harford with you on ABC Sport. The Bulldogs leading by 11 points. Second quarter action from the MCG. Chandler tries to lay the tackle on Sanders, and the umpire will ball it up. So the answer to that question was to say 4 to the left post, 1 to the right?
3 to the left, 1 to the right.
3 to the left. So 4 in total.
Yep.
So we have a Champion Data laptop in front of us as commentators, but you need to know how to be able to drive it to find the right information. As no doubt Troy Chaplin might be trying to work out, as Bailey Dales had 18 disposals in the first half. Of course, had 49 against the Bombers on a Docklands Saturday night. Bailey Williams sends the Bulldogs up towards half forward, and West takes the mark.
Half, I need a ruling too on a Bailey Fritsch moment as well.
West into the pocket. Led by Turner. Over the fingertips of Sam Darcy. And the mark taken by the Demons in the back pocket.
I know that the Duck Hook boys got him special golf balls with number 49 on them.
Oh, did they?
He refused to use them, though. So if you find a ball with number 49 around the place, it's probably one of Bailey Dale's lost somewhere on a golf course. Free kick here to the D's. Jai Cully on the back flank.
One of the better natural sportsmen I've ever come across, Bailey Dale.
Very, very good golfer.
Cricket.
Plays off about 3.
Cricket, golf, footy, table tennis, exquisite.
Annoying.
Might be footy might be his 4th.
That's a high bar he's setting on the table.
Table tennis, it's just like, it's orchestral.
Wow. Rivers gets a 50-metre penalty. Into the middle he goes. Sends the D's inside 50, and the gunslinger, buslinger, comes across and punches it out.
Meow meow sort of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, right.
Forrest Gump at his peak.
Dogs by 11 points. Sunday footy on ABC Sport.
It was a peak too for Forrest, wasn't it? Went to the White House.
Yep.
Gawn taking it out of the ruck.
Took up a big chunk of his 60s.
Coughs it up. Cleared there by Richards. Up towards the wing. Sanders marks. Low down. Back flank here for the Doggies.
Just let West take off there, the D's defenders. He's off ball, but he ran. He's only 50 metres away. Had they kicked it to him, it would have been open forward half of the ground for him to run into.
Bramble at half-back for the Dogs. Tries to get a the Liberatore over the outstretched fingertips.
Norton's been on his own for 2 minutes.
Yes, Bowie. Libber now spots him, although Matt Kennedy threatens to take it from him. Norton takes the mark. Hand pass to Kennedy. They wax it at half-forward. Hand pass to Bontempelli. Bowie tries to corral him, so back by hand to Matt Kennedy, who loads up with the right boot. Inside 50. Flying from the back is West. Can't take the mark. Langford thought he had the mark off hands. Had to get the hand pass quickly away to Tom McDonald. Back to the back pocket. Rivers is able to work it to Petty, who marks it left half-back for the Demons. Bulldogs by 11 points, up towards half-back, where Melcham takes the mark. He veers out to the right. Petrarca in a one-on-one against Bailey Dale. Dale worked him underneath, and he juggles the mark. Possession number 19 coming out for Bailey Dale.
Just he misread that, Petrarca.
Yep.
Kicks infield on the 45.
Uncharacteristically so.
Good one to Johannesson. Johannesson goes back out wide to Buslinger, the boy out of Gulbinia Amateur Football Club in WA, as he kicks it short for Baker, just the bare 15.
Just the bare 7, actually.
Yeah, that's 7.
That's a horrendous call, not a non-call.
Baker kicks it about 7 again, and that mark's paid. Sanders chips it to the pocket, and Rivers is there. Darcy holds his arms out and says, "What was I meant to do with that?"
It's been a bit of motion today, Sam. Throwing the arms out a few times, started pointing some fingers.
It's certainly another one for Bob Murphy to keep an eye on. He is red hot on the actions of the players this afternoon, as Petty takes a good mark. Although the free kick going against Melbourne. Buslinger to take the free kick on the outer wing for the Bulldogs. Turns it, comes inboard. Bramble looks to move it quickly. Bontempelli takes the mark. Runs away from Petrarca and drives the Western Bulldogs up towards half-forward. Norton trying to use his body to clear a path. Can't take the mark. Good spoil in the end made by Adams, and the ball goes out of play. Jed Adams on debut for the Demons this afternoon. The Western Australian getting the opportunity to represent the D's with a couple of rounds to go in the home and away season. And certainly not looking out of place. Pick 38 back in 2022.
That's the matchup you'd be trying to exploit, though, you'd reckon, if you were in the forward 50 for the Dogs. Experience of Norton on the first gamer, despite the fact that was a terrific one-on-one contest from him.
Dogs leading 2-1 in this second term. They lead by 11 points. Chaining handballs through the middle of the D's. Pickett away to Petrarca. Now it's with Petty. Chips it forward. Langford running on. 55 out. Chips it into the pocket. Melcham's in space. Tries to gather on the bounce, and he's stroppy.
So bad.
Throws his hands down and says, "What was that? How did you not find me?" Dogs lead by 11, 25 minutes into their second. Throw in left forward pocket. Why was it so bad?
Well, it's just a horrendous miss.
Yeah.
Like, he's sitting there 20 metres all by himself in the pocket. Just kick it to him. Like, it's not hard to do. These guys are professionals.
English wins down the tap. Petty lays the tackle. Buslinger can't break clear, and the umpire will ball it up in the left forward pocket. Camera immediately goes to Troy Chaplin to see what his reaction is. Same to every coach. Throws the head back. Not much the coaches can do about skill errors. Petty wins down the tap. Chandler tries to wrestle it away from Cleary, but the umpire will come in and ball it up once more.
Malcolm Blight told me that he used to count to 10 and then lose it because the camera would have
Be
panned off him by then.
Smart play.
Not a bad move. Richards with a clearing kick for the Bulldogs. Out of the back pocket, up to half-back. Poulter can't take the mark. Norton slaps it forward to his own advantage. Darcy bounces into her opponent, can't gather. Turner's hand pass, though, for Melbourne, chopped off. Where Fraser gets a hand pass forward. Norton tries to tab it to Bontempelli, does in tow. Back to Norton. Centering hand pass to the run of Johannesson. Chips it up to West. Spoiled away in the end. Got on by the Demons, although Rivers was taken high as he knocked it forward, and he'll get the free kick at right half back for the Demons. The Bulldogs by 11 points, 5-10-40 to Melbourne, 4-5-29.
Last goal 14 minutes ago in this game. An arm wrestle at the moment. Dowie kicks for Windsor on the logo. Releases Salem, cruising by. Forward handball, off to Viney, to Cully. Cuts back infield, breaks the McNeil tackle. He'll kick to the pocket. Tries to find Pickett, or in front Petty. Petty drops it. Bustlinger goes back in. Dives over the boundary line. Like he was scoring a try for the British and Irish Lions here at the MCG not long ago. And a throw-in in the right forward pocket for the D's. It's the crowd's reaction to that. Try scored by Bustlinger.
Melbourne fans feel like they've been the wrong side of the last couple of free kicks as Viney gets a hand pass away to Windsor, tackled by Bontempelli, spills out the way of Kennedy, hand pass to Dale, back to Bontempelli, kicks up to English, 2-on-1, Gawn and Turner, Gawn brings it down to the front, Cully goes in down low, can't win it for the Demons. Here's Darcy, hand pass to English, Gawn got him, locked him up in the middle of the ground, still no whistle, play on's the call, Richards onto it for the Bulldogs, he tries to sling it in at half back, he's tackled and dispossessed, Dale loses it, Windsor with a quick kick into the pocket, it's over the head of Petrarca, quiet so far in the first half, pokes a kick for Petty, and he hugs it to his chest in the right forward pocket. Was there some interesting decisions there just to let the game flow, or?
I thought that was pretty much on the money. The umpiring in that little phase, must admit. For those that celebrate, it's 5-9, the free kick count, Melbourne to Bulldogs.
Harrison Petty up against the fence is asking the trainer to move a couple of those plastic seats. The defender, come forward. Come defender, come forward again. He's played a couple of different roles throughout his career. At one stage, the Crows were offering 2 first-round draft picks for him. He stayed with the Demons. Tight against the boundary line. Can he thread the needle here? He can't to the right-hand side, and a minor score. The Bulldogs leading by 10 points. As Benny mentioned, the last goal scored at the 13-minute mark of the second quarter. We're now almost 29 minutes in.
Bailey Dale to take the kick in.
Do you think the Melbourne players would be familiar with Tom Petty?
Probably
with
not.
a teammate like
so.
Harrison Petty, or are we showing our age there?
Oh, Bailey Dale shanks it out wide for Bontempelli.
You might be right. Surely someone brought it up. Someone in the coaching staff would bring this up. Of our age, of our genre.
You'd like to think so.
What's your favourite Tom Petty song?
Oh, gee whiz.
You've opened a can of worms
There's
here.
a few to pick from there.
I think Running Down a Dream is mine. There's Petrarca trying to work through it half forward.
Free falling.
Goes again. Viney knocks it back boundary side. Bontempelli there with him free falling is pretty good. Personal preference. Dogs lead by 10 points at the half. 5-10-40 plays 4-6-30. The Dogs lead, and the goal kickers 2 to Norton, singles to Darcy, to Bramble and McNeil. Am I missing someone?
2 to Norton, McNeil, Darcy, Bramble, Darcy.
Yep.
Nope, I wasn't missing anyone. That makes up 5. 2 plus 3 singles is 5, and then singles to Van Rooyen, Melksham, Fritsch and Cully for the D's.
If you're listening wondering how come we're talking about Tom Petty, it's probably because the game hasn't reached the lofty standards in that second quarter. The Bulldogs booting 2 goals forward and Melbourne's 1-2. And the Dogs having led by 2 points at quarter time, lead by 10 at halftime. And the skill level from, I guess, both sides at stages, more notably Melbourne, the skill errors as they've gone inside 50 have been telling on the certainly the appeal of this clash. But the Doggies leading by 10 points, needing to win all 3 matches to close out the home and away season to keep their September dream alive. The thoughts of Daniel Harford and Bob Murphy with you on ABC Sport.
Well, I think you're right, Clinchy. It's been a largely lacklustre affair. Both teams have made some pretty bad skill errors. The D's are leading that category at the moment with the way they're moving the ball, particularly in their forward half, and it's been the bane of the Melbourne Footy Club fan existence for the last 4 years. their connection inside their forward 50, their forward third of the ground. And today it's been exposed again for a lack of quality in that area. That's really holding them back significantly. Coming to a half-time with a 10-point deficit and the opportunities they've absolutely toasted throughout that first half, they could be a couple of goals in front, which would be a fascinating outcome had that been the case, because, as I've said a couple of times, I think the Bulldogs have been the better team in this contest. But it's not necessarily, Bob, always the way the game pans out. If you're the better team, are you necessarily deserved of the scoreboard advantage? It's happening at the moment, but Troy Chaplin would be sitting there with his coaching staff now, I reckon, thinking, gee whiz, if we just clean a few things up, we'll put some pressure on these Bulldogs blokes.
Well, I think they've navigated a difficult part of the day for them. They're up for the contest. When the ball's in their area, they're up for the fight. They look competitive, and they've been able to put some enough pressure on the Dogs. It's when it gets out in the open, there's been a few bits of play where the Dogs have looked like they've done it pretty easily, but it's only been snippets. The Dogs themselves have had enormous trouble just being able to just get continuous ball movement and use the slick skills that we've almost become accustomed to. The Demons look, they look typically skittish with the ball, but they've just been able to scrap and keep themselves in the game 10 points down. But the statistics would lend yourself to thinking that the Dogs would have a much more comfortable lead, but they need to get their act together. Sam Darcy, they're getting nothing out of Sam Darcy forward. Aaron Norton looks really, really dangerous. Tim English has got his hands full with Max Gawn in the ruck, so it could still bust open for the Dogs, but at the moment the D's are hanging in there.
So the Dogs with 30 more disposals and 9 more inside 50s, but the Demons hanging in there, trailing by 10 points at half-time. Damien from behind the goals at the City End enjoying the call and the different style of Bob Murphy's commentary to the weekend breakfast. Tom Petty's favourite is Wildflower for me. And
good suggestion. Good deep cut too.
Tristan in Footscray enjoying the Dogs versus the D's call. Please keep us updated with Bailey Fritch's odd behaviour list. Looking forward to that.
What was the ruling?
The torpedo,
yes,
the errant snap,
yes,
and then he had the 50-metre penalty,
yes,
but there was some infringement with his own fringe, and I just am not sure if that's fair to add that to the list or not. I didn't get a good view of it.
It was...
No, it has to be added to the
high kick coming in, and just before he's gone to take the mark, he's brushed the hair out of the face.
Is that
then
new?
Gone up for the mark?
See, I mean, his signature hair, I haven't seen go south. It's predominantly very strong northward.
Yes.
So if that's new, I'm adding it. That's 4.
Well, that's unusual. That's right. That's unusual. It's such a...
If he didn't do it...
rigid structure
this
normally.
is all about PG. Pre-Goodwin, post-Goodwin.
If you want to play along with us on the SMS, 0437 774 774. We can debate that while you take the latest from the ABC News.
Hello, this is ABC News with David Rowlands. The Prime Minister Anthony Albanese has again condemned Israel's plans for a full takeover of Gaza City. Israel's Security Cabinet approved the plan last week in a major escalation of the conflict. Australia's Foreign Minister signed a joint letter with other nations yesterday rejecting the plan and warning that it will aggravate the catastrophic humanitarian situation there. Mr Albanese has restated calls for a ceasefire.
We have a humanitarian catastrophe unfolding there, and the idea that it can just be continued is completely unacceptable.
Police in London have arrested more than 460 people at a protest against the UK's ban on the Palestine Action Group. British lawmakers banned Palestine Action under anti-terrorism legislation last month after some of its members broke into a Royal Air Force base and damaged planes. The ban makes it a crime to be a member of Palestine Action, carrying a maximum sentence of 14 years in prison. These protesters say the UK government has gone too far by declaring the group a terrorist organisation.
It's a complete warping of the meaning of the word terrorism to anyone, any reasonable person's understanding of the meaning of that word.
I'm a retired prison officer. I've been retired 2 years. I've never ever broken a law in my entire life. I've upheld the law, but this law is absolutely ridiculous.
European nations have stressed the importance of Ukraine's sovereignty ahead of a meeting between US President Donald Trump and Russian leader Vladimir Putin. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky is calling for a just peace and an unconditional ceasefire and has ruled out handing over territory to Russia. Trump has indicated that a ceasefire deal would require swapping territory. Ukrainian MP Alexandra Ustinova says that Ukraine's parliament will have the final say.
President Zelensky can be pushed hard by both President Trump and Putin to sign any deal. One thing that people do not understand, Ukraine is a parliamentary presidential republic, and it will always need to be ratified in the parliament.
Fire authorities say a blaze has gutted a Western Sydney home with a man asleep inside managing to escape. He was woken by a working fire alarm and was taken to hospital after suffering smoke inhalation and minor burns. More than 20 firefighters helped fight the blaze at the home in Cambridge Gardens near Penrith. They remain at the scene where several walls of the building have collapsed. Fire Superintendent Adam Dewberry says it's unclear how it started, with police to take over the investigation once the fire has been put out.
However, an area of interest is in and around a fireplace, the combustion fireplace. So that will be an area we do have a greater look at once we get this fire completely extinguished. We still have a fair bit to go here because of the structure collapse and all the fire that is burning in those concealed spaces.
The Victorian government is changing planning rules so that Victorians can get approvals to build homes on small lots much faster. Tanushi Dias has the details.
The Victorian government is introducing a new home construction code to speed up approvals for single homes and small second dwellings on lots under 300 square metres. Planning Minister Sonia Kilkenny says the current system burdens homeowners with delays and uncertainty through inconsistent council processes, complex paperwork and lengthy appeals. The single home code will apply to all residential zones in Victoria. If a property owner proposes a home and meets updated standards like solar access, the project can be approved without further assessment.
French President Emmanuel Macron will award one of the country's highest honours, the Order of Merit, to the last street vendor of newspapers in Paris. The BBC's Hugh Schofield takes up the story.
Le monde! Le monde, le monde!
It used to be a common cry on the streets of our cities, read all about it, or the equivalent. Today in Paris, there's one remaining street hawker of newspapers who every afternoon can still be seen and heard with his bundle under his arm around the cafes of Saint-Germain. Ali Akbar came from Pakistan as a young man and has been pounding the pavement since 1973. And now he's to be decorated by President Macron for services to French culture. Ali Akbar keeps going not for the money, but because it's what he's always done, and he loves it.
And in sport, South Sydney has ended a 9-game losing streak in the NRL with a 20-18 win over the Titans on the Gold Coast. It means that the Titans are now sitting last on the ladder, swapping places with the Rabbitohs. This is ABC News.
Sean McAuliffe here, back to torment our brightest and best about the treasures they'd save from disaster.
Get into trouble for that.
Brand new Sean McAuliffe's Eve of Destruction.
Fascinating, isn't it?
Back Wednesday, August 13 on ABC TV and ABC iView.
This is the 2025 AFL Premiership season on ABC Sport.
To Richards at half forward. He waits for Norton to lead in the pocket. Puts it in that direction. Beautiful pass. Aaron Norton, after 5 goals last week against the Giants, looking for his second from the left forward pocket. Superb kick. Fritsch looks to open up the angle on the left boot. Curls it around the corner. Superb finish. The tougher the better for Bailey Fritsch as he's able to curl it around corners. And the Bulldogs lead is cut to 3 points. Fraser long to the goal square, clears the hands of Norton. McNeil down low, gathers, snaps over his shoulder and puts through his first of the afternoon.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the AFL.
On your radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
Halftime here at the MCG. It's the Western Bulldogs who lead Melbourne by 10 points, 5-10-40 to the Demons 4-6-30. The first game since the sacking of Demons coach Simon Goodwin, and the Bulldogs trying to win every game in order to feature in September. So it starts with the Demons here at the MCG. The West Coast Eagles and the Fremantle Dockers are their matches to complete the home and away season. Earlier today, it was the Giants who prevailed by 54 points over North Melbourne, 2013-133 to the Kangaroos 12-7-79. So another win for the Giants, led by Cal Brown, who booted 5 goals, and Aaron Cadman, who booted for. The final match of the round is the West Coast Eagles taking on the Adelaide Crows from Perth Stadium, and we'll take you there at the completion of our match this afternoon. That's not the only sport on your radio this afternoon. Another great opportunity to have cricket back on your radio as Australia start their white ball matches against South Africa. It gets underway with 3 T20s and then 3 one-day and internationals. It's great to have Neil Manthorpe, the voice of South African cricket, joining us once more. Alongside Corbin Middlemass, Adam Crosswaite will be part of our team, as will Jason Gillespie. Dizzy, hello and welcome, and always great to have your voice on the radio.
Oh, thanks for having me, mate. Really looking forward to this game tonight. It should be a lot of fun.
So what are you expecting? I guess this is the start of a World Cup preparation for this Australian side, and Mitch Marsh, with eyes to captain this side, has put himself at the top of the order alongside Travis Head.
Yep, most certainly. I mean, I was fortunate enough. I watched the first 2 T20s in Jamaica that Australia played, and gee, they were comprehensive wins against a side that's probably more suited to T20 cricket in the West Indies. But I certainly think that this South African side that are stacked full of talent is going to pose a much bigger challenge for this Australian team.
So many wrestles in the lead up to a World Cup as to trying to work out what your best 11 is. How much experimenting do you think will take place, or are we in full preparation for the World Cup?
Yeah, I think there'll be a little bit of experimentation. We saw that in the Caribbean with Glenn Maxwell going in at the top. I think the Australians, it's come out the last couple of days that, Travis Head and Mitchell Marsh will open the batting. I'd probably like to see Mitchell Marsh at 3, actually, but certainly Travis Head is a real boost for this Australian side. I think he's a form player in Australian cricket. He's scored a mountain of runs in the IPL for the Sunrisers Hyderabad, and I expect big things for him in this series.
Diz, it's Ben Cameron here. Did you play in the top end Test series all of those years ago?
I did. I played a couple of Test matches here. Played a Test against Sri Lanka. Managed to get my 200th Test wicket, which was pretty cool, and played a game against Bangladesh as well. So and some limited overs cricket. So yeah, it was a long time ago. I think the last time Darwin hosted International, Michael Clarke was actually the skipper. So it's been a long time that it's been since Darwin have had a game of international cricket. So it's very exciting. There's a bit of a buzz up here in Darwin, that's for sure.
And what sort of conditions are we expecting tonight, Dizzy?
Beautiful to be, beautiful weather. It'll cool down a little bit, but it'll still be shorts and T-shirt weather, as it always is at this time of the year in Darwin. But look, certainly the surface looks pretty decent there at the stadium. Obviously the drop-in surface, but I think it should play pretty well. The training surfaces have probably been a little bit slow on the slow side, but we'll wait and see what the middle is like.
Are you still wearing your Jason Gillespie sort of Caribbean shirt, or have you got the Carl Hooper edition on today?
No, I've left them at home. I was tempted to bring them and commentate in them, but no, I've left those at home. I've gone a little bit more just a basic polo top on. Nothing too leery.
So Dizzy, in terms of the bowling front, I mean, it's going to be pretty hard when you're trying to squeeze Pat Cummins, Mitchell Starc, Josh Hazlewood in, Nathan Ellis obviously trying to take his opportunity in national colours. How competitive do you think the spots are for the bowling lineup going to be?
Look, it really is, Clinchy. It's very, a lot of spots up for grabs. I mean, you mentioned Nathan Ellis. I think he's probably one of our, if not our best T20 bowler. So I fully expect him to play a big role. It's probably a bit of a toss-up between a couple of the other big quicks. But I think Josh Hazlewood should play. He's a form bowler. So probably Dorsius and Abbott are probably fighting for a spot, I think. I like the left-arm variety of Dorsius. But look, the Australians aren't short of options, that's for sure.
And finally, we're very much in white ball sort of preparation. It is an early start for the cricketing schedule, but the news that Jake Weatherall, Sam Constance in this Australia A Tour of India A, is this the sort of perfect preparation for these guys to try and get some runs before the start of a Sheffield Shield season?
Look, I think so, and I think the noise coming out of the Australian camp, George Bailey's sort of made a big comments about the Sheffield Shield. The first 3 or 4 rounds of Sheffield Shield cricket are going to weigh heavily on selection and maybe not so much the tour to India, as they mentioned about the Caribbean as well, because the surfaces are just so different. The conditions are so different. So I think there's rounds of Shield cricket coming up probably going to have a bit more of a say as opposed to this Aussie A trip to India.
It's a good old-fashioned bat-off, Diz. We love that at the start of a Shield season. Jake Weatherall, though, a name that would have snuck up on a lot of people. You coached him, obviously, at South Australia before he moved. How ready do you think he is in terms of his game to play Test cricket?
He's got the game, Benny. There's no doubt about it, Jake. I think Jake's biggest issue has been, obviously, in his mindset, and sometimes he overthinks things a lot. I think when he frees his mind and just allows himself to just go out there, watch the ball and react to it, I think that's where he's at his most effective. And I think the move down to Tassie, playing on some dicey surfaces, some tricky surfaces down there, scoring over 900 runs at north of 50 average, he's given himself every chance. But certainly from a pure talent point of view, Jake hits the ball as well as anyone in Australian cricket. He just needs to make sure that he keeps his mind clear and just focuses on the right things at the right time, and I think he could do a role for Australia for sure.
Dizzy, as always, we love checking in with you. Looking forward to listening on the radio tonight, and good calling the first of the T20 internationals between Australia and South Africa.
Thanks so much, guys. Always great to chat, and we'll talk again no doubt soon.
We certainly will. So the first of those getting underway tonight from 6:30 Australian Eastern Standard Time on the ABC Listen app. Just look for the cricket button. Jason Gillespie to join Adam Crosswaite in commentary, Corbin Middlemass and Neil Manthorpe. So 3 T20 internationals followed by 3 one-day internationals. So it does get the summer of cricket, which is going to come around very quickly. Of course, it's a big Ashes summer, so it's going to be all taking place, and there's no better place to keep across it than ABC Sport, and the Listen app has you covered. Matt Clinch and Ben Cameron calling all the action. Lauren Borden down on the boundary, and Bob Murphy and Daniel Harford are our experts on ABC Sport this afternoon. The Giants winners over the Kangaroos, and the West Coast Eagles and the Adelaide Crows still to come in the final match of round 22. So as the players make their way back out, we've seen big victories for the Sydney Swans over the Brisbane Lions so far this weekend. The Hawks with their win over Collingwood on Thursday night. It does feel like it's going to be an intriguing last couple of rounds of the home and away season, and every week we've been asking who's going to finish ninth.
Yes.
Half. Bob, what's your sort of gut feel with a day to go still and 2 rounds remaining?
You can't ask Bob, because he'll have to say one of the Dogs or Fremantle.
That's exactly why I've asked that question, Benny, if you don't give the whole game away.
Sorry, Clinchy.
That's not the bit that I'm scared about. I've just got a difficult relationship with numbers.
Is that right?
And from what I understand of the ladder, it's very numbers heavy.
No, that is true. That is
So
true.
this is where I lean on my colleagues. Half.
Well,
So he's asked a question without giving an answer.
The unforced error
Beautiful
from Brisbane could be costly for them, couldn't it? Not so much in terms of missing, wouldn't think, but
top 4.
But top 2, like top 2 was right there in their palm, and they just blew it away with that loss to the Sydney Swans. And Collingwood's lost obviously a significant one too the other night, and the possibility is still there for them to miss.
I feel like it's something people don't speak about enough, the segmentation of the top 8. Like, top 2, you can win 2 games and go straight through to a grand final at home.
Yeah, that's right.
Top 4, you can
solid analysis.
You can really turn it around, and then top 8, you're on the grid.
Numbers.
I just feel like people don't speak about it.
No, I don't. And people talk too much. Oh, you can't win it from outside the top 4. Of course you can.
Yep.
So 3 wins for the Crows. They'll get the minor premiership. They've got West Coast, Collingwood and North Melbourne. The Cats with a chance to finish as high as second. They've got Sydney and Richmond to come. Collingwood in 3rd spot for the moment. Adelaide and Melbourne to come. Fremantle in 4th spot. The Brisbane Lions and the Bulldogs. Brisbane Lions in 5th. Fremantle and Hawthorn to come. Suns in 6th. They have 3 games to go. Hawthorn in 7th. The Giant in 8th. And the Western Bulldogs in 9th. In the meantime, the players have made their way back out into the middle. We're ready to go for the second half. The Doggies by 10 points. Here's Ben Cameron.
Gawn flicks it down onto it. Liberatore. Windsor goes in there. Liberatore flicks it out. Bontempelli runs away with it on his right. Not interested. Handball to Liberatore. High kick inside 50 for the Dogs. Up goes Norton. Plucks it. Vice-like grip. Comes down with the footy. 35 out directly in front. Just to finish that conversation as well, last year the Brisbane Lions won the flag with 14 and a half wins on the season.
Yes.
This year that probably won't get you into the 8.
That was good, Benny.
Norton
numbers heavy,
directly in front, slides it through, and the Dogs strike early. They lead by 16 points, which, believe it or not, is a game high. 6:10:46 plays 4:6:30. Less than a minute into the third. Sunday footy on ABC Sport.
When he's at his best, Aaron Norton, he has the gift of simplicity. Now, it does leave him for periods of time, and it left him for a while this season. But having spoken to his coaches and a lot of his teammates, when he's in the zone, and he looks like he's in the zone in the last few weeks and today, he just has the simplicity of, put the ball near me and I will throw myself at it. He's so comfortable in the air. He's an extremely good athlete. He's very tall, he's fast, he's strong, but he just has this confidence and this single-minded approach of, if that ball's in the air and near me, I will throw myself at it and I want it more than you.
Yep.
Bob Murphy with you on ABC Sport. English wins down the tap for the Dogs. Bailey Williams is tackled. Sparrow got him. Slings him around a full 360, and the umpire calls for a ball up just to the right of the centre circles. So a goal inside the opening minute of the third quarter as Oliver gets a clearance of the Demons up towards Van Ryan. Couldn't complete the mark as Lobb just got it away at the last moment. Johannesson with a hand pass to Baker. Hand pass a little loose for Kennedy. Rivers runs onto it. Takes it back for the Demons. Hand pass to Ed Langdon. Out to Salem on the members' wing. Looks for Van Ryan at half forward and reels in the mark. He's still two good kicks out from goal though. Fritsch is the deepest target. He sends it in that direction. Cleary gets back, English gets back, they crash each other. Sparrow tries to knock it on. It's kept alive momentarily by Williams. And tackled over the boundary line by Chandler. A throw in the left forward pocket for the Demons. At the punt road end, the Bulldogs by 16 points. Tim English a little slow to rise as well.
Ooh, heavy landing on the coccyx. Maybe a little more of the glute. Throwing to come, left forward pocket. Here for the D's, attacking the punt road end in this third term. Van Rooyen takes it out of the ruck, gets it on the boot. It'll float through for a minor score. Trying the Tom Hawkins manoeuvre.
Was advantageous, that injury for English there for the D's, wasn't it? That means Lobb had to take the ruck.
Yeah.
English is sitting there in the pocket trying to get himself back together. Nearly get a goal out of it.
Dale brings the Bulldogs back into play. Kicks out to Johannesson, who marks at left half back. Bulldogs by 15 points. Up the wing in the direction of Darcy and Norton. Neither can take the mark. Sparrow front and centre for Melbourne. Hand pass to Windsor. Tucks the footy under his arm. Takes a bounce as he runs the worn wing and then slips over in front of Liberatore. That's where they lose possession. Dale for the Dogs. Hand pass to Vandermeer to Liberatore. Hand pass up to Darcy at half forward. Into the middle of the ground for Richards. They're linking up by hand now to Kennedy. Looks up to the top of the 50. Baker the target. Now spoiled away by Langford. Getting back from Melbourne. Then Baker tries to shove him out of the way. Wins possession. Hand pass to Fraser. Centre and kick down low for Norton. He takes the mark. Melbourne fans thought there could have been a free kick to Langford for high contact as Baker came charging in. The umpire disagreed and the Bulldogs moved the ball inside 50 and Norton has the hot hand with 3 already.
So when that ball was coming out of defence, Max Gawn just ran all the way back to sit in the hole 35 metres out. So the Bulldogs looked up and had to find a way around that. So they kept handballing to try and drag him out. But his effort to defend today has been phenomenal, Max Gawn.
Aaron Norton in red-hot form as he comes in for his 4th. And from 35 metres out, he sends through another goal. So the opening 2 goals of the third quarter have come the way of Aaron Norton. All of a sudden, he's up to now 54 goals for the season. And the Bulldogs lead by 21 points, the biggest lead of the match so far at the 5-minute mark of the third quarter. 7:10:52 to the Demons 4:7:31. Sunday footy on ABC Sport with Bob Murphy and Daniel Harford.
Finding myself a little bit conflicted about that one-on-one contest between Baker and Langford, because I think, as I look at it on the replay, I think the free kick's there. Langford keeps his feet. If he falls over, he probably gets the free kick, and it's not something I usually like to encourage, but I think his strong football morality cost his team there, Langford. He fought to keep his feet, but it was probably the difference between getting a free kick and it's a goal against.
English gathers on the bounce back in the middle, off to Bontempelli, to the run of Bailey Williams, 55 out, kicks towards goal. Darcy tracking it back, can't quite reel it in, gathers on the bounce, handball back into the congestion. Viney is there for the D's, off to Bowie, swings a handball away to McDonald, clear and kick. Sailor marks, back flank.
Bit slippery down in that pocket. 3 Dogs upended themselves.
in about 6 seconds.
Yeah.
Bulldogs lead by 21 points. Salem chips a kick to the wing, looking for Van Rooyen, wrestling with Lob. Can't mark it. Throwing coming on the wing.
I'm convinced the modern cleat on the football boot does little for your stability when you're changing direction at speed.
Well, they're not allowed to have the old metal
long stops, yeah.
anymore, are they?
But the old moulded sole, the studded style moulded sole, was a fantastic boot.
Going out of the ruck, hand pass chopped off by Bontempelli, was looking for Cosy Pickett, up towards half forward, big pack forms, it's crushed away as Bowie tries to tap it towards the boundary line, outnumbered, Liberatore gets back, Bowie lays a good tackle, and helps him over the boundary line for a throw in.
So tell me more,
So it's not the screw in, it's a moulded, like a moulded old screw.
Was it? I feel like
players are much more reticent just because of the kilometres they cover to have the longer stops. A bit of a trade-off.
Thrown in, Gawn flicks it over the back, looking for Cully, whose tackle might have been high on Dale. He plays on anyway. At right half forward, slips over his kick to Darcy. Can't hang on to the mark. Melbourne have the numbers. Adams with a hand pass away to Oliver. To Petrarca across half back. To the run of Rivers, who chips it out to Petty. Streaming out onto the worn wing, he takes the mark.
He kicks up towards Fritsch. I want to come back to the boots. Very interested with this as Fritsch flicks it away. Petty running by, kicks into the pocket. Chandler's out, and he nearly marked. Surely impeded he was.
Do you know what? It's worth giving that free kick away if you're Tom Liberatore. He ran from behind centre. Chandler came off the bench and no one was on him. He was on, I think it was a Pickett at the time, and he saw that no one was going to get to Chandler, so he just put his head down literally on his chest and just ran for 80 metres. And he was knackered at the end of it and just was better off just giving a free kick away. But geez, it was great effort from Liberatore.
So Chandler in the right forward pocket. To go with the left foot snap. Curls it through. First of the second half of the D's as they stay within striking distance. Back to 15 points. 7:10:52 the Dogs. Melbourne 5:7:37, 8 minutes into the third. So the old, even the moulded boots, I remember it being more a consistent circular knob shape.
Yes, correct.
Whereas now I feel like the
blade.
Yeah, they're kind of a blade, aren't they? They're funky shapes.
Yeah.
So you feel like that's the issue?
I feel like they have, well, I think they're too not deep enough.
Yep.
And the blade line doesn't work very well.
Doesn't work in the same way that the sort of circular knob would. Yeah.
Yeah, knobby thing, yeah. Yep.
That's a good technical description.
I'm a knobby thingman.
Yep. I'd like to see some samples. I'm sort of, my opinion is based on 8 years old information, so I'd like to see the fresh boots, the fresh cleats, as you say.
They're cleats, and I don't think they're any good for modern day Australian rules football.
Bulldogs by 15 points. Daniel Harford and Bob Murphy with you on ABC Sport. Gawn was, in the end, he shepherded out and gave away the free kick against English. Kennedy takes the advantage. Inside 50, Norton the target. Poulter knocks it back towards Norton, having not been able to take the mark. And that's where Adams and Bowie lay the tackle. The ball up in the left forward pocket for the Bulldogs.
I'd like to see more depth from the start.
Your golf shoes, they got little spikes in them?
Yes.
Yep.
Darcy wins down the tap against Gawn to Bontempelli. Hand pass to Kennedy, all on his own at the stoppage. Centering ball to English. Oh, that is a stoppage masterpiece for the Bulldogs. How Matt Kennedy was all on his own. And then English streaming inside the 50.
Well, he's had a couple of sketchy moments at the start of this third quarter, Matt Kennedy, with his ball use, but that was him at his absolute best. He was fed the ball by the great Marcus Bontempelli and just had that composure and space. Mind you, he's in a fair bit of space for forward 50. The Demons can go anywhere near him, but he still had the poise to find Tim English in a much better position.
There's one behind next to his name, Tim English, after 2 goals last week against the Giants. This time he comes in and misses to the right-hand side.
Stopped on it.
That is a bad miss. He is a beautiful kick for a ruckman.
Against Max Gawn, of course, who has been an All-Australian on so many occasions. The Bulldogs by 16 points.
Short kick in from Bowie. Away to McVie, who gives it back to Bowie. Through the back pocket. Low ball up to the wing. Lob goes up through his fingers. Haley Williams picks it up, worried out of it. Picked up by Cully. Away go the D's. Runs away with it. Handball to Oliver. Forward handball for Chandler. Chandler runs to half forward. Kicks inside 50. Pickett can't mark. Oh, clean bowls. Bustlinger. Fritsch is out the back. He goes. And he says, get up and about. We're still in it. Back to 10 points. Back-to-back goals for the D's. 7-11-53. Plays 6-7-43. 10 minutes into the third. Daniel Harford and Bob Murphy, and maybe he said, what do you think of that? Bob up there in the ABC box.
Yeah, is that on your list?
That's fine. That's nice. That's
nice
some
one.
of his stuff.
He had a Bradbury. Everyone fell over.
Yeah, well, but the Demons forwards, the Dogs are pressing pretty high and just backing themselves to win the ball all the time further up the ground, so they play a really aggressive defensive setup. And the Demons forwards have been able to get goal side a few times. It was Chandler before. On that stage, it was Petty was the one who's sitting there 3-on-2 for the Demons inside their forward 20, really. And then obviously it skittled all of them, and Fritsch was the first to react. But because the Dogs are so consistent, so good at winning the contested ball further up the ground, they're positioning themselves rather aggressively. If it goes pear-shaped, they're going to get caught out.
Bailey Fritsch has 2, margin back to 10 points, and English miss at the other end now as Bailey Dale gets the clearance on the back edge of the centre square. Out past to Bramble, out to Baker, out pass looking for Sanders, tackled by Cozzy Pickett. And the umpire will ball it up in front of the 2 benches. The Bulldogs by 10 points, 7-11-53 to Melbourne 6-7-43. Bontempelli gets it from the stoppage. Quick 1-2 as it ricochets back to him. Now pass to Bramble, back to Dale, to Baker. He breaks the tackle of Petrarca, the former D. Baker up towards half forward. In the pack, coming from the side was Turner. Can't take the mark. It's roved by Rivers. Hand pass to Van Rooyen at left half back. He turns and kicks up the wing over the head of Petrarca, looking for Petty. Knocked away from him. It's Langford who keeps it alive though for Melbourne. Hand pass to Bailey Fritsch. 1-on-1 inside 50. Melcham behind, lob in front. Melcham uses his body. Bumps lob off balance. Bursts back onto the footy. Cuts back inboard. His kick on the bounce of Petrarca. He curls on the left. Vacant goal square. Can he clear Rory Lobb? He can't. Well, Rory Lobb gets a hand to it. So from only about 35 metres out, Petrarca wasn't able to snap the journey.
So his day today so far, Christian. Might be his moment at some stage.
Bramble's out of the goal square and kicks to the pocket for Lobb. Lobb moves it up for Vandermeer. Beyond the defensive arc, Shane Warne stands side of the ground here for the Doggies. Vandermeer, statuesque for a long time, eventually waits a kick up to the wing. Punched away by Cully. D's there. McDonald, forward handball for Windsor. Windsor bursts away with it. Short kick for Fritsch. Too far out to score. Or he veers out to his left. Eyes the sticks. Pulls the trigger, misses. Away to the far side.
Never mind the long stops half. I think the Bulldogs are wearing thongs in the third quarter. They're slipping over all over the place in all parts of the ground.
Yeah.
It's actually become a serious problem.
Not even the double pluggers, just the single.
Seen a couple of pairs of slides there, no better.
Lauren Borton on the boundary.
I've seen one player in Ed Richards that has actually got the brush out to wipe down his boots, but he's the only Bulldogs player I've seen do that.
Dale laced a pass out to Fraser. Beautiful transition for the Dogs to Baker inside 50.
Yeah.
Norton slips over. Allow Cully to get back. Norton's first back onto it. Hand pass to Williams into the open goal. And the Doggies have their third of the third quarter after the Demons had kicked the previous 2 goals in the match. Players slipping over left, right and centre. The campaign for those boots has never been greater. And the Bulldogs stretch it back out to a 14-point lead. 8-11-59 to the Demons 6-9-45. Bob Murphy and Daniel Harford with you. Sunday footy on ABC Sport.
Can I just take you back to that Bailey Dale kick to Fraser on the wing? Running, angled across 45 metres in front of him. It just hits him in motion, which enables that next handball to go. I think it was to Baker. He gets the ball deep to that contest inside the forward 50. The kick from Bailey Dale was nothing short of exquisite. Like that's put it in the museum sort of stuff.
There's skill level, isn't there? And then there's the bravery combined with it. The margin there, I mean, if that turns over, it's a fair price the other way. But Bailey Dale at his best, he has extreme bravery and skill to match.
We've learnt about his sporting prowess today on the table tennis table, golf course,
cricket,
football field. Dogs out of the middle. Darcy left foot kick inside 50. Poulter goes up. McDonald spoils. Punched away by Turner. Bouncing ball. Baker arrives. Gathers in the pocket. He wants to get back on his left. Slips over. Handball to Poulter. To Fraser. Dribbles a kick. Bounces into the pocket. Salem gathers for the D's. Clearing kick. Van Rooyen can't mark. Ball hits the deck again. You get a free, Van Rooyen. Dogs lead by 14. Quarter hour mark. Third term.
As Jacob Van Rooyen has it at left half back. Sunday footy on ABC Sport. Up towards Petty. Getting back, Darcy flying back with a flight, takes an impressive mark. Cannons into Rory Lobb in the process, is a little worse for wear. Turns and comes inboard by foot, finds Cleary, trying to lace out a pass to Kennedy, running back towards the centre-half forward region. He now turns and kicks to Leif Vandermeer in the pocket. McVie makes the spoil. And Judd McVie did well there for Melbourne. Sees it out of play in the left forward pocket. On the SMS, 0437 774 774. Marcus in South Melbourne, totally agree with you on the boots, Ben. And there are foot injuries players suffer in modern football from wearing running shoes instead of footy boots. Can you believe the Lions might miss the finals with 14.5 wins? And, of course, the Lions have the Hawks still to come, so some big games to come for the Brisbane Lions.
Yeah, they got the Dockers next Friday night. What a game that is.
That's massive, isn't it?
Yeah, the Dockers have two big ones in Brisbane at home next Friday, and then potentially the Dogs in a, winner goes on match the following Sunday.
Who's going to win that, Bob?
Yeah.
Dogs.
Oh, finally. Shows his allegiances. As through the middle go the D's. Windsor. Handball away to Langdon, to Petty. Forward handball. Langford fumbles. Baker gets back and covers him. And he wraps him up. Oscar Baker, great desperate effort as he brings it back in. Playing for his mum today, and feels like she might be out there with him. A ball up just inside attacking 50. Here for the D's, the Dogs by 14 points.
Aaron Norton has led the way for the Bulldogs with 4 goals. As Cossie Pickett lays a tackle, trying to win possession back for the Demons, alongside Caleb Windsor and Matt Kennedy on the bottom of the pack. Matt Clinch and Ben Cameron calling the action. Bob Murphy and Daniel Harford, your experts. Lauren Borden down on the boundary. As Cossie Pickett once more trying to break clear, left the ball behind. Sanders for the Dogs, away to Fraser. Hand pass to Liberatore, dribbles a kick up to Vandermeer. Tackle brought down by McVie. Langford gathers it for Melbourne. Hand pass to Max Gawn. The captain with a look away hand pass. Back to Langford. Loads up inside 50. The Bulldogs have the loose. Van Rooyen in from the side. Spoils away from O'Donnell. And Pickett finishes the job. Dribbles it from about 10 metres out. And Cossie's on the board. And Melbourne looking to breathe some life into this match. It's back to an 8-point lead the Bulldogs' way. 8-11-59 to the Demons 7-9-51. 19 minutes gone, third quarter, Sunday footy on ABC Sport.
How crucial was the Van Rooyen contest?
Yeah.
Half.
Been good.
Fought his way over to the contest. He was out of position. He moves past Rory Lobb, pushes off, and just does enough. Does more than enough to bring the ball right into that sweet spot for any crumbing forward. And when you've got the best one in the league in Cossie Pickett, it's shelling peas for Cossie. But Van Rooyen, that's his goal. Great effort.
I might be reading a bit into it. I'm just watching Christian Petrarca after we talked about him earlier. He's getting in some half-decent spots and not giving the ball a couple of times. I don't know if I'm reading too much into it.
I know, I've noticed that as well. Lauren Borden on the boundary as well.
He's getting jack of it with his body language, just by the way. I'm just keeping an eye on that, Bob.
You've got that covered, and I'm on Fritch watch.
Loz, have you been seeing that too?
I just had a look at Petrarca in the first quarter, actually, when he came to the bench, and I did think he looked a bit flat. I didn't think much of it at the time. It was very early on in the first quarter, but just something I was watching there. They've got both Blake Howes is warming up too, as well as Riley Garcia, so both subs on the bench are getting warmed up, but I'll keep an eye on Petrarca too.
And Bevo down to the bench as well, Loz?
Yeah, he has. He came down to the bench about 2 or 3 minutes ago, so Garcia has been kind of running past him a little bit, maybe to remind him he's there, but had a few words to Latham Vandermeer, is what Luke Beveridge was doing in the last couple of minutes or so.
It's like rolling the arm over in front of the skipper. Just, I'm ready to go, coach. Don't mind it.
Coach.
When you're playing cricket, just let the captain know you're ready to roll. McNeil scrapping after the ball on the wing, cuffs it up, cedes possession to the D's. Viney away to Cully, forward handball onto Petty. Petty wants to kick. Chips it for Viney, who's run on. Just marks in play. Goes back over the mark.
Wants to kick, you're right. He wanted to kick. It could have been a handball and they could have been inside forward 50 to a one-on-one.
Dogs leading by 8 points. Viney kicks inside 50. Up goes Gawn through his hands. Out the back, Langford. Handball to Petty. Petty snaps the goal. And the D's are back within 2 points as they act as a proxy for Fremantle, Brisbane, Gold Coast, Hawthorn and GWS. They're trying to lock in the final berth, or the finals berth, for those teams. 8-11-59 plays 8-9-57. 20 minutes into the third. Daniel Harford, Bob Murphy.
This is back to 1990s football at the moment for the Demons. It's got them back in it. It's pretty simple. It's top of the square. Get a contest from your bigs. Get a genuine contest to bring the ball to ground and let your smalls go to work. It ends up in Harrison Petty's hands, and it's a nice finish on the left, but the Bulldogs is being absolutely slaughtered at drop of ball at the moment, and they're being really challenged. The D's have found something on an emotional week for them, and now that they've got a sniff, who knows what they're capable of.
The Demons with 4 goals to 3 so far in this third quarter, as close as they've been, as Clayton Oliver lays the tackle. As Ed Richards was trying to stream out of the middle of the ground, he wastes no time, gets the footy back, hand pass to Windsor, it's smothered though, ricocheted off Liberatore and English, spills back the way of Windsor, gets it to Max Gorn, hurries a kick to half forward, Langdon marks, the D's are inspired, the last 2 goals of the match, he looks up, Van Rooyen on the lead, clears him, Lob dropped the mark though, Petty first onto it, can't get it to Pickett, now Langford, he's tackled by Bontempelli, just lifted him off the ground as in the end he wins a free kick for holding the ball. Not enough intent to try and get a hand pass clear of the Bont. Will take it 15 metres out from his defensive goal. The Bulldogs by 2 points. Melbourne haven't led at all in this match after the Dogs got up by 21 points in this third quarter.
4 of the last 5 goals in the game going to Melbourne, and they take the intercept mark. Turner, he kicks into the pocket. Melksham bumps his man off it and marks. Deep in the left forward pocket. 2 metres in, 25 metres out.
Shelling peas this is for Melksham. Loves this stuff. But they are absolutely adrenalised.
They are. Some frustration with the Bulldog talls, particularly Sam Darcy. It's starting to bubble over a bit for the young gun.
Jake Melksham from the pocket, swings it through and swings the lead. He's got a couple. And the Demons lead for the first time today. 4 points is their advantage. 9-9-63. Plays 8-11-59. 23 minutes into the third. And fans around the country cheer on the D's.
So the runner's gone straight out to Sam Darcy to deliver a message of some type. Now Sam's having a bit of a chat to the umpire, but he's clearly frustrated. He's had a quiet day. He's had a couple of moments. Marcus Bontempelli, very verbose now, a lot of pointing. His body language has cranked up a notch. You can just get the sense that this game is about to go to another level, and we'll see if the Bulldogs can answer this emotional challenge by the Demons.
Lauren Borton on the boundary.
Riley Garcia is onto the field for the Western Bulldogs. Young Jed Buslinger has come off for the Dogs in the third.
Thanks, Laws. Petrarca into the centre square. Gorn one down the tap, but it's socket forward inside 50 for the Bulldogs. Bowie gathers. Hand pass to Turner. Gets it away to Sparrow. Feeds it back to McDonald. Kick is smothered by Sam Darcy. Baker slaps it forward into the path of Norton. Bowie desperately defending. Norton's got it. Kicks towards goal. It's smothered. And in the end, it stays in, just in front of the behind line. It's gathered by Judd McVie. High ball up towards Jack Viney. He doesn't fly in the end, thinking Gorn would get there. And Richards takes the intercepting mark. He bullets a pass to Sam Darcy. Leading out, he marks on his chest. In the right forward pocket on a 45-degree angle, 40 metres out from goal.
Yeah, Jack Viney had to go, didn't he? Whether he got disoriented or not, Ed Richards ended up taking a uncontested mark under a high ball. He's such a good finisher. And Sam Darcy, who's had a really quiet day up until this point, and he's been frustrated. This is a real genuine opportunity to hit the scoreboard.
1 goal in the opening quarter for Sam Darcy in the right forward pocket. The Doggies looking to take back the lead. And their young star shows them exactly what's required. Sam Darcy with his second, and the Bulldogs take back the lead after Melbourne had put at the previous 3 goals and taken the front for the first time in the match. The Dogs 9-11-65 to Melbourne 9-9-63. Norton with 4 goals, now Darcy with 2.
So they desperately needed that, because all the numbers are saying that they should be in control. You look at clearance numbers, they're 12-4 up, the Bulldogs in this third term. Centre bounce 6-1 up. Inside 50s there, 10-11 in favour of the D's, which suggests that the ground ball stuff, the contest stuff is really good for the Dogs. It's their transition stuff. They're not defending the ground hard enough. Melbourne are finding a way through when they get possession back. Whenever that is, they're able to move the ball too freely. So the Dogs have really got to up their game defensively to make sure that they can go on and win this game. Otherwise, this could be an absolute disaster.
Could be a real banana peel for the Western Bulldogs. English winning the tap, holding free kick. It'll come back and go to Kennedy. Dogs free kick in the middle. Kennedy drives it long towards Darcy or Norton. Darcy goes up, Norton stays down, Robes. Handball out for Liberatore as McVee kicks it out for the D's towards half-back, and Langdon clears out towards the wing. There to mop up is Van Rooyen for the D's.
Done well, Van Rooyen.
Big one-on-one there.
Now past Chandler, who's tracking back, and then he got around Johannesson, who offered a late chase, and he ran too far, Chandler.
Did he?
The Camden McIntosh got him.
He probably did.
Didn't bounce the ball.
With the curl.
As the golfer, you're the distance man here.
Really, a lot of other defenders would be left in their wake, but Johannesson never gave up. His kick looking for Richards at half forward. Chopped off by Clayton Oliver. He takes the mark for the Demons at right half back. The Bulldogs by 2 points. All of a sudden, a few more of the key movers for the Demons starting to get involved. Oliver bangs it up the wing. English in front of Van Rooyen. Can't take the mark. Viney tries to slap it forward. Was he taken high? He was. Advantage taken. Petrarca at half forward. Cuts through a couple. Past Liberatore. Into the middle of the ground for Melcham. He kicks a high ball inside 50. Pickett trying to lead out. Getting back Bailey Williams. Offering support for Lockie Bramble. He marks 35 metres out from his defensive goal.
Dogs leading by 2. Short set to Liberatore. 40 out from his defensive goal. 2 lead changes. Libber kicks out wide to Williams, who goes short to Sanders. D's playing inspired football. Had a period where they kicked 5 of the 6 goals in a patch. Dogs with the last in the game. Short kick from Sanders to Kennedy. Sunday footy on ABC Sport. Kennedy kicks to a contest at half forward, and McDonald comes down with the footy for the D's.
Tom McDonald looks to switch inside the defensive 50. Salem takes the mark. Bulldogs by 2 points, approaching three-quarter time as he works it through the middle of the ground, and Judd McVee takes the mark. He's got Bowie all on his own, pokes a kick to him, trying to create some run now through the hands of Rivers, drives it inside 50. In the end, Melcham left it for Gordon. Neither had a crack at it. Pickett comes swooping through, can't gather. And it goes out of play in the left forward pocket.
So system win for the D's there. They're able to force the Bulldogs down the line, long down the line to the numbers. That we know they've been trying to get through the middle of the ground and get open side. They weren't able to do that. And then on the flip side, when they got the ball, they were able to get through the middle of the ground and get that quick release handball inside their forward 50. So things are turning here.
Throwing inside 50 here for the D's. English bringing it down. Viney can't get it. Liberatore out to Poulter. Poulter gang tackled. Umpire crosses himself. Ball up. Down the punt road end. Melbourne's attacking 50. Gone for Oliver. Oliver dispossessed. Kennedy soccers it out. It ricochets. Stays in. Eventually goes out. They stop. Went again. Then stopped as it tumbled out. Throwing coming between wing and half forward for the D's.
Earlier today it was a win for the Giants over North Melbourne by 54 points. Toby Green got the 3 votes in the ABC Football of the Year. And Adelaide and West Coast, the last game to come for the round from Perth. English wins down the tap to Ed Richards. He breaks away from Viney, gets it back to English, into the middle of the ground. Norton can't take the mark. Fraser's front and centre. Back to Norton. Run down by Langford. Got him. Holding the ball as Norton was just about to wind up from 50 out. A goal-saving tackle by one of their young guns who takes the free kick at half-back.
Flares it out wide. Bailey Dale comes across, chops it off, gathers at ground level. Oliver comes to help out McDonald, picks it up. He'll snap and float a kick to the wing. Langdon stands underneath it. Baker breaks it up. At ground level, Fritsch. Bontempelli crushes in. Langdon gathers for the D's. Off to Fritsch. Quick kick. Unable to mark Bailey Williams. The D's eventually through Melcham. Off to Petrarca. Kicks inside 50. And Van Rooyen marks. 45 out. 45-degree angle. Wants to set it up. Gorn's deep. Up he goes. Squeezes it.
Clever kick. That's a heads-up play from Van Rooyen. He saw the match-up with Kennedy, with Big Maxi. Said, I can kick it to him, and he's more than half a chance to mark this footy. That's football intelligence.
Good awareness, isn't it?
Yeah, brilliant.
Just to have a look forward. I mean, Max does catch the eye, but to be with Matt Kennedy is his direct opponent. Oh, Max is going the snap here.
This has been the problem for Max. Not so much the marking. Around the corner, virtually straight in front. He delivers. Melbourne snatched back the lead. 4 points to the good. 10-9-69. Plays 9-11-65, a minute away from three-quarter time. Daniel Harford and Bob Murphy.
We'll take it back to Harvey Langford's rundown of Aaron Norton at centre-half back. That's set the whole chain alight there for the D's. They've really got themselves up and about in this third term. They're feeling the momentum. The crowd's engaged all of a sudden. The home crowd here for the D's, and they've really adrenalised this whole outfit that's out there on the field at the moment for the Demons. Brilliant tackle from Langford, never giving up. We've seen a couple of those in this third term. Oliver's tackle on the centre bounce about 5 minutes ago stands out for me. Their defensive efforts are creating offensive opportunities.
I put it to you, Half, that Langford doesn't make that tackle if Max Gawn doesn't take that intercept mark at the end of the first quarter.
The Demons
That's a bow.
6 of the last 8 goals of the match to find their way back to the lead. As Liberatore gets the clearance, hand pass to Johannesson out on the worn wing, sends it up towards Baker. He and Langford in a tangle. Harvey Langford sees the ball out of play, and a throw in.
I've got a feeling that Troy Chapman may cut both of those edits.
You think I'm joking? I actually...
No, I know you're not.
I do believe that.
I know you're not.
Max Gawn with 6 goals, 14 for the season, as Ben made mention of. English wins down the tap. Bowie, his kick is smothered. Here's Riley Garcia, the sub into the action. He gets a hand pass forward. Liberatore tackled by Windsor. And the umpire will ball it up at left half forward. Heading towards three-quarter time, the Demons lead by 4 points. We've had 3 lead changes with the last 3 goals of the match.
And the only person more nervous than Bulldogs fans, Josh Bowler, the AFL fixture boss. His final day drama might be spoiled here today at the MCG. Melcham from the wing, inside 50, sits for Petrarca. Eat my dust. He runs in and whacks it through. The D's lead by 10. 16 seconds from three-quarter time. Luke Beveridge looks on, helpless, bereft. 11-9-75, plays 9-11-65. Daniel Harford, Bob Murphy.
Well, it's pretty simple now for the Bulldogs. Your season is on the line. Your season is on the line. Your best footy is potentially some of the best in the league, and you are looking down the barrel of missing out completely against a side that's had its heart ripped out during the week and has underperformed for multiple years. So there's a few minutes left in this quarter, and then you got 1 quarter to find something to get back to somewhere near your best to resurrect your season, because this is looking like a disaster at the moment.
As that bounce is going to be recalled, Luke Beveridge on the bench. His face is telling quite the story. As Melbourne have hit form in this third quarter, and it's now a 10-point lead. The Bulldogs led by 21 points early in the third quarter. English wins down the tap against Gawn. The secondary ball up. Liberatore over the foot. He can't gather. Petrarca just couldn't take it cleanly. Bramble gets in down low. Petrarca lays the tackle and emerges with it. A 7th disposal in this third quarter. 1-2 with Gawn. And the siren sounds for three-quarter time. And the Melbourne fans rise to their feet. It's been a disappointing season for them. The sacking of their coach, Simon Goodwin, during the week. But they'd love nothing more than to end the Western Bulldogs' September run. And they can do so at the G this afternoon. The Demons 11-9-75 to the Bulldogs 9-11-65. Earlier today, it was a win for the Giants over North Melbourne. They prevailed by 54 points, in which Toby Green got the 3 votes in the ABC Footballer of the Year. The goal kickers so far to three-quarter time for the Demons. 2 goals to Bailey Fridge, 2 goals to Jake Melcham, individuals to Van Rooyen, Pickett, Petty, Petrarca, Cully and Chandler alongside Max Gawn. While for the Western Bulldogs, 4 goals to Aaron Norton. He put a 2 to start this third quarter. 2 goals to Sam Darcy, individuals to Bramble, McNeil and Williams. Three-quarter time at the MCG. What a final quarter we have for you. This is Sunday Footy on ABC Sport.
ABC iView. Lose yourself in gripping entertainment. Somebody here. Like with The Family Next Door. Know something. Darby and Joan. I'm going to find out who did this to you. And Bay of Fires. What the... Always free, always gripping. ABC iView.
This is the 2025 AFL Premiership season on ABC Sport.
Chandler runs to half forward, kicks inside 50. Pickett can't mark. Oh, clean bowls, Bustlinger. Fritsch is out the back. He goes. And he says, get up and about. We're still in it. Viney kicks inside 50. Up goes Gorm through his hands, out the back, Langford. Handball to Petty. Petty snaps the goal. And the D's are back within 2 points. Turner. He kicks into the pocket. Melksham bumps his man off it and marks. Jake Melksham from the pocket swings it through and swings the lead. Van Rooyen marks. Wants to set it up. Gorm's deep. Up he goes. Squeezes it. Around the corner. Virtually straight in front. He delivers. Melksham from the wing. Inside 50. Sits for Petrarca. Eat my dust. He runs in and whacks it through. The D's lead by 10.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the AFL.
On your radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
Three-quarter time at the MCG. The Demons leading the Western Bulldogs by 10 points, 11-9-75 to the Dogs 9-11-65. It's the third quarter against the West Coast Eagles where Melbourne found form. And with the Bulldogs season on the line, once more, the Demons were able to kick 7 goals of the last 10 in the match, and they lead at three-quarter time by 10 points. Matt Clinch and Ben Cameron calling the action. Lauren Borden down on the boundary. The thoughts of our experts, Bob Murphy and Daniel Harford.
Well, as Bob said, it's all on the line now for the Bulldogs, but hats off to the Demons for the way they've been able to get this game on terms, particularly in that third quarter. 6 goals from turnover, which suggests to me, Bob, and like we talked about through that third term, the Bulldogs' ability to defend the transition was really poor. And the Demons, as we talked about at the start of the game, I was really pleased to see in that third term, they've run at them. Now, on transition, they've run at them, and they're trying to make them defend, which they found themselves wanting on the Bulldogs on that occasion in that third term. They've upped their contested possession. The first time they've won their contested possession count for the game in that third term. They've kept the Bulldogs to 15 uncontested marks. In the first quarter, they had 29-29. First half, 29-29 the first and second quarters. So they've cut that in half.
That's what the Bulldogs do.
Taking away free possession.
When they're in good form, they win the footy and then they own it and they make you defend and they tire you out. So by the time you get it back, you haven't got much juice to move it with. Well, in that third quarter, the Demons were able to shut that down. First with the structure of their team defence to get the Bulldogs, okay, then it's a kick mark game. They haven't had their aerial dominance, aside from Aaron Norton. They've been able to get the ball back and then open the Dogs up a little bit going back the other way. And Christian Petrarca, the individual who was dormant, suddenly came to life. His energy and enthusiasm was back into it. He hit the scoreboard and looked like he was breasting the tape as that third quarter sounded. This is a massive, massive challenge for the Western Bulldogs right now. The Demons, they've been able to navigate this unusual week for themselves and build into this game. They now look like they've got plenty of spirit. Where that spirit is directed at, we can't know, but they're playing for each other all of a sudden. And the Bulldogs, well, they're just being questioned at the moment, and we'll see what sort of response we get at the start of this fourth quarter. But you'd expect the big guns to go into the middle for both sides, and we'll see who can drag the momentum their way.
Yeah, incredibly impressed by what the Demons have been able to do in that third term. Just stop the run, stop the flow of possession from the Bulldogs. 118 disposals first quarter, 96 second, 82 for the Bulldogs total in the first three quarters. They've just gradually taken away their strength. And on the flip side of that, they are really taking it to them offensively when they get possession of the footy.
The Bulldogs have a quarter to save their season. Lauren Borden on the boundary.
And Melbourne have done the three-quarter time sub. So it's Tom Sparrow, actually, who's come off, shook his head as he was sent to the back of the bench. Blake Howes was warming up at three-quarter time and will be starting on the field for the fourth term.
So the players heading in position. Simon Goodwin said in his press conference during the week he believed Melbourne had a list that could bounce back quickly. Would he be following scores half? He's probably had a week away. You'd try not to, but...
He'd be annoyed.
Centre square bounce all-star weekend here. Got the big guns from both sides. English, Gawn, Liberatore, Petrarca, Richards, Viney, Oliver and Bontempelli. Best of the best.
Demons lead by 10 points. Final quarter underway. Bulldogs playing for their season and a chance to feature in September. Petrarca can't gather it. Richards can for the Bulldogs. Hand pass to English to Bontempelli. He tries to draw Gawn away. Hand passes out onto the members' wing to Johannesen, who sends it up towards half forward. Kennedy in a tangle. Brought down in the end by Howes, who's into the action. It spills out though. Baker kept it alive. Hand pass to Darcy. Knocked away by Howes. Another good involvement. Bontempelli got it back to Darcy. He's kicked into the pocket. Looking for Kennedy, and a good mark taken by Jed Adams, who hasn't looked out of place on debut.
The debutant in the back pocket. Long left leg. Up to a contest on the wing. Holding free kick and Gawn to receive. Back flank here for the D's. Melbourne lead by 10 points. Kicks out wide for Petrarca. Sunday footy on ABC Sport. Petrarca goes back to Salem. Kicks up the wing, Viney marks. Handball back to Salem, back edge of the logo. Kicks to a contest half forward. Petty goes up at the back. O'Donnell takes it for the Dogs. Kicks towards centre half back. Bontempelli chips it laterally again to Bailey Williams, who flares it out wide. Norton's in space. Kicks on the right, up towards West. Very wide out. Has Kennedy in the pocket. Darts it to him. He's got it. 25 out. Hard up against the boundary line here for Matt Kennedy.
That's that pattern they were able to stop in the third term. Left back flank, right forward pocket. That's where it's gone through the middle open side down the flank wing.
It's going to go the left foot snap. Let's hope it's better than his left hand handball. As he arcs out, curls it on the left, effectively to the line. They're all there. It's touched through. Got it to the left hand goalpost. So a minor score. Melbourne lead by 9. 2 minutes into the fourth. Sunday footy on ABC Sport.
Salem brings the Demons back into play to Colsey Pickett. They work it out to left half back. And the mark is taken by Howes. He looks to play on. Sends Melbourne up the worn wing. Melcham is the target. Poulter comes in from the side. Can't take the mark. Supported by O'Donnell. Spills to the back. Dale's tackled. Just got the hand pass away as Langdon tried to reel him in. Hand pass to Poulter. To Liberatore. Sends it back up the worn wing. Spoiled away by Howes once more. Rivers charging on. Kennedy, a big tackle. There was no way he was getting past him. Maybe a bit of frustration having missed that shot on goal previously. The Demons by 9 points.
It's a good contest, wasn't it? It's been good today, Rivers. Kennedy was up to the challenge on that occasion.
Gawn punches it down, pinched by Bontempelli. To Liberatore, kicks inside 50. Norton drops the mark. Darcy roves, cuts a swathe through them initially. Handball to Fraser. Forward handball to Cleary. Cleary in space. Just finish. He does! Only his second goal in his AFL career, and what a time for it. 3 points, Melbourne's lead /2. 11-9-75 plays 10-12-72. 3 minutes into the fourth.
Gee, the composure of Fraser there. It was something special, wasn't it? Chaos all around. And just has that split second to see the option amongst that chaos and completely open up the Melbourne defence like a can of tuna.
Wouldn't be the can I was opening.
Oh, would you go for
this box?
Yeah, not in the box.
Oh, not in work hours.
Not in work hours, no.
Not in work hours.
Take that outside.
It's inappropriate.
Yeah, it's probably an official warning.
It's a real HR issue, that one.
So Melbourne's lead cut to 3 points. Gawn one down the tap, but straight to Liberatore. Away to Bontempelli. A couple of the key contributors getting involved. Darcy and Norton. What a mark almost from Norton. Not paid. Back with the flight. It spills out the way of Salem, and he's tackled by Fraser.
What are you talking about, man?
He had a lot of it.
A mark every day of the week.
I'm confused.
The Dogs fans are too. Ball bobbles around. Back pocket for the D's. Langdon away to Oliver. Whacks it on the boot. Bailey Dale goes up. Doesn't complete the mark. Bowie backheels it to his own advantage. Then shrugs a tackle. Kicks the D's around the worn wing. Tracking back O'Donnell. Drops the mark. Gets around Melcham. Dogs in space. Through O'Donnell. Kicks towards half forward. Turnover. Cully's there for the D's. And away they go through the middle, off to Oliver.
He sidesteps Fraser and kicks across half back to Turner. As West comes charging from behind to hold him up and push him back behind his mark. The Demons by 3 points. 11-9-75 to the Bulldogs 10-12-72. The Bulldogs led by 21 points early in the third quarter, and the Demons finished with 7 of the last 10 goals of the term and took the lead as well. The Bulldogs now trying to fight back possession. That's a loose turnover from Melbourne. Fraser gets a hand pass forward to Darcy. Away to Richards, who goes for home from 55. He's got it! Ed Richards on the run, and the Bulldogs take back the lead. A 3-point lead the Doggies' way after the opening 2 goals of this final term, which come inside 6 minutes. 11-12-78 the Bulldogs to Melbourne 11-9-75. Bob Murphy and Daniel Harford with you on ABC Sport.
Well, since about halfway through the third term, this game has taken on a completely different look. For the first 2.5 quarters, it was a pinball of mistakes and scrappy football. Halfway through the third, when the Demons challenged, the stakes went right up and it became very obvious as to what it meant for the Bulldogs, their season being on the line. In this last quarter, just a couple of moments of pure class, one from Fraser and then one from Ed Richards, who gets the ball after a turnover from the Demons and just turns, and from just outside 50 on the wrong side for his dominant left foot, but that is some kick of the football.
4th lead change of the match. Back in the middle, no clear takeaway immediately. Bailey Dale, he rushes a kick for the Dogs out to the wing. Poulter's out there, picks it up at ground level, forward handball for English. English dumps it on the boot. It'll come down on the arc of 50 for the Dogs. Poulter follows up, Robes to Vandermeer from the pocket. Centre and kick, Norton's there, getting back to, punching it through Langford. And the D's survive another goal at least. Doggies by 4 points, 7 played in the 4th.
McVee brings the Demons back into play, kicks towards Petrarca. It's a 3-on-1. Did well to get it down to the front. Langdon's hand pass forward to Gawn. Thought about the hand pass to Petrarca. Now kicks out in front of Cosy Pickett. The kick trickles towards the boundary line and agonisingly rolls out of play. As Pickett was happy to take the speed contest against Bramble, and not to be a throw in at left half forward for Melbourne.
Dogs have upped it here, 12-4 contested possession so far, 9 through ground balls, 4-1 clearance, 5-1 tackles. They've upped it. They know what's on the line.
6-0, the inside 50 is the way of the Dogs in this final term. Gawn gets it down to Chandler, dodging and weaving away from Bontempelli to McVee. He does likewise, got away from McNeil, but he scurried kick into the middle of the ground. It cleared Richards. Petrarca, hand pass away, Bowie centering ball, up comes Petty, and he takes the mark.
What a kick.
O'Donnell was just caught in 2 minds with it to move back towards the goal square to try and offer support, and Petty just led up at the right time and in the end takes an easy mark.
That's the case where the kicker actually dictates where the forward moves to.
You just took the words out of my mouth. There's disposal efficiency where you hit the target, and then there's kicks where you are the conductor of the play, where you kick it sympathetically out and tell the forward exactly what to do. And that was a gorgeous example of that from Bowie.
Max Gawn gets a round of applause as he heads to the bench. Footy in the hands of Harrison Petty, looking to return the Demons to the lead. He puts through his second, and the Demons aren't going to go away quietly. 2 quick goals for the Bulldogs to start this final term. The Demons get their first inside 50 and they make it count. Melbourne back in front by 2 points. The 5th lead change of the match have all taken place since half-time. 12-9-81 the Demons to the Bulldogs, 11-13-79.
Well, they won't back down, the Demons. Harrison Petty puts that one
nice
through. You know,
beautiful.
Nice. That's real Ben Cameron areas,
yep.
That is.
Yep.
I loved it too, so you know it is.
I saw your fist go up. You didn't even look at him. The fist just went up in the air to celebrate the moment. And it was a moment. And we're having a few of them in this second half in particular here at the MCG, not just in the commentary box, but out there on the field as well. It's really live. No, it's good. It's a good game of footy now. It's on the line. Something, you've got to have something on the line, don't you, when you play footy?
Back in the middle, English hooking it down for Bontempelli. Handball out, Windsor and Liberatore getting involved. Bowie gives it out towards Windsor, kicks inside 50. Petty again through his hands out the back. Williams mops up, back pocket for the Dogs, off the lob. Fritsch has got him. Tackles him and the ball jars free out of play, right on the elbow of 50 in the boundary line. Throwing coming. Melbourne by 2 points. 9 played, 4th term.
Match underway in Perth. The Adelaide Crows 3-1-19, leading the Eagles 2-1-13. We'll take you there at the completion of this match. Thrown in, English and Van Rooyen. Van Ooyen just slipped, allowed English to win down the tap, although McVie runs onto it in front of Vandermeer. Hand pass to Pickett, jags it around his body. Dale went up with one arm, can't take the mark. Spills to English. Hand pass away to Bailey Williams, sends it up the wing. Pickett flies into the back of Vandermeer. It ricochets out to Darcy. He's dragged down by McDonald. And Sam Darcy will get a free kick on the wing.
Vandermeer saw
certainly
the hands
is
of the trainer
back on the turf.
Was he out for a moment there?
He didn't move for a bit, yeah.
He had the arms up, which is always a worry.
So Pickett with his right knee right in the middle of the back of Vandermeer, but then as he landed, he tried to put his arm out to brace for landing, but I think his head has hit the turf.
Oh, yeah. Yep. He'll be spending some time on the sidelines here.
Yep, I think he might have whacked his head off the MCG surface, Laith Vandermeer.
He's running off.
Yeah, with good sign.
At pace too, so it suggests he's feeling half okay.
His ribs will be sore. Mine are sore, just watching.
The old intercostals.
No, that's neither here nor there, but, you know.
I care.
Yeah, thank you.
11 minutes gone, final term. Demons by 2 points. Who wins half and Murph?
Burf, I'm going to go for... I think the doggies hang on.
Just in
Darcy.
Emotional state at this point.
Last case of emotion. Up towards Norton. Off the hands of the pack. Out the back it goes. Inside 50 the Dogs. Garcia to McNeil. Kicks for Richards. He marks 20 out. Hard up against the boundary line. Right side for a left footer.
He's had a day. Ed Richards, as he's had most of the year, in fairness.
A player of his skill on the right side for a left footer, you'd almost pencil this in.
You can officially pencil it in as the Dogs claw back the lead. A sixth lead change of the match. A couple for Ed Richards, both in this fourth term. He knows it's winning time. The Dogs by 4 points. 12-13-85 plays 12-9-81. Lauren Borden before Daniel Harford and Bob Murphy.
Well, Latham Vandermeer, when he was running off, he basically went to just run straight into the rooms, and then the doctor said, hold on a second, before we do that, we'll look at the vision. And I've just lip-read a doctor who said done and kind of shaved his hand, shook his hands rather. So he's talking to Vandermeer at the moment. They're not taking him into the rooms, but I'll just keep an eye on if they let him go back on.
It's impressive to lip-read Dr. Gary Zimmerman. There's a lot of foliage around the lips.
It wasn't Dr. Zimmerman. It was the younger kind of doctor sitting to his right.
No, that makes sense.
That would make a lot more sense.
Back in the middle of the ground. English wins down the tap. Got it forward, but Cully running off the back of the square gathers. Hand pass to Petrarca. Tackle brought down. Bulldogs take it back through Poulter. Got it forward to McNeil. Slaps it into the path of Bontempelli. High kick from half forward inside 50. Norton against two. Brought down in front position by Adams. It spills out. Chance for Tom McDonald. Hand pass to Turner. Unable to clear. Windsor still alive for the Dogs. Sanders brought down. Kennedy dives on top of the footy. Has to knock it out. Fraser clever. Tapped it away. Garcia the sub across his body. Great finish for the Dogs. 2 goals in quick succession to extend their lead to 10 points and give them just a little bit of breathing space. 13-91 the Western Bulldogs to Melbourne 12-9-81. The Demons' defence felt under siege, and in the end the Doggies were able to strike.
Well, the challenge isn't complete by any stretch of the imagination, but the challenge was huge at three-quarter time, and they have answered it so far. They've still got a bit of work to do, but they look reinvigorated. The Bulldogs competing in the air. All of a sudden the drop of ball, which was causing them all sorts of havoc in the third quarter, has been corrected. And Garcia, that's what you want from your sub, don't you? Just to come on and have some sort of impact. If you can be on the scoreboard, all the better for it.
Lauren Borden.
Latham Vandermeer did just go straight down into the rooms by himself, though, but obviously we're 15 minutes through the final quarter anyway, so whether he passed his concussion test or not, he's unlikely to come back on.
Dogs by 10, fighting to keep their season alive. English slaps it forward, Cully onto it. Kick gets a kind bounce over Bailey Dale. Fritsch gathers, kicks to the pocket, and he spots up a teammate, Langford, reaching over his opponent, Cleary. Deep in the right forward pocket. Here's a left footer, will go the banana.
Bailey Dale found himself in that unenviable situation of having a tumbling ball bounce in front of you, not knowing what's going to come at you low or spit high.
Langford On the left, his kick is good.
Game on.
The door is still ajar. Back to 4 points, 13-13, 91 plays 13-9, 87, quarter hour mark in the fourth. Sunday footy on ABC Sport.
A terrific one-on-one win from Langford when he took the mark there. That was a brilliant performance. He actually, I think, had poor or worse position in that one-on-one outlet, but just was strong enough to position his body to a point in the end where he's going to be the dominant force. And yeah, it's just really good craft.
It was a good kick from Fridge. It was enough to advantage to allow him the right side of the footy, but he wasn't overt in the body contact, was he? He backed in his touch, and it was a one grab and a beautiful finish on the left.
Crowd posted it's 34,733 fans. And for those that have come along, they're still on the edge of their seat. The Bulldogs by 4 points. And Harvey Langford showing every reason why Melbourne wanted him as a first-round draft pick. Gawn follows up his ruck work, does the roving, hand pass to Windsor, turns it over. Baker takes the mark, and then in the end he didn't take it cleanly. Langdon brought the pressure. Viney, and he gives away the free kick as Liberatore will take it. Holding the ball, going against Jack Viney. The Bulldogs through Bailey Dale. From the Warn wing up towards Norton, worked underneath. Good mark taken. Tom McDonald just pushed him underneath at the right time.
Not sure if that was the option for Bailey Dale. It was a bit reckless and shallow entry.
Bulldogs just holding on. They lead by 4 points. Chandler kicks out wide for Petty. Lob worries him out of it. With the late spoil throwing coming. What a game of footy. Dogs by 2 points at quarter time, 10 points at the half. Melbourne swung that around, kicking 7 goals to 4 in the third term, led by 10. And now the Dogs lead by 4 with their season on the line. Troy Chaplin coaching for the first time as a senior coach, caretaker mode. And the Dogs with it all to play for. Ball up on the wing. Darcy hooking it down high for a kick, Gawn.
If you're going to turn the Demons into Saints, you need a Chaplain, don't you?
Yep.
Nice.
Windsor up towards half forward. Dogs have the numbers. Lob getting back to support Bailey Williams, and Langford could do little to try and spoil the ball to the ground when a 200-centimetre Rory Lobb's getting back to support. The Bulldogs by 4 points. They have to win their last 3 matches to feature in September.
They had the great Neil Danaher. He was the Reverend.
Yep.
Now they've got the Chaplain.
Correct. There's a theme emerging here.
I do wonder what his three-quarter time address would have been. Troy Chaplin, the first time he takes the reins at the Demons. As the Bulldogs have it at half-back. Liberatore short to Bailey Williams.
Might have asked him to take a knee.
Yes. Up towards Sam Darcy and Max Gawn. It's brought down in the end by Cully. Sported from behind. Howes gets a hand pass to Salem. To Gawn. To Oliver, all by hand. To Windsor over the top to Viney. They're out now, Melbourne. Trying to get the hand pass forward. Now goes the kick long to the goal square. Langford presents in front. Can't take the mark against Lobb. Sliding in. There's a Bulldogs player on the bottom of the pack. Van Rooyen's over the top. Demons players, that was... O'Donnell on the very bottom of the pack, realising that they need to just put the hand up and put the pressure on the Dogs. It's inside the forward 50 for the Demons. The Bulldogs by 4 points.
Up goes the ball. Darcy slaps it back to Lobb. Tackled as he kicks. Rushes it out. Sliding in. The mark's taken. Howes. So he'll have the shot on goal. The mark set 45 out. Slide angle. Luke Beveridge, hands to his head. We had the super sub Garcia goal, and now Melbourne's version will get the opportunity.
It's a win for structure too from Howes. Set up in the right spot and then was able just to react quicker, just off the mark.
Trots in, boot the ball from 50. How about it?
Good beauty.
D's back in front. 2 points to the good. 14-9-93, plays 13-13-91, his first goal in AFL footy. What a time to deliver that. 8.5 minutes to play, 8.5 minutes to save your season, doggies.
11 individual goal kickers for the Demons this afternoon. And we talked before about your subs coming on, having an impact. Well, Hauser's done that there, as Bob said, held shape in his structural position for the frontal pressure from the defensive 50 stoppage or forward 50 stoppage for the Ds. Put the pressure on, hack kick forward. You're always half a chance if you're playing in the right positions, and he's done a good job for his team on that occasion, let alone having the poise to go and finish.
Petrarca back in for the Ds, Bontempelli on the bench.
7th lead change of the match as Max Gawn wins down the tap against English. Windsor under the pressure of Kennedy. Gawn goes to work once more and gets a hand pass forward. Bramble can't take it cleanly. Melbourne got it forward. Oliver down low to Bowie. It bounces off him. Spills out the way of Johannesson. He gathers on the wing. The Bulldogs up towards half forward. Darcy presents. Arms outstretched. There's nothing in which McDonald can do. Darcy plays on immediately. Wants to get in the pocket for West. He takes the mark.
Good mark.
Wasn't sure about the idea to play on instinctively, but in the end it gets the desired result. But Riley West is on a very tight angle, 25 metres out from goal in the right forward pocket.
I'm with you on the play on, Clinchy. Didn't really like that decision, but it's turned out okay for the doggies here, although a long way from being anywhere near a certainty.
Looks like he's in two minds here, too, Riley West. He initially fronted up for the left foot snap. Now he looks like the right foot banana's in play.
He is going the banana. Riley West, the little man, ready for the big moment as he turns to the Bulldogs fans in the front row. And in animated celebration, the Bulldogs take back the lead. The 8th lead change. This game is going down to the edge of the seat, and any fingernails you have remaining. The Bulldogs season on the line, and they kick a crucial goal there. A 4-point lead. 14-13, 97 to the Demons, 14-9, 93. Bob Murphy and Daniel Harford with you on ABC Sport.
Well, whatever went through Riley West's mind as he went back for that set shot, he made the right call.
Oh, really?
He was set up for the left foot snap, thought more on it, and thought, no, might be time for the right foot banana, and that is about as well as you could kick a right foot banana. He knew straight away, turned to the crowd. Always nice to be near the fence when you kick one like that.
9 goals in the first half total, 19 in the second half. Flipped on its head this game.
Bulldogs lead by 4. Restart. Richards, clearance for the Dogs. Not a clean one. Garcia paddles to his own advantage. Has to backfeed the handball to Bontempelli. He snaps on goal. Norton keeps it in. He's lost his man. Gathers, snaps, goals! You need your stars. And there's 2 of them for the Dogs. A handful for Norton. That's exactly what he's been. And the Dogs lead by 10 points. 15-13, 103. Plays 14-9, 93. 7 minutes remaining.
Gee, it's a game of centimetres at time, isn't it? Garcia lit it up with his fresh legs. Bontempelli snaps from a long way out. It looked like for all money it was a behind. And Norton just on the line goes for the mark, but I almost think in the back of his mind he's thinking the whole time, if I just keep it in play, I'm a real play on this.
The other part about that whole thing is Bontempelli started forward.
Yep.
At that centre bounce. He's gone in for this one.
Cosy Pickett's on the bench for the Demons. Skewed bounce. English sharks it forward. Not recalled. Charging out. Salem lays the tackle on Kennedy, and the umpire will ball it up. The Bulldogs by 10 points. 23 minutes gone. Final term on ABC Sport. Gawn and English once more. English wins down the tap. Pinballs away from Kennedy. Bowie. Hand pass to the run of Windsor. He runs onto the members' wing. Oh, he might have done a hamstring as he pulled up short there. Cleary gathers to the Bulldogs. Hand pass to Richards. Chips it out to Garcia, who marks it left half back. Windsor is trying to stretch out that left leg, but grabbing the back of it, which is never a good sign.
Oh, he's done.
My experience, you can't stretch out a torn hamstring.
No.
Maybe hope more than anything else. Up the wing, Garcia. Free kick before the ball arrived. It's going the way of Tim English.
Full of running at the moment, the Dogs.
3-on-1.
English kicks towards Norton. Up go the D's. Pinched by West. West comes through. Snaps on goal. Won't score. Top of the goal square. Turner punches it through. No risks taken there. Doggies lead by 11. Lauren Borden.
You saw Caleb Windsor pull up then. He's still clutching his left hamstring. He's just shaking his head as he walks down into the rooms now with a couple of doctors.
Thanks, Loz. Quarter time in Perth. Crows leading by 13 points there over the West Coast Eagles. We'll take you there at the completion of this game. The Demons try and work it up the wing through Cozzy Pickett, looking for Bowie. It goes out of play and a throw in. So Melbourne potentially with 3 players on the bench. The Bulldogs have 3 players on the bench, given the injury to Latham Vandermeer. Doctor shaking the head after that. Banging the back of the head on the Orn wing. From the throw-in, Oliver tries to win it for Melbourne. He does so. Hand pass to Salem, works it back to Howes. The sub gets the hand pass to Channel. Look away, hand pass to Oliver. Hemmed in against the boundary line. Tries to cut around Richards. Back on his right-hand side, boundary side. Up the wing, Van Rooyen presents. It spills to the front. Bowie gets the hand pass to Pickett. Pulls his kick to half forward, looking for Langdon. But Big Tim English was there. He takes the mark at right half back for the Bulldogs. They lead by 11 points. 26 minutes gone, final term.
English pokes it short. Liberatore retreats back to O'Donnell. And the Dogs may be happy to take some time out of it. O'Donnell goes wide to Cleary. 5 minutes and change of game time remaining. Cleary back inside the defensive arc. Back to O'Donnell. O'Donnell goes back to Cleary. Dogs by 11. Cleary short for Liberatore.
It's a bit easy for the Dogs at the moment just to move the ball around. Demons just letting them off the hook.
Kicks up for Bontempelli on the wing. Rivers punches it away. Won't sit for Poulter. He'll get off the ground. Brendan Lade is up and gesticulating at the team, urging them on. Doggies by 11 points, 26.5 into the fourth.
Daniel Turner comes to the bench in front of Warren Borden. A bit worse aware, having run into the post in that last encounter as Aaron Norton kicked the goal. Throw in on the members' side. Gorn in front position against English. Got it down to Oliver. Hand pass to Salem. To Viney. The Demons leaders getting involved. Up towards Melcham at half forward. Trying to fly in the air and hold his position against Dale. Can't do so, outnumbered. O'Donnell gets it inboard for the Bulldogs. To Fraser. Down the wing. Liberatore from behind. Spoils Salem. Salem regathers. Hand pass to Viney. Sidesteps Bontempelli. No easy task. Up to the 50. Lobs the loose. And he takes the mark in front of Van Rooyen for the Bulldogs across half back.
They've done that pretty well the last couple of minutes. The Doggies just designed the extra player, drawn it up nicely, had them sitting in the right position. Sometimes there's 2 of them.
Time becoming an issue for the D's. Bontempelli, good mark over Salem. And he just settles it down the Bont. Steps around Salem. Goes for a little gallop. Now he kicks long inside 50. English and Darcy. West fighting after McVie at the back. Nervy moment. Kicks dangerously. Langdon under the pump. Has to get the handball back towards McVie. Back pocket. He's under pressure. Steps his man. Gets rid of the handball to Howes.
The Demons get out of jail, but they were dancing there at the goal line. Up towards the wing. Langford did well against Bramble. Made the contest. Now he's over the footy. And the umpire circles and will ball it up. Centre wing on the Shane Warnstand side. The Dogs by 11 points. 15-14, 104 to Melbourne 14-9, 93. We are under 3.5 minutes remaining. Bulldogs season on the line, looking to stay alive. Gorn wins down the tap, and straight to Kennedy of the Bulldogs. He kicks up the wing. V gathers just inside the boundary line. He's tackled across it by Riley West. The umpire says throw it in. V for half a moment thought it was going to roll out of play, so was trying to just see if the insufficient intent decision would go his way. In the end, he had to gather it and was tackled in the process.
We'll need a goal soon, the D's. Sunday footy on ABC Sport. Doggies by 11, Gorn out of the ruck, off to Salem. Gets rid of it to Rivers. Rivers kicks into the middle of the ground, spots up Petty. Can they get it moving quickly? Kicks out wide for Melcham. Melcham gathers on the bounce. Twisting, turning. The Dogs are filing back and he misses the handball. House slaps it back. Melcham goes again. Norton comes in. Melcham wins it. The Dogs have got back though. Rushes a kick out wide. Out of bounds it goes. Umpire says spin it in. Dogs still by 11. Under 3 minutes of real time.
Shots on our monitor of Troy Chaplin. Coaching his first game. Trying to find the right moves to come up with a win here. Against the odds, his side trails by 11 points. Gorn gets rid of English, shoved him underneath, no whistle. Bontempelli lays the tackle. Oliver slides in and they wrestle for the footy.
I'm going to try and get some more numbers up around the ball and try and free some space inside forward 50 for the D's if I'm Troy Chaplin at the minute.
Vaughan crashes into English, who wins down the tap. English follows up, gets a disposal. Out past to Garcia, one way then the other. Cuts boundary side, up towards Darcy and Tom McDonald. Sam Darcy, clean gather on the bounce. Out past to Kennedy, wants to give it back to Darcy, who slips over. Oliver Lace the tackle. Richards just knocks it forward, away from Viney. Viney kept his feet. Richards slipped over. Out past to Howes, gets it to Tom McDonald. Bangs it up the members' wing. Get after it, Max. In the end, it lands just short of Langford. He tries to reel it in. Lost possession of it. Fraser gets it forward to Bontempelli. Here goes the Bont at left half forward. Long Cook looking for West. West and McVie. It clears the two in the end. And it rolls out of play in the right forward pocket. The Dogs will be happy with the territory. They lead by 11 points. 30 minutes gone in the final term.
Going to have to go quickly here, the D's. We pause and wait for the rucks to trudge in. Eventually they get there. Gawn and English. Forward pocket here for the Dogs. Gawn taps it down. Cully's out after it. Feeds out a handball. Gathered by Fraser. Fraser floats it on goal. It'll float off target. Bounces through. Maybe a handy point. 2 goals neat. The Doggies lead. Under 2 minutes of game time to play. 31 minutes travelled in the fourth.
So the Demons have the footy, but they're going to have to be perfect now. As Judd McVie looks straight down the middle, that's where Max Gawn has set himself. He goes to that path. In front, Bailey Dale, English over the top. Petrarca front and centre, can't gather. Petty picks it up for Melbourne. Tries to feed a hand pass forward to Pickett. He looks up to half forward. Melcham's the deepest target. He sends it laterally out towards Bowie. Good option at left half forward. Now he veers onto his right, looks long towards the goal square. Fritsch is presenting himself. Cully's gone forward. Cully got fingertips to it, couldn't take the mark. Turner tries to tap it forward into the path of Petrarca. He's now 50 out from home. Hand pass back to Oliver at right half forward for Melbourne.
Oliver away to Fritsch.
Cozzy.
He kicks inside 50. Pickett over his head. It spills out the back. Langdon's there. Can he get it to Pickett? He can. Pickett rushes a kick on goal. At full forward, Petty slaps it out, and Turner goes. It's one kick the difference. 52 ticks on the clock remaining, and the Dogs only lead by a goal. 15-15, 105 plays 15-9-99. What are you doing, Bob Murphy, Daniel Harford?
Honestly, what I'm doing right now is taking my cap off in admiration for the Harrison Petty tap. It was really, really clever. Deep into the last quarter, fatigue, tired body, and just the presence of mind to see a teammate out the side of his eyes and tap the ball selflessly. That's the difference. Right now, whether you can meet that intensity that this game requires with so much at stake for one team in particular in terms of the ladder, can you meet the intensity of that and keep your composure and still think of your teammates and bring them into the game? A magnificent moment from Harrison Petty. This is an absolute classic finish to a game of footy here at the MCG.
Gee, I'd love to see Cozzy Pickett, the centre bounce here.
The Demons lost the unlosable against the Saints. Can they pull one off here? Gawn wins down the tap. Richards goes after it for the Bulldogs. Hand pass to English. The Dogs by a goal up towards... Courageously back with a flight as Salem was coming the other way.
Oh, wow.
There is not many players who can do that. That was trademarks of Nick Revolt back with a flight. And Sam Darcy with the Dogs season on the line.
Wow.
Comes up big, wide to English, who chips it forward to Riley West. And I think everyone's still in awe of what Sam Darcy was able to do.
That was something else.
West into the pocket. Darcy presents once more. Norton's in the pack. Garcia happy to step it over the boundary line. And the umpire says throw it in the right forward pocket for the Dogs. Under 20 seconds remaining.
Heads up play from Garcia. He knew he wanted it out. Got it there.
It hasn't been Sam Darcy's best day, but that may just about be his best moment in a pretty spectacular career up to this point.
It'll be shown for years and years. It was very similar to Nick Rewalt.
Jonathan Brown, you think of all those trademark moments which we wondered how long that would remain in our game.
And he made ground too. I reckon he's run 25 metres to get there.
208 centimetres.
Norton wins down the tap. Oliver, handball to Petrarca. Tumbles a kick up to the wing. Up they go the D's. Melksham can't mark. Ball at ground level. He soccers it on. Ricochets towards the wing. Melksham overruns it. These desperate dogs, they live to fight another day. In season 2025, they win by 1 kick, 6 points.
White and blue, we come out snarling, bulldogs through and through. Bulldogs bite and bulldogs roar, we give our very best. 'Cause you can't beat the boys of the bulldog breed, we're the team of the mighty West.
Boy, they were made to work for it. They came from 10 points down at three-quarter time to keep their season alive. Norton booted 5, 2 to Darcy, 2 to Richards, singles to West, Bramble, McNeil, Williams, Cleary and their sub Garcia. While for Melbourne, 2 to Melksham, 2 to Fritsch, then singles Van Rooyen, Petrarca, Gawn, Langford, Howes the sub, Petty, Pickett, Chandler and Cully. The Dogs still alive in 2025.
The West, red, white and blue, we come out snarling, bulldogs through and through. Bulldogs bite and bulldogs roar, we give our very best. 'Cause you can't beat the boys of the bulldog breed, we're the team of the mighty West. 'Cause you can't beat the boys of the bulldog breed, the team of the mighty West.
All the drama of what takes place in September with teams desperately trying to get there. And the Bulldogs, well, they're still alive for now. A 6-point victory over the Demons at the MCG. 15-15, 105 to Melbourne, 15-9, 93. There was 3 lead changes in the final term. The Bulldogs led by 2 points at quarter time, by 10 points at half time. The Demons by 10 points at three-quarter time after they booted 6 goals to 4 in the third quarter. And then there was just desperation from both sides in the final term. The Bulldogs kicked the first 2 goals. Melbourne wrestled back the lead. And the Bulldogs kicked the next 2. Melbourne weren't done with yet. They then kicked the next 2 goals of the match to take back the lead. And Riley West and Aaron Norton booted the last 2 goals of the match. And the courage of Sam Darcy running back with a flight to take a mark which will no doubt live in the memories of Western Bulldogs fans for some time. Their 13th win of the season. They're still outside the top 8, but they keep their chase for September alive with the Fremantle Dockers in the last round and the West Coast Eagles to come next week. For the Bulldogs, 5 goals to Aaron Norton, 2 goals to Ed Richards, 2 goals to Sam Darcy, individuals to West, Bramble, McNeil, Williams, Cleary and Garcia. While for the Demons, well, there was 2 goals to Jake Melksham, 2 goals to Bailey Fritsch and 2 goals to Harrison Petty, individuals to Van Rooyen, Petrarca, Turner, Gawn, Langford, Howes, Pickett, Chandler and Cully. The Bulldogs by 6 points as Western Bulldogs fans take a deep breath. Daniel Harford and Bob Murphy try and sum it all up for us.
Well, I'll tell you what it was. It was entertaining in the end. We were a bit lacklustre at half-time.
We were.
Sorry, we were very good.
Top shelf.
We were top-notch. They were a bit lacklustre up to half-time. But then we saw the Demons change a few things structurally in that third quarter, got the game back on track and probably played with a bit of spirit. We're asked for a bit of a response from a spirit perspective, and they showed that. And then, as Bob said beautifully, with a minute to go in the third quarter, the Bulldogs season was on the line in that last moment, third quarter, and of course the last quarter. It was game on. 6 goals to 4 in the last quarter in favour of the Bulldogs, and they get over the line. It was their ground ball work again. Inside 50s, 15-6. Contested ball, they're up by 6 for the quarter as well. Ground ball's up by 9. And as I said, 15-6 inside 50. So they got going. They got busy. They got going, as we see Ed Langdon being chaired off in his 200th game for the D's. The Doggies have come across for a bit of a guard of honour as well. So he gets chaired off. But I was, in the end, I was wrapped with the game because I wanted to see spirit from the Demons, and we saw that despite the fact that it hadn't gone to plan in that first half. And then you want to see a team that should be a finals contender and a finals player step up and say, righto, now we've got to do something about this. Now we have to flip the script here and turn the game on its head, because it did ebb and flow in that third term to the point where the Demons were the dominant team. And you called it beautifully, Bob. They had to stand up. They had to find a way. that last term, and they were good enough to do it just.
Yeah, they did. Look, we talked a lot about Harrison Petty today, and we went deep into the back catalogue of Tom Petty, but it ended up being a crowded house song that I'm left with thinking of 4 games in one day. It was just ebbs and flows. The first half you thought, well, we're not getting a classic today. It's errors. It's hard to get a read on the cough and spluttering of both teams. The Dogs looked like they were the better team when they revved the engines, but every time that they would sort of get a couple of goals up, the D's found themselves sort of scraping their way back into the contest. And in the third quarter you thought, hang on a second, not only is the intensity gone right up here, but it's the Demons who are the ones lifting the intensity and look like they might be the ones to go away with it. And three-quarter time, the Dogs were asked a huge question. They've got enough talent to burn to put a lot of fear in a lot of teams in the competition, but you would think this week of all weeks that the Melbourne Footy Club was pretty vulnerable to a heavy loss, let alone a loss. And they were the ones who had their noses in front, and the Dogs had to lift, but to their credit they did. They lifted in intensity. Their stars came to the fore. Ed Richards was sensational. Aaron Norton gave plenty all day and also in the last quarter. Marcus Bontempelli got his hands on the footy in the last quarter. The big guns all went into the centre of the ground. Melbourne didn't lose any admirers in that last quarter. No. They tried hard. They went all the way to the bell. But in the end, I think the better team won, but they had to work damn hard for it.
6-4 the way of the Western Bulldogs in the final term, so it was an all-out attack. So talk us through Sam Darcy. This is a player who suffered a knee injury in round 6 against St Kilda. Many feared that his season might be done. He was in tears in the rooms at halftime as his mum and dad were thinking about that might be season over for a young star on the rise. And to run back with the flight and take that mark, what went through your mind as you watched it?
I agree what went through my mind. It was a pivotal moment. And more than that, because as we've talked about, the importance of this clash for the Bulldogs and their prospects of a September campaign, they almost hinged on that, as we see it again on the replay. He covered 25 metres as the ball went up only about 15, 20 metres in the air. He bolted across. He willed himself to be a part of that contest. Now, he didn't know, I don't think, when he got going what was going to happen, but he wanted to be a part of it. And he just threw himself, launched himself into 4 players against the flight of the ball without any worry about his own health or welfare in that moment. And it might just be the moment that the Bulldogs end up looking back on and saying, well, this is the thing that got us into our finals campaign.
There's so much to love about him as a player. There's so much to love about him. And I think part of us, all of us, I think, are in awe of just the raw physics of him. He's 208 centimetres. He's the son and a grandson of a champion. His mum was a ballet dancer. Like, he's got this genetic advantage. He's this type of athlete that we've never seen.
He's a test tube baby, isn't he?
You know what? There's an element like that. But what I've seen this year is he misses 8 weeks with this knee injury. He comes back and doesn't miss a beat. So that tells me a lot of things. That tells me that he's a total professional, that he does his rehab properly. And when you see moments like that, that's got nothing to do with Luke or his granddad or his mum's. That's his will. He did all of that. That's got nothing to do with the 208 centimetres. That's what, you know what, I've had a pretty average day, but the season's on the line, the game's on the line, and I want it as much as anyone.
That's what they say about him. They say he's got a real mean streak in him, like a competitiveness that I just love in people and footballers in particular. And I think as well, I think he's got a big personality that he's waiting to break out. I think sometimes when you hear him in the media, you don't necessarily hear it yet, but I think there's a big personality in there, which you'll probably know more of, Bob.
Well, I know that his teammates adore him. I know they love him, that he's one of theirs, and he's not at this stage a verbose public figure, but I don't really care about that, to be honest. That's not the important thing at the moment. His dad's enough of a peacock, so he's got that area covered. I just love the way that he responds from setbacks, because he's got a lot of advantages that he's been given, but I feel like whenever he's challenged, whether it's been through a knee injury or through a dirty day or when the teams go after him physically, I just really like the way he responds.
22 years of age, Sam Darcy, and what an impression he left with that mark in the dying stages. The Bulldogs win us by 6 points as they make their way down to their change rooms. Let's join them with Lauren Borden.
Thanks, Clinchy. There's a nice few amount of friends and family down here. I can just see Luke Darcy, just at the back. His the tallest of the lot of all the friends and family heroes, clapping now as everyone walks in, a big smile on his face as Bontempelli leads them in, and they're just high-fiving all the kids at the front. Even Luke Beveridge, when he came in a few moments ago, was high-fiving all the young kids who just wanted to congratulate him on the win as well. This is a very good vibe. There are lots of cheers. There's a lot of excitement. There's all the VFL boys here as well, very close to the song. So you can feel in the rooms right now how much this means for them to get the win so tight and to stay in touch. They're just riding every game to try and make that top 8, and you can really feel it in the rooms at the moment as they come in and join together in a circle to get ready to sing their song. You have some song masters here. I think it was Tom Liberatore's son who was sitting on the back of his neck at the moment who started the song there. So we'll actually hopefully be talking to Libba. So I'll ask him about that. But he was on his neck and he kind of gave them the countdown to get into the song.
Yeah, he's got a nice voice, the young fella. He's got a good tone, good timbre in his voice.
Timber. Yeah. What a great thing to have for your voice.
Looking forward to hearing from Tom Liberatore, especially with Bob Murphy. So the Bulldogs record their 13th win of the season. 15-15, 105 to Melbourne, 15-9, 99. What it means in the context of the season, at least for this week, is the Bulldogs are one game outside the top 8, but they are trailing. They are chasing the Gold Coast Suns, Hawthorn, and the GWS Giants are all on 56 premiership points, and the Bulldogs are one game behind that. So the Bulldogs need to win their next 2 games, the West Coast Eagles and then the Dockers, but both are at Docklands.
Has the woo always been a thing in the Bulldogs song, Bob?
I think it's gathered momentum. It was there when I was playing, but I don't know about the early days. To be fair, early days we didn't win a lot of games.
Didn't sing it a lot.
We just were having enough time getting the lyrics down in my early going. The woo was... You need to win a few more games before you start adding a little bit more flavour to it.
I just can't visualise Tony Liberatore wooing. Brad Johnson, yeah, sure. I can imagine that generation.
Yeah, no, early days.
The Turtle wouldn't woo.
No,
Chris Grant would not woo.
Barely audible. You don't get the nickname Turtle with woos.
We focused on the Sam Darcy mark immediately after the game, but I mean, there were so many moments. The Riley West goal from the right forward pocket.
Yeah.
Having streamed inside the forward 50, they were able to transition from the wing and find him in the pocket. And as you said in the moment, Bob, he was wrestling between going the banana, going the drop punt. He made the right decision with the banana.
He did make the right decision. I thought he would go the left foot snap. I was not surprised when I saw him line up for the left foot snap. I've seen him do that a number of times. I don't know what changed his mind, but it was a prophetic call because it was a beautiful finish, and gee, without it. Be a whole different conversation.
It's got to be easy to kick a check side on your preferred foot than L.
Well, let's head down to the Bulldogs room and find out what is the best option. The Bulldogs winners by 6 points. Back down to Lauren Borden.
Very much, Clinchy. Down here with Tom Liberatore. Can we just start with the song there? We've been talking about the wooing and everything that goes on in there. Is that your son that starts it and gets it underway for the players?
Yeah, he snuck in today and made his debut and kicked it off for us. So it was pretty special.
It was a good effort from him. I didn't mind that at all. There's a really nice vibe in the room, so I guess you're fighting for your season, but can you take me out onto the field when it's so tense? Do you start to think about all the permutations of what this game means?
Not particularly at the time. I think we've got a pretty good handle on the composure of structure and that sort of thing. It certainly probably lifted around three-quarter time just before when they started getting a bit of momentum, but not at the time. You just got to try and hone in and do your best not to focus on that sort of stuff.
What about Sam Darcy's mark there in the last 60 seconds or so? How did you see it, and where were you just watching that game-saving mark?
I was pretty, hardy mouth sort of stuff. I was on the bench, so, we gave a pretty decent cheer as he went back with the flights. He might, compared with Rui's mark back in the day, but, that was pretty special.
The team in the box have actually said that. They've done the same comparisons there. I'll send you upstairs to them, Bob Murphy and Daniel Harford.
Tom, it's Bob here, mate. Congratulations on a really, really significant win. They didn't make it easy for you, mate. At the three-quarter time huddle, there was a lot of energy and anxiety in the stadium. The Demons were charging. Can you take us into the huddle at three-quarter time with Bevo, and what was the message and the turnaround into the last quarter?
Yep, I think initially in our line groups we were pretty adamant around just staying composed as possible. We've had sort of drew back on previous games where we haven't been able to get over the line in shorter margins. Then once we came into the group, into the main huddle, he just reassured us around making sure we understand structures at critical moments of the game, but understanding that it's just going to be the contest. Like, we've got to understand to be cleaner. They've got some really strong weapons. They can run once the ball spits outside, so we just have to take care of that inner layer.
We had pretty good seats for Ed Richards' performance today, Tom, but you had absolute front row seats. How have you seen his development over the years, but particularly this year, because he was pretty close to best on ground today?
I think obviously his weapons already pretty well accounted for, and he's quite a natural athlete. But I think he's understanding to step inside to a new role, understand the work, the craft, and he works harder than anyone else. So I think there's no real surprises from where I'm sitting, but it's might not be able to be seen from outside, but the way he works off the truck is impressive, so there's no real surprises.
And what about the opposition, Lib? So I imagine, scouting for the Demons this week is a pretty difficult task with the emotion that they've gone through with, the sacking of Simon Goodwin. What was it like out there on the field? It was a pretty scrappy game in the first half, but they look to have recaptured some spirit, and they played with real heart today.
Yeah, they did. They brought their best, and unfortunately, we were the team they come up against. So it's a pretty decent win percentage of teams that play after their coaches get resigned. So they were hats off to them. They had a crate. They've got some. When Oliver gets going and Viney and these guys can feed at the picket, they're a real handful. So it was a really good fight.
Lib, Daniel Harford, mate, so well done to you and the boys today. I'm interested in the Aaron Norton turnaround in the last 10 weeks or so. He's electrified the competition. He's back to his absolute best. Has there been any trigger for that you've seen?
To be honest, I reckon the trigger was more just to sticking to what he's good at. His competitiveness and the way he sort of goes about training and his energy on game days hadn't really faltered. I just feel like as a forward, sometimes games don't really go your way. He did have to compete a fair bit with Darce out of the side, so I think that certainly helped. He's probably just a testament to him sticking to his guns and just keeping his head down.
Well, it's paying off magnificently. Are you a ladder watcher back into the season?
Yeah, big time, yeah. I'm a tragic dog supporter since I was a kid, so unfortunately it's been as long as I can remember. I've just been doing the ladder. It's nice now. You got a ladder predictor. It's everything. So I don't know.
What's your ladder predictor say? What happens?
I'm not sure. Honestly, after today, I've got no idea. But no, we've just can't rely on other teams to lose. So we'll keep winning and see what happens.
So what's that like when you have to live on the edge all the way through, knowing that that's just to get to the final? Should you get to that point, you've got to live on the edge.
Just in terms of footy or my whole life.
Well, column A, column B. Take it where you want to take it.
I'm used to it off field, so I'm probably it's just that trains me well for on field.
Natural habitat.
Pretty much. Yeah, it's all encompassing with the suburb and the culture and the resilience that we have as a club and probably as a suburb too, and as we've seen throughout the history of our club. So it goes hand in hand.
So 2 to go, Tom. The West Coast Eagles and the Dockers. I'm guessing I know the answer to this, but does anything change in your mindset as to how you approach each week?
Nah, definitely not. We've got probably just more of a understanding what our strengths are. We just can't really go away from that and just focus on keep being positive and keep building that momentum. I think that's the key when you're in these situations. As I said, we've been in them before. So, understanding the energy, keep building that. Don't think that energy is just going to get us over the line, and just sort of have that sort of healthy balance of being wary, but understand we've got to still get the points.
It's always entertaining. Tom, thanks so much for your time. Congratulations on the win. Good luck in the run to September.
Cheers, guys. Thanks for having me.
Tom Liberatore joining us from the Western Bulldogs rooms. Winners by 6 points. 15-15, 105 to the Demons, 15-9, 99. So we mentioned the Sam Darcy mark. We mentioned the Riley West goal from tight in the right forward pocket, and you kind of alluded to the last one, half the Aaron Norton performance, 5 goals, 9 score involvements, 4 marks inside 50. Certainly the return of Sam Darcy has helped his confidence, but it's his work rate, and he is a serious threat inside forward 50 now, the type of which gives defenders nightmares.
We go back to that first goal he kicked today where he ran from half back as the ball was transitioning out of the defensive half for the Bulldogs. Riley West gets the ball in the corner of the square and he just rockets past him at speed, beating his defender back to goal. Gets kicked to him in the pocket, goes back and slots it, and it was an 80-metre effort with 110% intensity, which is impossible, I know. But he went back and slotted that after that. It was just a great highlight of what he's become and the competitor and the animal that he's become in this last 10 weeks in particular. He has turned it around. I don't know what it was, the trigger of just sticking to his processes, as Libba said, but it's been an unbelievable renaissance from big Nordo.
So halftime in the West.
Speaking of banana skins,
things are starting to become predictable, where the events of last night proved. You've got to wait to the final siren to know what is happening. So the West Coast Eagles lead at halftime by 6 points over the Adelaide Crows. 6-4-40 to the Crows 5-4-34. So, no, of course, Harley Reid, whose season is done. But Shanahan with 2 goals for the West Coast Eagles. Chesser with a goal. 2 goals to Luke Pedler for the Adelaide Crows. But Adelaide put 5 goals to 3 in the first quarter. And then the Eagles with 3 goals to 2 behinds in that second quarter. So we'll bring you that second half in around 12 minutes' time.
I don't want to get too far ahead, but if the West Coast Eagles got up against the Crows, in terms of the greatest upsets in home and away history, that's in contention, isn't it?
18-3-1.
Yeah.
Go close.
I mean, it is a home game for the Weagles, but, you know, we're in the media, so we should be making big statements to make a splash, fellas. So,
are you looking at letters with all those numbers?
Yeah, but I had it upside down. So that's where I went. Oh, it's a totally different, when you put your phone up the right way, completely different scenario.
Changes the whole thing.
Yeah, it does.
He was thinking Adelaide with the 18.
Yeah.
West Coast were.
Yeah.
Would certainly pop
been
the
one of
bubble.
those rounds. There's been a few unforced errors from a few teams this round.
Oh, absolutely. The Brisbane Lions going down to the Sydney Swans. Not that there are any easy beats at the moment. The Hawks with a big win over the Magpies back on Thursday night, the manner in which they were able to do so. And Fremantle got out of jail, courtesy of Alex Pearce with a goal against Port Adelaide. Here it was the Bulldogs who had to stare defeat in the face a couple of times. Melbourne took back the lead on 3 occasions in the final term. They ended up prevailing the Bulldogs by 6 points, 15-9. 99 the Demons to the Bulldogs, 15-15, 105. So, I mean, the obvious question, Bob, is the West Coast Eagles, the Fremantle Dockers, are we going to get to round 24, the Bob Murphy Cup or the Justin Longmuir Guts Up Cup, depending on which way you view it?
I think we need to get clear on this. It's the Daniel Bandy Cup.
Daniel Bandy Cup.
Or the Kingsley Hunter Cup.
Yes.
Kingsley Hunter.
Stephen Coops, Andrew Wills. There's other options.
Kingsley
I was
Hunter.
more of a
My man.
power broker behind the scenes when I was at Fremantle. I'm a dogs man, so I'll be barracking for the dogs.
There we go. We got him at the end.
Puppet master.
It is crazy
Kingmaker.
that if you were Justin Longmuir, he's got his team sitting 4th at the moment. As it stands, Adelaide still playing at the moment, but they've won as many games as the other team in the top 4. So Adelaide 15 wins, Geelong 15, Collingwood the same, and Fremantle 15. Yet I still think they're the team most likely to miss from here.
Fremantle.
Freo.
Yep.
Gee whiz.
Which is so brutal. Brisbane at home next week, and then the Dogs at Docklands in the final round. So that is a tough final too. And I think
that would be 2 years in a row. 2
years in a row.
Late fall for the
Which
Dockers.
you look at it, they've lost.
To emerge from you, this feeling, this sentiment.
I hope I'm wrong.
My fingerprints were all over last year, so
I hope I'm wrong because I'm a Justin Longmuir believer, and I like what he's built there. And I think they've shown improved maturity this year. They've lost once since round 10. So it's been a heck of a run.
It's hard to follow you today. You were willing the Demons to win today. Now you're on Longmuir's side, but then you go, no, they're done.
This is what happens when you're fair, Bob. You present both sides of the argument.
This is
Fair and
polarising character, aren't you?
Missed the 8 and sack him.
Hard to follow.
I hope they don't, if that is the case.
I don't think so.
If you win 15 or 14 and miss the 8, you can't get sacked.
So that's the thing. The Bulldogs are on 13 wins. If they get there, they need to win their next 2. For 15 wins, the possibility that because of their percentage, they would get in, and you would miss finals with 15 wins. There's been times where 15 wins gets you top 4.
Top 4, yeah. No, well, which does go the broader conversation now.
If I understood numbers, that would be fascinating.
Yeah, if you did, stay with us. We'll walk you through that.
Hanging on.
It does mean the problem with all of this. It's great for the top half of the ladder, but it effectively means we've got a two-tier competition. So if you broaden out the whole the conversation, it's not healthy for the competition to have such dominance at the top and such.
It's not a problem yet, is it?
It's close. We've got
already.
Yeah, it's a two-tier at the moment.
Well, I know it is at the moment, Daniel, but what if next year it's not?
Well, I can't see into the future just yet.
Well,
but I'm forecasting
this is where
we're going to have
differ.
We're going to have some troubles.
I can tell you
Not the scenario last year when there was
a bit of line of sight.
So many teams fighting for the top 8. Let's come back to that. Let's just go back down to Lauren Borden. She's headed to the Melbourne rooms.
Thanks, Clincham. In the Melbourne rooms, like you just mentioned, they've just come out of their meeting. So Troy Chaplin was still in the back area as well after the players came out. He's kind of gone into the adjoining room next to the meeting room now. So it's quite a kind of happy atmosphere, I guess, in here, to be honest. There's about 12 kids playing a game of markers up kind of in the main area, and then plenty of friends and family who are chatting away, and as players come out, they're kind of chatting to their friends. So there's nothing too extreme or anything dramatic really in the rooms at the moment. It's a pretty comfortable kind of atmosphere. So it's kind of a pleasant rooms to be in, but it's interesting, I guess Troy Chaplin's still out the back there talking to his coaches and watching him throughout today. He did spend a fair bit of time when he came down at quarter time and three-quarter time talking to Alan Richardson or talking to a few of the other line coaches that were there on the bench before slowly heading out and making those quarter time and three-quarter time addresses. So it'll be interesting to see how he progresses in the next 2 weeks as well, and whether he changes the way he's going to coach the side. But at the moment, it seems to be quite a calm and happy rooms following the loss and obviously all the changes that were made this week.
Thank you, Lauren Borden, with her contributions throughout the afternoon. Halftime in the West, it's the West Coast Eagles who lead the Adelaide Crows by 6 points. We'll take you there for the second half very shortly. So for Melbourne fans, if they're leaving the MCG this afternoon, they've watched the Demons coached by Troy Chaplin for the first time in the parting ways of Simon Goodwin. Were there any noticeable differences in the Melbourne we saw this afternoon in either of your eyes?
I think when they looked good, there was a noticeable difference about how they wanted to put speed into the game, which is one of the criticisms which we touched on with Alan Richardson at the start of the broadcast this afternoon. They were able to do that. They were able to catch the Dogs' defenders napping and too high and get at the back and manipulate the space really well. So whether or not that becomes a pattern, or as Adam Sim talks about these days, just an event, we'll see. But I like that from Melbourne. They still lack the polish at times to execute that fully as I would like to see, but that's a possibility going forward. I like their attitude and appetite, and whether or not that's a reflection of the week or whether or not that's what they are trying to portray and activate every week, I'm not quite sure. We'll wait and see. Time will be the judge on that, but I like their appetite and I like the way they did move the ball, and they showed a capacity to change mid-game and get the game from going away from them to coming back to them, and then set the standard, which was pretty impressive, I reckon.
Do you know what else Adam Simpson does?
What's
he refers to everything as the piece. So it's the mid-forward connection piece.
That may also be a very strong Western Australian thing.
It is
connection piece. Oh, that's the leadership piece. It's bonkers over there.
It's become a real problem.
It's a real problem.
And
we need to stamp it out.
He took it too far the other day on AFL 360 when he said that Simon Goodwin, sitting next to the president at his exiting press conference, was the stay classy piece. I just thought that is a bridge too far. We have jumped the shark. We've got to get rid of this.
I used to get apoplectic around connection piece. I go, no.
It's just connection.
If we're a team and we're working on connection, that's like oxygen.
Yeah.
That's not a Tetris piece. We do stuff. And then we need a connection piece. Like, no. This is connection is the intangible. It is the space between the spokes on the wheel.
Once you notice it, you can't not notice it. It is insidious in football at the moment.
Keep an eye on that.
Well, it's on the list with the Bailey Fritsch quirky moments. What do we end up? Was it just the 4?
4. He straightened things up.
All of a sudden, they straightened things up.
Well, interesting. That's just science.
So Bailey Fritsch finished with 2 goals, 3.
Can't argue with the numbers.
Can't argue with that.
Jacob Van Rooyen kicked a goal. Jake Melcham with 2, and 2 goals as well for Harrison Petty. So, I mean, the Rubik's Cube for Melbourne fans is sort out our forward line.
Yep.
We'll be happy with whoever's the coach.
I'll tell you what I'd be doing if I was Melbourne. I'd be making a big play for Brady Mychek, and I'd go and get Jamie Elliott while he's there. If they're the ones that are having some troubles at the Magpies, they're just across the road. Make a massive play for those two. Why wouldn't you?
It's sort of just across the road. They've still got to drive to Casey.
Yeah, well, don't tell them. Don't tell them that.
It's just across the road.
Sign them across the road,
and then, say, by
once
the way,
the signature's done, by the way, every little while I've got to drive down that freeway. Don't tell them that front up.
I love that little drive-by from Simon Goodwin. I won't miss driving to Casey twice a week or whatever it is.
Yeah, it's a tough spot to play footy.
It's a challenging environment.
It's very windy.
At Casey?
Yeah. It's very windy.
It's the origin of all wind.
Yeah, it is. It's a tunnel. I don't know how that works, but it's a funnel for it.
It's a challenge when your home is in 3 spots, I reckon.
It's not good.
Now,
That's the issue.
They won a premiership doing it.
The issue's not with Casey, is
Although it was COVID, so they're all on the same...
Which I think's an interesting point.
Yeah, I reckon it is too.
Yeah. They were all together at Joondalup Golf Course.
Yep.
Walking the fairways while no one else was out there, and maybe that worked for them. They've got to sort that out. Priority 1. Waverley might be the option.
The Bulldogs have become a different club since the VFL team was a standalone, and they've always had the Whitten Oval as home. And I think that has been an absolute godsend in terms of alignment, culture, connection to the people.
Connection piece.
Connection piece. Yes, give me a bucket.
All right, the Bulldogs winners by 6 points. I feel like we're getting to the finishing line here in one way or another. The votes for the ABC Footballer of the Year. Who's got the responsibility this afternoon?
Well, it's a team, Mac. This is the team piece.
Yeah.
With our votes. But we have come up with the following for the ABC Footballer of the Year. 1 vote to Big Max Gawn for the Demons. He was Herculean. And it goes back to that mark on quarter time. It set the standard, Bob.
It did. It was symbolic. It was metaphorical.
It was.
Meant for his teammates for the following 3 quarters, I believe. Anyway.
23 disposals, 14 contested, 5 insides, 8 score involvements, and double the hit-outs of Tim English. And a goal, of course, don't forget that round the corner beauty from Big Maxie. He gets 1. 2 to Big Aaron Norton with his 5 goals. He was the game breaker. Had seemingly the better of his matchup for most of the afternoon. His work rate was fantastic. 5 goals any day is a good day. So well done to him. He walks away with the 2 votes and 3 votes to the guy who's had just the most unbelievable breakout season and continues to dominate for the Western Bulldogs, Ed Richards, who ended up with 31, but that doesn't impress me. 17 contested impresses me. 14 clearances impresses me. 7 centre bounce clearances. I don't ever recall.
Cheapers.
I can't remember anyone getting 7 centre bounce clearances in one game. So that's quite phenomenal. 2 tackles, 6 inside 50s, 15 score involvements and 2 goals, 1 for Ed Richards. So he is comfortably the 3 voter today.
I thought we were about to go Shania Twain along with...
That don't impress me much.
Yeah, Tom Petty and Crowded House. You nearly got there, half.
I could have done that too.
I'm worried about the trajectory of the musical references. If we started at Petty, Crowded House, now we're at Shania, I don't know where's next.
DJ Khaled, get a mention.
Could be
another one.
Isaiah territory.
We've got a lot on the bingo card tonight, but it's time to go home. 3 to Richards, 2 to Norton, 1 to Max Gawn in the ABC Footballer of the Year. Thank you to Daniel Harford.
Pleasure.
Bob, thank you. We'll hear you tomorrow on ABC Melbourne Breakfast with Chanel
Is
Bella.
that tomorrow?
That's tomorrow.
Yikes.
You better get to bed.
That alarm comes around quickly. Thanks to Lauren Borden down the boundary. Thank you to Ben Cameron. Thanks to Aaron Bryans back at base and to Stuart Hollywood Baker at the very back of the box. Don't forget the cricket is on tonight, the first of the T20 internationals between Australia and South Africa. Corbin Middlemass and Neil Manthorpe alongside Adam Crosswade and Jason Gillespie. Our Northern Territory listeners are heading there now. For everyone else, it's to the west, where the West Coast Eagles lead the Crows by a goal. To Clint Weldon and Mitch Turner alongside our commentary team. Good night.
As we welcome our listeners who are joining us from the MCG, coming across to Perth Stadium, I'm sure you've been given an update on the score, but you're not in bizarro world. The Eagles are in front of the Crows. West Coast, bottom of the ladder, 1 win in 2025. Lead Adelaide, top of the ladder, 15 wins from their 20 games, and they lead them by a goal, 6-4-40. To Adelaide's 5-4-34. The Crows led by 13 points at quarter time, but the second term belonged to West Coast. The goal kickers look like this. Job Shanahan has 3, Campbell Chesser with 1, Jamie Cripps with 1, Liam Baker with 1, Liam Ryan with 1. For Adelaide, Luke Pedler's got a couple, Jordan Dawson with 1, James Peatling with 1, and Ben Keys with 1 as well. West Coast will have a look at their numbers alongside the Crows in just a moment with Mitch Turner, but it has been an incredibly impressive performance. Their desperation, their desire to tackle and put pressure on the Crows has made an enormous difference. Clint Wilding with you, Mitch Turner's alongside me. Our experts will hear more from them in just a moment. Dual premiership players both in Chris Waterman and Peter Bell. But Mitch, as the Crows return to the fields here in the West, what do the other numbers tell us?
Some of the team numbers first, Clint. Contested possessions, 67-60 the way of the Adelaide Crows. The inside 50s, the Eagles have edged ahead after they trailed 14-5 at quarter time. They are now ahead at 21-20. So a massive turnaround for West Coast in that quarter. The hit-outs favouring the Crows 26-12. The clearances Adelaide's way as well, 17-16. The Eagles lead the tackle count 35-31. Individually, Tim Kelly is the leading disposal getter on the ground. He has 14 for West Coast. Tom McCarthy in the midfield today, he has 13. Brady Hoff with 11. Jack Graham, 9. And Liam Duggan also with 9 touches in the game, 200 for the Crows. Rory Laird has 13 disposals. Wayne Miller has 12. So too does Isaac Cumming and the skipper Jordan Dawson. And Jake Saligo has 11 disposals. So they are the key stats so far between these two sides. The one that matters most is the score, and it's 6-4-40 West Coast. It's 5-4-34 Adelaide. As I mentioned before, the Crows were 18-2 in second quarters this year. The Eagles edged ahead in that second term, so they are now 18-3 in second terms. Looking at the third quarter, they're 11-9. It's their worst quarter, Adelaide. If that gives you any solace as an Eagles fan, that you might be able to hold on for a bit longer.
Yeah, true. But the Eagles have only won 3 third terms. So
I was skipping that bit.
Sorry.
Being positive.
Sorry. Just being pragmatic. It's been a remarkable game. Good news for the Eagles, although he's not moving, I would say, with the smoothest you'd like, is that Matt Flynn is out there. There was a real question mark on his fitness as we headed towards half-time. Chris Waterman, Peter Bell.
So is Archer Reid. And Jobe Shanahan's there, which we were hoping for. So one of those goes down. It's not curtains, but it just... Because they've gone in undersized, mainly through lack of cattle available. And they've done well so far. So we need Flynn and Archer Reid to hang in for this whole game.
So it has been interesting for those who've just joined us, where West Coast have really had Jobe Shanahan, who's kicked 2 and should have kicked 3, playing as their deep forward, and have surrounded him with smalls, and it's worked really well for them. Liam Ryan has been playing as the loose defender. That's not something that we expected to see, even though he has kicked a goal, but that's been super effective as well. Can you maintain the rage in this second half? Because it has been the desperation that West Coast have not shown enough in 2025 that has put the Crows on the back foot, Belly.
Well, given what's transpired in 2025, you'd have to think that that's unlikely for West Coast to be able to sustain the pressure, because that's what really has caused Adelaide to panic a little bit. Some uncustomary turnovers and cough-ups with the ball by Adelaide, and West Coast have been good enough to capitalise on that. That's not to say that it's impossible. Anything's possible. They're farewelling a couple of champions today, and Liam Duggan's playing his 200th game. It'll be really interesting to see how Adelaide play this, whether they make any adjustments. And one thing that I was thinking that they might do is play a little bit more in a straighter line against West Coast. They've been trying to make the ground really, really big, and their skill level today hasn't been up for it, Adelaide. Could they take on the contest a bit more, play a bit straighter, and try and put West Coast defenders under a bit more pressure? So far, they've held up really well.
I see Chase Jones is down here on a wing, so they've made a substitution. I think it may be Peatling, I'm not sure.
Peatling, I think we'll get that confirmed by Cash down there on the boundary, but I think it's Peatling, yeah.
Peatling was the question mark, and he came off just before half-time, so you would assume that that's the case. When the Cash gets back into position, we'll sort that out for you. But the Eagles have the lead. Bottom of the ladder against top. And it's the 18th place side who leads by 6 points as we get this third term underway. Mitch Turner for you on ABC Sport.
Ball in the middle, O'Brien v Flynn. Ryan won the tap down. Curtin, he's starting at the centre bounce. Wins it straight to the sub in Jones. Pushed off his kick by Chesser. Back to the Eagles. Baker to Kelly. Dispossessed, holding the ball. As Baker applies a late tackle. It's a free kick to Rankin.
Curtin's moved on ball.
It is Peatling who is out with a corked thigh, according to the Crows.
That's
Jones
Rankin's
in.
fourth possession. Sorry, Mitch, only, so almost non-existent in the first half.
Rankin sends it inside the forward 50. Neil Bullen crumbs and tries to dribble it through from the tightest of angles in the pocket. It's knocked through by West Coast, a minor score. 5-5-35 the Crows, 6-4-40 the Eagles. Less than a minute played in the third term. Sunday footy on ABC Sport.
McCarthy has to shield his eyes from the sun. The Eagles who go on a run in the right back pocket. Kicks beyond defensive 50. Archer Reid front position. Got hands to it. Spilled down to Davis. Worked it out to Flynn. Clever tap on towards Kelly. Was able to get a kick away despite pressure being applied. Worked it towards right half forward. Miller got there first. Broke a tackle. Found Laird. Back to Miller by hand. Not a great hand pass. Tapped down by Shanahan, but to no one in particular. Keane picked it up off the deck. Thumped away though by Murray. Came to Davis. Kicks it towards goal. It's bouncing through. He's got his first goal in AFL football. Hamish Davis, the 19-year-old, stretches the Eagles' lead out to 5 points. And they come from everywhere to celebrate with the young man. There is a mixture of disbelief and pure joy at Perth Stadium. It's hard to describe. The Eagles fans, they're just rejoicing in every moment with their team after 2 minutes of the third, leading 7-4-46 to 5-5-35 over, and I'll say it again, the ladder leading Crows.
Perceived pressure, Matty. Cough up handball from Miller, then Worrell just chose to punch. How about just take the ball and absorb the pressure? Don't just relay it onto someone else.
Spoke about how West Coast going to come out after half time. We forgot about Adelaide. They've come out exactly the same.
What a moment for Hamish Davis. His first AFL goal. And here go the Eagles again. Flynn takes it out of the ruck. Kicks it towards half forward. Ryan gathers. Spearing kicks. Too hot for Cripps. Comes to Archer Reid though. He handballs the Cripps who's pushed off his kick. But it falls into the path of Job Shanahan. He's down, Cripps.
He looks sore. I reckon he just kicked someone else's leg as he was actually kicking the ball. That's what I'd guess, but he's in a bit of pain. But the actual kick ended up being an effective one.
He might have caught one to the head accidentally. So Laird's come in late and just got him with the shoulder.
Yeah, you're right.
Job Shanahan, though, what a game he is playing. From the left forward pocket. A chance for a third goal. Shanahan delivers. The Eagles have kicked 6 unanswered goals. And they lead by 17 points. The Crows are shell-shocked in the West. 8-4-52 West Coast, 5-5-35 Adelaide. Shanahan has 3. Our experts for ABC Sport, Premiership players Chris Waterman and Peter Bell.
Well, I'm in front with the sweepstakes, I know that much. Well, this is remarkable. You'd have to think that Matthew Nicks would be scratching his head up there, Billy.
Well, they have been so consistent all year.
Yeah.
No surprise, given that they were sitting on top of the ladder coming into this match, but just they've rarely played a bad quarter, and West Coast have forced them into a bad quarter and a bit, nearing a half now. The bottom team.
We're all waiting for this to turn, but it hasn't yet.
Hear that roar around Perth Stadium. And it's Flynn who wins it down, but it's straight to Dawson, the Crows captain. What's he got? Kicking long inside forward 50. Philthorpe almost the mark. Spilled out, tap forward by Burgess. Back to Philthorpe, got taken high. Umpire says play on. Jinby mopping it up to Hoff in his defensive goal square to Chesser. Under pressure, happy to take it across the boundary line for a throw-in. Philthorpe remains down. A cash photo's downstairs.
Yeah, he grabbed his head immediately from that contest, Philthorpe, and he doesn't look in a good way. He's still rolling around on the ground. I think the umpire's going to delay this boundary throw-in as well while he gets attended to.
His face went into the back left shoulder of Liam Duggan. You saw the moment it happened. He threw the head back
It's a football accident.
That's Weeks.
But
absolutely. Didn't contest the ball. He just bumped him.
He'll be fine, I think. Matthew Nixby should up there going, what is going wrong today?
So you're saying that the way that Duggan went in, he's turned into Thilthorpe, and you think he'll get Weeks for that?
Yeah. Judged on the what we've seen so far this season.
He's not in a good way as he comes off. He's still holding the
shoulder,
neck.
Head, yeah.
Yeah, maybe the way that was the jarring impact of the collision. We'll have another look at it in a moment. It's thrown back into play, and we'll tell you what we see. Thilthorpe's still downstairs. It's been locked in. It's inside the Crows' forward 50. Put up, one down by Flynn. Nicely taken by Chesser for the Eagles. Right back pocket to Hewitt. Kicked the way of Davis, who's worked out pretty well. Running by and receiving the hand pass Kelly, but that's a poor kick. Might be an okay bounce, though. Poor bounce for Peatling. Ryan coming through, couldn't gather. Merrick goes in again to apply pressure, and he wrapped up Pedler. And it's going to be a free kick. No, a ball up, rather, I say. Just inside the centre square. Cross almost half forward for West Coast. Throwing down again. Came the way of McCarthy. Kicks inside the attacking 50. He wanted Archer Reed. Ball's on the deck. Bond broke a tackle. Got it to Laird for the Crows. Kick beyond defensive 50. Hits Saligo on the chest. He's got it at right half forward.
Has a man out on the southern side. O'Brien took the mark. Little handball across to Neil Bullen. Tried the little chip and charge, and it works effectively. Got it to Burgess. Continued his run. Burgess goes longer. Inside the forward 50 for Adelaide. Fogarty in front. Couldn't pull down the mark. Jimmy was there to knock it out of his hands. It's out of bounds 40 metres around the Crows' attacking goal. Looks like a neck issue to Thilthorpe, as we can see on the monitor, the close-up there. Just testing kind of the right up near the base of the neck, real top of the shoulder. He also had a good look in his eyes as well, as he copped one to the head. Back underway here. Laird received it from Dawson, going backwards, gets it to Bond, stepped through a couple of Eagles, did well, got the handball forward to Saligo. Saligo goes inside the forward 50. No mark taken, spills down the way of the West Coast. Baker sells a bit of candy, now kicks out to the broadcast wing. Shanahan has a couple of Crows to contend with. Worrell leads the chase back. Shanahan worries him out of it. He's under pressure, the Crow. Now the support comes. Jamie Cripps in there, lays the tackle. Murray goes out of bounds. Brilliant work by Shanahan.
And the crowd are feeding off this effort from West Coast. That was a 2v3, and blue and gold prevail.
Ball to be spun back in. Right half forward for West Coast. Now 60 out from their attacking goal at the city end. O'Brien won it down for the Crows. They had numbers around the football. It came to Leg, got it again to Miller, or Rankin rather, got it kicking around the body. Trying to attack the football once more is Baker. Onto it, though his hand pass is intercepted. Here is an opportunity for Taylor, and he goes cleverly short to Fogarty. He marks on centre wing. Steers the ball back inboard. This is Rankin again. Stands on the logo. Just wants someone to come towards him. Berry's just run on the ground through the interchange gates. That's where the kick goes. Berry pauses. He can go short if he wants to Dawson. That's ignored. Well, then he changes his mind and does go that way. So he makes about 2 or 3 metres with a kick that goes about 16. Dawson now sends it long inside, forward 50. Off hands. Oh, Saligo, beautifully roving, snaps through for a goal. High fives all round for the Crows. Worth to say, understatement of the last hour or so. They needed that one. 6-5-41 the Crows, 8-4-52 the Eagles. 9 gone in the third. The Eagles lead cut to 11 points. Sunday footy on ABC Sport from Perth Stadium, on ABC Radio, Sport Digital, and streaming on the ABC Listen app. Our experts Peter Bell and Chris Waterman.
Yeah, he's such a clean player, Saligo. Dawson involved in that, and it seems like it was one of the first times that they're in a dangerous ground ball situation in their forward 50, Adelaide, and a much-needed goal, Muddy.
That's their first goal, Billy, since midway through the first quarter, I think.
Hard to believe.
Yeah.
26th minute. That was the first time this season And thank you to our colleague in South Australia, Aaron Bryans. The first time this season, the Crows had conceded 6 straight goals in a game. Against 18th West Coast, they finally hit back. The Crows bring the margin back to 11. Ball in the middle. O'Brien taps it down to Berry. Here go Adelaide to Rankin. Finally has some space. Takes a bounce that kicks a shocker. Doesn't even make it inside the forward 50. The Eagles can try and repel. Hall fumbled it. Now the ball's just bobbling around right on the paint. Comes out the way of Cumming. He sends a dribbler inside the forward 50. Pedler couldn't take it. Hewitt did well. Got a handball across to Jimmy. The Eagles trying to rebound. Marrick under pressure. His handball was knocked down. Fell into the path, though, of Baker, who can deliver it up the wing. And Brockman out to meet it. Takes the mark on the chest. Just a little bit of Perth Stadium still in the sunshine as shields his eyes. Brockman kicks up towards Shanahan and a 2-on-1 against him. And Keane there to take the mark for the Crows. Thought about switching it back to his defensive 50. Now he's called to play on. Caught napping on. Liam Ryan snuck up on him and missed the tackle. Couldn't stick it. The Crows get out of danger for the time being. A little smother in there from West Coast. Knocked it down to Murray. Booming kick up towards half forward. Off hands. O'Brien to Taylor. Inside 50. Saligo running back. Gathers in front of Jimby. Tackle. Dumps. Free kick. Dangerous tackle.
They're not enjoying that decision, the local crowd, but I think he just got a bit carried away, Ruben. He's a powerful guy, and maybe Saligo was smart enough to go floppy enough to exaggerate the look of the tackle, but the sling component was definitely there, or the dumping action, not the sling.
Jake Saligo has it. Tucked up in the right forward pocket. He goes with the snap on the left boot. He bellies it. Goes to the top of the square. Big fist from Brock. Falls to Hall. He is tackled. The umpire balling up 20 metres out from the Crows attacking goal.
They're not happy, the locals.
They sense the remarkable. They don't want it stolen away as O'Brien won it down to Berry. Got tackled, threw a hand pass out. Went to Hall for the Eagles. He's immediately wrapped up by Dawson. Still inside the Crows forward 50. 11 points remains the margin. West Coast over the Crows. It was Flynn who won it down, going through Keys. Couldn't gather. McCarthy does. Kicks it long and high towards centre wing. Laird waiting underneath it. Takes the mark on his chest. Found a replay, by the way, of the Duggan Thilthorpe incident. Is bang on Mitch. He's going to spend some weeks, no doubt, electing to bump and getting Thilthorpe high, which has seen him come off the ground. He's up on his feet now after receiving some treatment. Rankin kicks into the left forward pocket. No mark taken. Saligo went over it. Baker tried to dive on it. Came out to Hewitt. The Eagles have it. Brockman originally from Hall. Now to Ginby to the left forward pocket. There is Duggan in game 200. Kicks beyond defensive 50 to Marrick. And they've escaped the Crows forward 50, the Eagles. Marrick will have to shield his eyes from the setting sun. He's looking to the city end of Perth Stadium, to the right of our broadcast position. The kick is down the line, had too much on it. Over the top of Shanahan. Back there was Hinge, worked it forward to Murray. Moving it again to Berry. Now to Taylor, sweeping it forward once more. Oh, Bond! He read himself into trouble. Wrapped up by Cole. And he wins the free kick for holding the ball. The Eagles by 11 points, 14 gone in the third. Trouble here. Cole tried to move it on, wrapped up by Isaac Cumming. And that's the free kick that he had. He's given it straight back. The Crows will have it at right half forward.
Said he stepped off his line, Tom Cole. I'm not sure he really moved much at all. Free kick, though, to the Crows. They go inside the forward 50 in front. Bazzo dropped it for West Coast. Allows the Crows back into it. Fogarty trying to break through a couple of Eagles. He can't. He'll be balled up 40 metres out. Adelaide kicked the last goal of the game. It was 6 in a row to the Eagles before that. Ball tossed up. O'Brien tapped it straight to the Eagles. Davis, clearing kick, looking for Shanahan. Kick was a bit too hot. Slips off hands. He goes back in. Trying to knock it to a teammate. Murray coming through. He gathers. Tackled as he kicked. Out towards Rankin. It bounces away from him. The boundary line wins out, and the Eagles with a half cheer for insufficient intent. And Cash Vodinara is downstairs.
Good news for Adelaide. Riley Thilthorpe is going to come back on the ground. They did some treatment on his neck, and they did a HIA as well, and he's passed all the tests and will be back on soon.
Hasn't kicked a goal today. Riley Thilthorpe might have some still left in him from the restart. Kelly gathers for West Coast. Quick kick forward into the centre square. Pushed off, it was Bond. Gathering is Davis. Somehow got a handball out to Brockman. Here go the Eagles. McCarthy has a runner in Baker. Running through the centre square. Looking for Cripps inside the forward 50. It gets past Worrell. Cripps gathers, snaps. Going back, unable to take the mark is Shanahan. Steps inside Keane and then is knocked out of bounds. The boundary throw in left forward pocket, 15 metres around from the Eagles' goal. They still lead by 11. Sunday footy on ABC Sport.
Liam Ryan's playing as an extra, the deepest player for West Coast, which is highly unusual for that particular player to be doing it anyway.
The smallest crowd the Eagles have played in front of at home in a long time, but they're roaring every moment as Flynn went it down straight to Miller, though. Got it to the Crows captain in Dawson. Kicks beyond defensive 50. Jimby's back there, though, for West Coast. Looks to measure the kick in the direction of Hall. He couldn't mark. McCarthy gathered, turns it straight over. Rankin tapping it down. Opportunity for Saligo to go beyond defensive 50. Ball bounces the way of Ryan. Ryan for the Eagles back inside the forward 50. Keane at the back gathered it. Gave it to O'Brien for the Crows. Hand pass to Miller. Hand pass right back again. Morrell sends it beyond defensive 50. Good mark underneath it. Arms as high as they could go. Taylor dragged it in and then looks to flare it out towards the northern wing to Dawson, who again continue to move it on. The sub is on in Jones and he marks. Peatling, by the way, it's official. He's off. The substitute made by the Crows. The Eagles still with a chance to make theirs. Matt Owies on the bench for them.
Jones kicks up towards half forward for Adelaide. The Eagles win it back. Bazzo to Ryan. Back to Bazzo. Ball still in play. Cole slammed out of bounds by Dan Curtin. Ball to be tossed in front of the players' race down here on the commentary side of Perth Stadium. Attacking side of the wing for the Crows. Shallow throw in. Archer Reid in the ruck got to the front. Tapped it down to Kelly for the Eagles. A quick snap around the body. Bouncing towards the boundary line. Keane there to see it over alongside Shanahan. He wanted an insufficient intent, but the umpire said the players were close enough to the area. Ball be spun back in. Thilthorpe in the ruck. Back on the ground after that knock from Liam Duggan. Taps it down towards Keys, and now Rankin is taken high. He's just going to take a moment here, Isaac Rankin. He puts the ball down, standing on the commentary wing, and getting booed from the crowd. Not sure that's warranted. Genuine high tackle as he tried to break through the pack. Here is Isaac Rankin. Now he can go. Kicks it inside the forward 50. Jinby flew high from the back. Couldn't take the mark. Neil Bullen couldn't quite gather before the boundary line came. And we'll reset once more with another boundary throw in. Just outside attacking 50. Left half forward for the Adelaide Crows. Umpire spins the ball back over his head. Archer Reid in front of Thilthorpe. Tapped it down. Thilthorpe did the roving though. Snap inside 50. Punched away from Keys. Coming through Rankin. He couldn't gather. Then became tackler on Baker, who couldn't get rid of it legally. Free kick paid. Rankin took the advantage. He got caught. And they are still out of sorts, the Crows. Coming through as Murray. He was tackled or Hinge and they'll ball it up. But they are completely out of sorts, Adelaide. Thilthorpe taps it forward, comes back to him, and now he is tackled by a couple of Eagles right on the paint of 50. Almost a true centre-half forward position. Thilthorpe gets a hand on this one. Curtin taps it forward. Duggan there to meet it. Took on the tackler. Didn't get rid of it legally. Taylor did the tackling. Duggan didn't quite get the fist through as he tried to swing the handball out. And the Crows will be rewarded. Zach Taylor will have the set shot. See Rankin coming to the bench with the trainer. Hopefully he is okay. Cash photo, I'll keep an eye on him.
Yeah, it was the right call. It was a terrific tackle from young Taylor. I've been impressed with his vigour and also just looks a really neat player.
10 touches so far today for Zach Taylor. He's had a cider at the goals to make it count. To pull the margin back within a straight kick, Zach Taylor. That's a lovely looking set shot. The Crows back within a kick here at Perth Stadium. The margin's back to 5 points, 7-5-47. West Coast are 8-4-52. The margin is 5, 20 minutes played in the third. Mitch Turner alongside Clint Wheeldon, our experts for ABC Sport Premiership players Chris Waterman and Peter Bell.
Well, Adelaide have used their sub and they nearly lost one in Tilthorpe. He's made it back on. So they've got Owies to come into the game. You know, Gross is probably the one, Belly, but it's the type of game you just want to leave the kid in and experience it. But they have got the fresh legs to come in, West Coast. So I'm assuming that Owies may come in the next 10 minutes, whether it's before three-quarter time. But, yeah, Adelaide have come out very much the same, but that was the goal they needed to just try and claw back into the game.
Rankin's had an influence, very quiet first half. He's had 7 in this quarter, having a rest now.
A restart, both rucks had fingertips to it, came down to Dawson, got tackled by Graham, got a kick away. Davis for the Eagles tried to tap it forward, only as far as Belly, met Graham, lost the football. Out towards McCarthy, he's wrapped up in a strong tackle. Great effort in the end. They get the free kick here, the Crows. Comes out through Taylor, who's been busy. Out towards Dawson, the captain. Kick the Crows inside, forward 50. This ball came from Curtin. It's a good punch forward to Pedler. Great spoil, having the hands up high. Ricochets off his hands and across the boundary line for a throw in, 35 from goal.
Adelaide have played a slower game today, but I think maybe just get it inside 50 and put pressure on West Coast defence.
Eagles still lead by 5. O'Brien palmed it down. Here's Saligo. Hurried kick forward. Met nicely here by Taylor. Was able to work it on to Fogarty. Swept the hand pass out to Pedler from the right forward pocket. He gives the Crows the lead. At the 23-minute mark of the third, Adelaide back in front. Pedler's got his third. Adelaide by a points. 8-5-53 to the Eagles, 8-4-52. Akash Bodadar is downstairs.
West Coast have made their sub. Matt Owies is coming onto the ground, and it is Tom Gross who's been subbed out.
Well, it was just chaos, Belly. Maybe that's the trick. I mean, West Coast have been chaos going in. Adelaide have. And they've scored 2 goals. Maybe they're just trying to be a bit too cute, thinking we're the best team on the comp. But they've been brought back to the ground by West Coast here. So maybe just roll their sleeves up and get their hands dirty.
Rankin back into the centre square. Pedler's 3 goals have been very important in the context of a pretty tight and low-scoring match. And again, Taylor involved in that score sequence. He's been really impressive.
Curtin, Rankin and Dawson, the 3 in the middle alongside O'Brien for the Crows. So their impact players are in the middle. The umpire just gives a 6-6-6 warning. Now bounces the ball. O'Brien taps it down. Rankin with pace. Was tackled, dispossessed. Crashing in is Hall for West Coast. He's tackled. He was almost through Isaac Rankin. It's well done for the Eagles to stop him. Ball thrown.